This story begins in Shanghai in an ordinary area that is nothing special. In a quiet room, a green-haired woman named Eliza breastfeeds her newborn son. She tells baby Jordan that even though she loses sleep over him, it will all be worth it if he grows up healthy and strong. At that time, she still doesn't know that the child is unusual. He has reincarnated and retained the consciousness from his past life. A blue system screen appears before his eyes, identifying him as Jordan with a biological level of 1. 3 months later, Jordan is lying in his crib, and his parents, Terrence and Eliza, are watching him and predicting that he will grow up to be great. At this time, Jordan is given the opportunity to use the biological attribute and advance further. The new ability allows any body part he trains to become infinitely stronger within its limits. By 4 months, Jordan can already sit and crawl, and to avoid alarming his parents with his rapid development, he trains only at night. Every time he crawls, the system rewards him with points, and at the age of 5 months, he masters walking. By 6 months, he can already sit and crawl in front of his parents without arousing their suspicions. One day, while watching the news on TV, a report about aberrant animals is shown. It is then that Jordan first realizes that the Earth has mutated, giving birth to terrifying creatures, aberrant beasts. In order to survive, humanity chose 2 paths, one of which was mechanical ascension, in which people modify their bodies. Realizing the danger, the reincarnated Jordan decides to use his system to grow and develop his abilities covertly. Suddenly, the doorbell rings and distracts our young talent from making such grandiose plans. Eliza opens the door to a woman in a blue dress named Arabella, who is their new neighbor. Arabella introduces her husband Brad and their little daughter Igris, who is comfortably nestled in his arms. Jordan looks at Igris and mentally acknowledges her as his first friend in the new world. But he doesn't know how deeply their destinies will intersect. Time passes and Jordan devotes himself to training, because by 7 months he can already run, jump, and talk a little. The system generously rewards him for each such action, so he decides to get the most out of it. The system also rewards him even for things like talking to himself, increasing his eloquence and spirit points. By 8 months, he adds squats and push-ups in the crib to his exercises. However, one day the mother goes out onto the balcony and freezes when she sees her 8-month-old son doing squats. She rubs her eyes in shock, trying to understand whether her son really decided to do abdominal exercises. But being a web novelist, Eliza decides it's a hallucination from fatigue and overwork while Jordan pretended to be asleep. A few days later, when Eliza is bathing her son, she notices the outline of his abdominal muscles, which do not usually appear in babies. Cooper is shocked and begins to rummage through theories about what could have caused this. He speculates that their son may be a rare child prodigy with a bright future as a gene synthesizer. Hearing their conversation, Jordan feels relieved, as his parents accepted his strength as a natural gift. Later, he watches a news report about a 2-year-old boy who can lift a 20-kilogram dumbbell with one hand. Eliza proudly declares that her Jordan is just as outstanding and will never lose to such so-called geniuses. Then Jordan wonders if he too will be able to lift 20 kilograms at least at the age of 2. When he turns 2, his secret training pays off and he can easily lift a 20-kilogram box with one hand. However, the training is interrupted when his mother calls him, informing him that Igris has come to visit and play with him. Disappointed, he puts the box down and walks out, regretting that he didn't get to practice properly. However, as soon as he opens the door, an expression of genuine surprise immediately appears on his face. At the door, he sees Igris, who hands him a pie and invites him to eat this egg cake. Jordan notes that their different mental ages make their games quite unusual. By the age of 3, Jordan's strength had grown exponentially, and he could already lift 40 kilograms with one hand. Then he saw a report about a child prodigy who lifted a 30-kilogram dumbbell and noted that he had already become stronger. However, despite all his progress, the system still showed that his level was still 1, adding that he was still an ordinary human. He wondered what it would take to reach the second level, and with these thoughts, he left home for the first time. The outside world turned out to be impressive. A futuristic city inhabited by beastmen and cyborgs opened up before him. Accompanied by his mother, he headed to the library because he was not allowed to use electronic devices. At the library, his mother pointed him to the children's section, but Jordan headed for the shelves with modern encyclopedias. From books, he began to form new knowledge of this mutated world, discovering new secrets for himself. He learned that all life is divided into 6 biological levels: common, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Each level, in turn, is divided into 9 steps, and people like his parents are at the very bottom. An ordinary first-level person is as insignificant as an ant compared to beings of a higher rank. This knowledge sparked Jordan's determination, and for the next year, Jordan divided his time between physical training and reading. By the age of 4, he was attending kindergarten with Igris, holding hands with their teacher, Miss Cherry. His persistence paid off. Soon after entering, he reached biological level 2, and his physical strength was astonishing. One day he noticed a group of children teasing a crying Igris, calling her a little girl who wets the bed. Seeing his friend being bullied, he decided to intervene and said that if anyone else dared to tease Igris, he would be very sorry. Despite his young age, his words had a very serious effect on those nasty kids. The hooligans burst into tears and promised never to return to kindergarten again. And Igris looked at him with admiration. This act brought Jordan a new achievement, the title of King of Children and a series of new tasks that can be completed along with the main ones. After 6 months, he completed the reading task, and after he read 100 million characters, the system rewarded him with the heavenly root of wisdom. When Jordan and Igris were almost 7, they went to their kindergarten graduation to take pictures. However, he did not stop training during the holidays, and now he was strong enough to lift a 200-kilogram dumbbell. During his summer vacation, his abilities reached new heights, and he could jump more than 2 meters high. He also improved his speed, and now, at such a young age, he can run 100 meters in less than 8 seconds. His mind had become sharper due to perfect perception, and he had already completed most of the primary school curriculum. Then a new chapter of his life began. Studying at the Shining Elementary School, where only victories awaited him anyway. Since he had studied the advanced subjects in advance, he passed the Olympiads without difficulty, and he took first place without much effort. In his free time, he helped Igris with her studies, and although she did not have outstanding talent, her diligence bore fruit. Thanks to his help, she rose to second place in the class, while Jordan still remained first. To progress faster, he also took part in sports competitions, setting new records. Everything went according to plan until one day a new student came to school. The teacher introduced a girl with long silver blue hair and a cold gaze named Emma. Jordan immediately realized that she was different from the others, and while the new student was looking for a free seat, everyone was watching her. Then Igris leaned towards Jordan and whispered that Emma had very beautiful hair, like winter snowflakes. However, the boy did not discuss the new girl's appearance because she emanated a very mysterious aura of enigma. In the following days, Emma remained a mystery, as she didn't talk to anyone, and after classes she laid her head on her desk and hardly moved. At first, the students showed interest and took pictures with her, but since Emma's behavior did not change, the students lost interest. More than a month later, a strange phenomenon began as Emma began to secrete a viscous white liquid with an unpleasant odor. One of the boys made a mocking comment about the liquid and then poured a bottle of water over Emma's head, claiming he was just washing her. Humiliated and soaking wet, the girl clenched her fists on the table and tears streamed down her face, but she couldn't stop it. Watching from her seat, Igris turned to Jordan with concern and asked if they could help poor Emma. Realizing that Emma was completely defenseless at the moment, Jordan decided to intervene and restore justice. Then he grabbed the main instigator by the collar so that he could not escape punishment. Looking at him menacingly, he ordered him to wipe up the water from Emma's table, all the water he had just spilled. The frightened boy muttered that he would do it immediately. He set about fulfilling his promise, realizing that otherwise he would face a serious scolding. Once the table was clear, Jordan gave the rest of the bullies a cold look and ordered the rest of the bullies to apologize immediately. At that moment, they realized that they had brought serious trouble upon themselves by their behavior. They lined up in front of Emma, bowed their heads, and, muttering apologies, promised never to hurt her again. After the instigators left, Emma looked up and thanked Jordan and Igris for their help. Igris gently placed her hand on her shoulder and said that classmates should help each other in any situation. From that day on, Igris decided to befriend the quiet white-haired girl and always took Jordan with her. One day, when Igris offered her a treat again, Emma suddenly hesitated and stood still for a moment. She looked at her friends and asked if they felt disgusted by her because of the unpleasant smell. The girl explained that she trusted them, but she had faced contempt and isolation since childhood, and that what was happening seemed like a dream to her. Then Igris seriously replied that this was not a dream and she need not worry about it. She added that she knew what it was like to be lonely, and therefore she would never feel disgust towards Emma and did not want to turn away from her. She stated that if Emma agreed, they would be friends forever, and even Jordan nodded in agreement. Shocked and touched, Emma hugged Igris in order to somehow express her emotions. Tears of gratitude streamed down her cheeks, and she said that she had never met such kind people. Suddenly she hesitated a little, as if trying to think of something. The girl took off a necklace with a pair of animal fangs and explained that it was a birthday present from her mother. She handed it to them, expressing hope that the decoration would become a symbol of their friendship. Igris happily accepted the gift, feeling incredible sincerity on the part of her friend. 3 children stood together in the schoolyard and promised each other that they would be friends forever and never quarrel. However, everything soon changed, and when their friendship only grew stronger, an unexpected turn occurred. Jordan learned that Emma had transferred to another school, adding that he himself had seen her write a transfer application. His mind went back to the moment when he had been watching what was happening from the doorway of the director's office. This meeting strengthened Jordan's suspicions that the girl's personality was not so simple and that she was clearly hiding something. From then on, he never saw Emma again and could only guess who she really was. But nothing came to his mind. Sometime later, Jordan was giving his mother, Eliza, a shoulder massage at home, and she was relieved to hear that the massage was perfect after a long day. The quiet evening was interrupted by a loud news report announcing the Kyoto prodigy's latest achievement. At just 10 years old, the boy managed to merge with the beast's aberrant genes and could now lift a 500-kilogram boulder with one hand. His father was irritated that the Kyoto prodigy was shown too often and asked if they were trying to make a hero out of him. The parents began to discuss this, and Eliza explained that the boy came from a family with a 1,000-year history of martial arts. While his parents argued, Jordan thought for a moment and remembered that before the merger, the Kyoto prodigy could only lift 100 kilograms. Clenching his fist, he noted that his own potential was significantly higher considering the difference in their strength. The next news report showed a city in a neighboring country completely destroyed by a powerful explosion. The presenter explained that judging by the video recording, the attack was carried out by giant anomalous rats. The footage showed horrific scenes of monstrous rats ravaging the ruins, snatching up screaming people and brutally devouring them. Innocent citizens became victims one after another, and they had no chance of salvation. It was further reported that the heretics, a secret cult that controlled the beasts from the shadows, were behind the abnormal attack. At a press conference, an official from the devastated country pleaded for international aid. Listening to the news, Jordan realized that the cult was an anti-human organization of traders serving monsters for personal gain. He felt relieved that he was born in a powerful country, but his thoughts were interrupted by a loud noise outside. He immediately rushed forward to find out what was going on. All this time, he was haunted by terrible thoughts that the monsters had already reached his house and his parents' house. Running to the window and pulling back the curtain, he saw a squadron of cyborgs, armed to the teeth, flying across the night sky. The next morning, everything looked normal, as if no one had noticed the noise and armed cyborgs from the previous day. Jordan was waiting for Igris, who ran up to him, apologizing for being late. As she approached, he noticed something very strange and immediately decided to draw her attention to it. The thing is that the necklace of animal fangs, given to them by Emma and now worn by Igris, suddenly glowed with a bright blue light. He then assumed that the fang belonged to an anomalous beast and was the source of the weak, inhuman aura emanating from the girl. The glow disappeared as quickly as it appeared, and they did not pay any attention to it and then went about their business. However, remembering the night flight of the cyborgs and the glow of the fang, Jordan felt alarm, as if something dangerous was approaching. A very beautiful woman with red hair watched them with interest and noticed that they looked very cute. Coming closer, she asked if they were brother and sister who were in a hurry to go somewhere. Igris proudly replied that they were best friends since childhood, obviously not realizing that talking to strangers was not the best idea. The woman smiled thoughtfully and said that she would like to have a childhood friend herself, admitting that she envied them. Her expression suddenly turned ominous, and she asked why the children were going to school alone and where their parents were. As Igris began to respond, Jordan quickly grabbed her hand and interrupted her, saying that they were late. He pulled his friend along with him, leaving the mysterious woman behind because he knew it wouldn't lead to anything good. Once at a safe distance, he sternly reminded Igris that she shouldn't talk to strangers because they were suspicious. After school, Jordan led them down a deserted alley, and Igris nervously noted that it was creepy. He calmly explained that the area was going to be demolished, and all the residents had moved out long ago, which is why it was so quiet there. Their conversation was interrupted by the same woman, who said that she was glad to see that they had finally finished their lessons. Jordan was very surprised to meet them here, because he had deliberately decided to go back along a different road to avoid running into them. This time she was with a large, muscular man who was clearly a criminal who steals children. However, the man impatiently shouted that they just needed to knock out the children to finish the job as quickly as possible. He rushed forward with a rag in his hand, shouting that he couldn't wait to sell these kids for good money. As he approached, Jordan gathered all his strength and delivered a powerful punch straight into his opponent's body. The blow was so powerful that the huge man was thrown back down the alley and screamed in pain. The criminal woman watched this in incredible shock, not believing that an elementary school student was capable of sending an adult flying. Lying on the ground, the bandit coughed up blood, feeling that his insides had been brutally battered. Jordan then chose another target, preparing to punish her for allowing herself to engage in such criminal activities. Before she could react, he hit her hard, knocking her unconscious as the force of his blow was already on par with a tank. Standing over the fallen kidnappers, he clutched a brick and decided that there were no cameras in the empty alley. He should finish them off. However, the moment he raised his hand for the finishing blow, the earth shook, disrupting his cold-blooded plans to eliminate witnesses. A second later, a massive clawed paw pierced the wall of the nearest building. A giant, anomalous rat emerged from the dust and debris, somehow remaining undetected all this time. The beast approached the unconscious woman, considering her the easiest prey of all possible. Without hesitating for a single second, this terrible monster devoured half of this criminal's body in an instant. Then the rat lifted her head, grabbing another victim in its clawed paws, and Igris screamed in horror. Realizing the mortal danger, Jordan grabbed the frightened Igris in his arms and said that they needed to escape immediately. He turned and ran, carrying her in his arms with unprecedented speed, hoping that the rat was not so fast. As they were hiding, a blonde-haired cyborg woman quickly dived into the alley. The cyborg woman moved with incredible speed, her silhouette blurring into a blur as she sped past the giant rat. As she approached her target, she froze in mid-air, quickly planning her next combat maneuver. Her cold gaze didn't change for a second, and she decided to use the charging skill. The glove on her hand glowed as she activated the built-in weapon, releasing a cloud of anesthetic smoke. After that, she fired a series of shots, and powerful explosions shook the entire alley. The aberrant rat, engulfed in flames, roared in pain, and weakened by the smoke, staggered. Now her will to live has weakened greatly, but this does not mean that she will be an easy opponent. Seeing her enemy's vulnerability, the cyborg instantly rushed forward and finished off the weakened creature with a series of precise blows. Later, at home, Jordan watched a news report about the incident, carefully analyzing the cyborg's actions. He wondered about the danger of giant anomalous rats, knowing that they were hardy creatures capable of growing to over 10 meters. This incident reminded him of how cruel and unpredictable the world is, and he decided to step up his training to protect those he cares about. Despite the threat of new rats, life went on, and soon he and Igris were celebrating their 9th birthday. After they made their wishes, the children exchanged gifts, each of which they made themselves. Thanks to his heavenly wisdom root, Jordan mastered wood carving overnight and crafted an exquisite wooden hairpin. Time passed quickly, and soon Jordan and Igris graduated from elementary school and entered middle school, expecting new adventures. During the summer holidays, he followed a training regimen, and his daily program included 1,000 push-ups with a massive boulder. His hard work paid off, and before the start of the school year, the system notified him that his biological level had increased to 3. As his strength grew, he began to wonder what heights the Kyoto prodigy had reached. It was shown on television that a 14-year-old genius had completed the fusion with ant genes and could now lift 2 tons with one hand. Jordan calculated that the boy's true lifting capacity without genetic enhancement was about 500 kilograms. Because Jordan was considered the best student in the city, many prestigious schools tried to recruit him. He chose Shanghai Middle School, but made it a condition that Igris could also study in his class. In fact, he chose this particular school because of its excellent sports facilities. He planned to play badminton with Igris on the school court before classes started to have a good time. When they walked out onto the court, Igris excitedly said it was time to start the game and challenged Jordan to a duel. He would have easily caught the shuttlecock, but their match was unexpectedly and very rudely interrupted by unknown people. A group of high school students approached them, and the leader of these hooligans declared that the court was reserved for their group and would not tolerate guests. His friends grinned and offered to let Igris stay and play with them, but the girl objected. Seeing that the seniors were getting too close, Jordan stepped forward with a cold expression on his face and demanded that they back off. The leader grinned arrogantly and declared that he was now the master of the site, and no one could force him to leave. Jordan realized that these people would have to be taught a lesson so that they would understand that they could not be offended. Having tossed the shuttlecock, he prepared to serve and calmly said that now only his rules were important. He jumped up and delivered a crushing blow that only miraculously did not turn the shuttlecock into a flaming projectile. He rushed through the air, cutting through the air with a deafening whistle that would frighten any mere mortal. His speed was so high that the leader barely had time to react, and his racket was shattered into pieces. The seniors were stunned, and one of them noted with horror that if the blow had been a little higher, their leader's head would have been torn off. Then they realized that this was no ordinary person in front of them, after which they bowed low in apology and said that they had learned the rules. From that day on, thanks to the rumors of the incident, no one dared to bully Jordan or Igris anymore. Although their new school was larger and had better facilities, school life itself remained almost unchanged. In the evenings, after training, he used his innate genius to quickly learn new skills via the internet. To obtain the title of high school overlord, he not only remained first in his studies, but also represented the school in competitions. His success attracted many admirers, who left stacks of love letters on his desk. He ignored them, and aside from studying with Igris, he focused on the upcoming school sports festival. He decided that if he dominated it, he would finally earn the title he had been dreaming of receiving for so long. At the festival, he participated in only 3 disciplines: shot put, high jump, and sprint. He tried incredibly hard to demonstrate maximum strength, agility, and speed. Although he deliberately held back his strength to avoid appearing superhuman, he easily took first place in all competitions. As he sat in the stands with Igris, admiring his gold medal, he suddenly felt a surge of energy. A notification appeared on the system screen that he had received the title of High School Overlord for his outstanding performance. He received a new biological attribute, Survival of the Fittest, and quickly studied the description of the new attribute. This ability allowed the predator to absorb the life essence of other creatures in order to evolve. Lost in thought, he stopped only when Igris called him and asked him to wait a little. Returning to reality, he asked her if he could borrow a necklace made of animal fangs. The moment his fingers touched the fang, the system notified him that he had absorbed a particle of the giant butterfly's life essence. Jordan looked at this in surprise and did not understand where the butterfly could get fangs from. That night, wanting to know more, he tried to find information about a creature called the abyssal giant butterfly on the internet. However, the search results yielded nothing because no one had ever encountered this mysterious creature. Then he realized that he would have to study this exotic animal on his own. He remembered that Emma had also given them a pair of fangs, and after rummaging through his bag, he found a second tooth. Holding it in his hands, he activated the ability again and absorbed the power that was contained in this mysterious artifact. The system confirmed that he had absorbed the second particle of life essence, but the progress had only increased to 2%. The next day, Jordan began carrying Igris on his bike in order to further increase his endurance. One day, as they were leaving the school grounds, they were called out by a man who knew Jordan by name. He introduced himself as Coach Go from the school's martial arts team and praised Jordan's performance at the sports festival. With great enthusiasm, Go formally invited the young man to join their school team. He persistently urged Jordan to accept the offer, but at the same time said that he was giving him time to think about it and get to know the team. The coach spoke so quickly and enthusiastically that Jordan didn't have time to say anything in response. That evening, when the sun had set, Jordan returned to the room, deciding to test his new ability. He clapped his hands, crushing a mosquito that had just flown past him, unaware that it would not be able to fly away. He then opened his hands and examined the dead insects, but felt no influx of energy. He realized that killing small creatures did not strengthen him, and came to the conclusion that only the powerful ones contained sufficient experience. To test the hypothesis, Jordan decided to go to a supermarket that sold animal meat. Soon they arrived at a large multi-story supermarket, which was famous for its wide selection of all kinds of goods. Inside, they walked down the rows, and Jordan noticed that although there was a lot of animal meat, it was all packaged and sealed. Just as he was starting to get upset, he suddenly heard a butcher advertising fresh monster meat that had a unique taste. Jordan noticed a counter with a sign stating that the meat was completely safe to eat. Where the butcher was cutting large pieces of meat, Jordan told a confused Igris to wait, explaining that he was going to taste the meat. He didn't go into details, deciding to first confirm his suspicions, and approached the counter. Then he reached out and placed his palm on a piece of freshly cut meat from a giant monster that had been killed only yesterday. At that very moment, a powerful wave of purple energy rushed into his body, and his hypothesis was immediately confirmed. Igris watched him with bewilderment, not understanding why he was so happy with a simple touch of meat. Coming closer with an expression of confusion and concern, she asked him what the meat felt like and why he liked it so much. Trying to keep his cool, Jordan replied that the meat simply seemed fresher than usual. Having confirmed his theory, Jordan decided to buy some animal meat to conduct an experiment at home, which greatly surprised Igris. He wasn't surprised by her reaction, since such meat is incredibly expensive, and even the cheapest option cost almost 1,000 yuan per kilogram. Having decided to go with this particular option, he took a package of pieces of ghost cuttlefish. Igris panicked and remarked that it was too expensive and that he should ask his mother's permission first. However, Jordan simply smiled, patted her head, and told her not to worry about it. He decided to lie to her a little, saying that his mother had already told him to buy some meat from these monsters. He remembered his mother happily agreeing to cook a monster meat dinner for them together. The main reason was to test whether the life essence could be absorbed through consumption. The cashier thanked him, but as they left, Jordan thought about how expensive the meat had been. By the time they finished shopping, it was already very late, and a dark, starry night had spread over the city. Knowing that there had been unrest in the city recently, they decided to go straight home for safety. Unable to wait, Jordan carefully placed his hand on the package of meat in the basket of his bike. The system confirmed that he had absorbed a particle of the ghostly shadow squid's life essence. She also notified him that he had unlocked a new creature guide, but the progress was only 0.1%. As they drove through the quiet streets, Jordan did the math and realized that a small amount of meat would only release a fraction of his power. He estimates that to achieve 100% progress, he would have to eat about 1,000 kilograms, which would cost a staggering 100,000 yuan. He noted that the squid's ability to dissolve in water and disappear was incredibly useful, and decided it was worth the expense. Then he realized that he needed to earn a large sum of money because he could not ask his family for that much. Then he remembered the second reason for the purchase, to check whether the meat would spoil after absorbing its life essence. He glanced at the packaging, but the meat looked perfectly fresh and untouched. He smiled with satisfaction and noted that the product did not spoil after its life essence was absorbed. However, his concentration was interrupted by Igris's cry, warning him of danger. He slammed on the brakes, stopping just inches from a couple of people in the bike lane, and apologized. Then he mentally scolded himself for his inattention and wondered why the alley was so crowded. Igris pointed forward and they saw a muscular red-haired man holding a woman hostage at knife point. The girl, in horror, recognized the victim as their teacher while the criminal threatened to kill her. The police captain gave a command to one of the officers, ordering them not to shoot unnecessarily because the hostage was too close. When another officer suggested using sleeping gas, the captain refused, fearing it would only provoke the criminal. While the police hesitated, Jordan decided to take action himself and quietly picked up a small stone from the ground. Taking proper aim, he threw it with incredible speed and accuracy, causing it to cut through the air with a whistle. The projectile hit the criminal's hand precisely, causing him to scream and drop the knife, and the teacher was freed. Taking advantage of this, the police captain ordered his team to act, and the officers rushed forward. They very quickly and decisively arrested the disarmed man, while a policewoman calmed the teacher down. Igris looked at him wide-eyed and asked if he had thrown the stone, but he gently replied that they were better off. However, at that moment, a commanding voice was heard ordering them to stop immediately. The police captain called out to them and asked if Jordan was the one who threw the rock. The captain watched them drive away and noted to himself that it was strange to see a man unwilling to admit to a good deed. He then noted out loud that bravery usually comes with a reward, which is expressed in monetary terms. The mention of a reward immediately caught the attention of Jordan, who could really use a little money right now. In dire need of money, he slammed on the brakes, stopped, and returned to the captain. He then admitted that it was he who threw the stone, explaining that he did it to save himself, and added that money was really important now. The captain told him to come to the station to file a report and promised to help him apply for a reward. However, as the police led the arrested suspect away in handcuffs, the criminal's face began to distort grotesquely. The police realized with horror that he was a heretic who, right before their eyes, mutated into a giant, ugly rat. The creature tore the handcuffs apart and, with a furious roar, immediately attacked one of the officers. The captain immediately radioed the order to open fire, while also ordering that civilians be covered. The police started shooting, but the bullets were useless against the thick skin of this wild monster. Realizing how dangerous everything was, Jordan apologized, grabbed Igris and their teacher, and then dragged them away, ordering them to run. He was glad that the monster did not chase them, but he understood that he could not hesitate for a single second. As they ran away, a figure shrouded in a purple aura descended from the sky. It was a female cyborg in sleek, futuristic armor who struck the rat with great force, causing it to stagger back. The blow was so powerful that, in addition to this, the rat also jumped back several tens of meters. Then, hovering in the air, the cyborg began to charge the laser cannon built into the armor, aimed directly at the chest of the monster. Waiting for the right moment, she released a destructive beam of purple energy that should destroy this creature. A powerful stream of light completely engulfed the mutant rat. The creature let out a death roar and crumbled to ashes. Jordan watched what was happening, amazed by the incredible power of this cyborg, who turned out to be much stronger than the previous one. When the danger had passed, the teacher and Igris breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they were now safe. However, Jordan himself suddenly turned his attention to the piece of meat that he had been carrying in his basket all this time. He looked into the basket of his bicycle and discovered that the expensive squid meat had gone bad and was giving off a disgusting smell. Then he realized that his original hypothesis was correct. Consuming life essence actually spoils the meat. Jordan decided to shift the blame onto the battle and the dead heretic by staging a dramatic scene and throwing the corrupted tentacle to the ground. After this, they were going to return home, but the police captain asked them to go with the security team. Unexpectedly, they were placed in the same van where the heretic's remains were. But after the laser strike, only a pile of ash remained. As Jordan sat in the stuffy van, a new thought occurred to him. He remembered that the fangs of animals retained their life essence for a long time. It occurred to him that perhaps there were traces of life energy left in this corpse as well. If so, he could try to absorb the Rat King's gene, thereby significantly improving his skills. The system immediately confirmed that he had absorbed a trace of the mutant rat's life essence, opening a guide with 5% progress. He was amazed by the amount of energy absorbed, and realized that the freshness of the source directly affected the volume of essence absorbed. However, the accompanying officer noticed his movement and told him to sit still, and Jordan quickly replied that he just wanted to stretch his legs. Later, at the public security department, he realized that the security captain was much more observant. He reported that the application for the award for bravery had already been submitted, but then moved on to questioning. The conversation was interrupted by Igris, who shouted that her aunt had arrived, and when Jordan was surprised to see his parents running into the station. The mother rushed towards him with a frightened expression on her face, but in this situation her emotions were more than understandable. When she reached her son, the first thing she did was hug him tightly and ask if he was okay. He tried to calm her down, and then his mother made him promise that next time he would first hide in a safe place. Jordan was clearly touched by her words and the realization that he had perhaps the best parents in the world. As they left the station, he assured his mother that he would always put his own safety first. On his way out, Jordan passed two female police officers who were discussing the incident. One of them noted that the cult of the rat god is becoming increasingly brazen, while her colleague reported that the detained heretic was a student. The name of the Rat King instantly caught Jordan's attention, and he decided to find out everything related to this entity. To his surprise, he discovered a wealth of data and learned that the cult's main base was in Shanghai and that its members were social outcasts. Then he came across the astonishing information that the Rat King was striving to evolve into a higher form of life. This information caused Jordan to worry, because perhaps the Rat King had already developed its own mind, like an abnormal beast. How deep this creature's influence can extend remains to be seen, but it is already clear that it will not be easy. Suddenly, he looks out the window and comes across a very strange sight that attracts his attention. He noticed a giant rat the size of a large dog on the sidewalk and wondered if it was connected to the Rat King. He quickly dismissed the idea, deciding that such rats were common in the south of the country and that there was a simpler explanation. Then he noticed that Igris had become strangely quiet and tried to understand what the reason was. He understood quite well that since childhood, whenever the girl was nervous or scared, she could not control her bladder. Although it always confused him, Jordan believed that this reaction was perhaps due to some hidden potential in her body. When they got home, Eliza was horrified to find that the expensive beast meat, worth almost 3,000 yuan, was missing. Lin quickly came up with an excuse, awkwardly explaining that he must have dropped the meat while fleeing the scene. The mother immediately declared that her son's safety was more important than any money and told him to forget about the purchase. Inwardly, Lin sighed with relief, glad that he had been able to deceive her. However, Terrence proved more stubborn and said that he was going to go back himself and find the expensive meat. Jordan tried to stop him, warning him that it was too dangerous and that the meat was already spoiled. Meanwhile, in the empty office of the Public Security Department, the police captain was still pondering the strange events of the night. Smoking a cigarette, he couldn't understand how an ordinary schoolboy could throw a stone with such incredible accuracy and force. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise around the corner, and when he turned around, he saw that there was a huge rat sitting on top of the filing cabinet. Before he could react, the creature jumped down, hoping to destroy the little man before he could escape. The captain instantly pulled out his pistol and opened fire, firing several quick and accurate shots. The next day in class, Jordan sat at his desk thinking about the events of the previous night. He came to the conclusion that he was still too weak. He then decided that he had to urgently find a way to earn money to buy more meat from beasts like the ghost shadow squid. He considered becoming an influencer or selling educational materials, but quickly dismissed both as too high-profile an idea. Then a thought struck him that instantly put an end to the question of choosing a money-making hobby. In this world, martial arts and gene synthesis are valued more than academic achievement, and therefore action is needed. Later, he headed to the gymnasium in Building C, where the school's martial arts team was training. There he found Coach Go, calmly drinking from a thermos, and greeted him. The surprised coach asked if he had come to join the team or if he simply wanted to know more about it. His eyes, as before, simply glowed with enthusiasm, because he clearly dreamed of getting such a strong athlete into the national team. Instead of answering, Jordan carefully clarified whether participation gives the opportunity to compete in city tournaments and how big the prize money is. The coach smiled and confirmed that there were chances, and the amounts were quite significant, reaching tens of thousands. Hearing this, Jordan shook the coach's hand and announced that he was joining the team that very day. Coach Go was delighted and gathered his students to announce the new fighter who would now be training with them. He introduced Jordan and then introduced him to Charles, Harvey, Leslie, and Hunter, who would now be his comrades. Since he had never formally studied martial arts, Coach Go showed him basic punching and kicking techniques. He explained that although the movements appear simple, they are not easy to master and will take a lot of time. As an example, he mentioned that even the most capable student, Leslie, needed a week to perfect them. Thanks to my innate attribute, I have already completely memorized and understood the technique simply by watching the demonstration. When he started performing fist punches, the system immediately awarded him points for strength, dexterity, and skill. The coach and the entire team watched in stunned silence, and his jaw dropped and he almost dropped the thermos. He wondered how someone could perfectly learn complex fighting forms after only seeing them once. Watching the flawless performance, he came to the conclusion that he was looking at a one-in-a-million martial arts prodigy. That evening in Shanghai, Eliza called her son to dinner, saying that she had tried very hard to prepare his food. He ran impatiently into the kitchen with a spoon in his hand and asked what she had cooked, hoping to get a lot of protein and energy. The woman proudly showed him a large plate of ghostly shadow squid. The aroma was so strong and appetizing that Jordan said it smelled delicious and incredibly tasty. His mother told him to eat while the food was hot, and he took a bite and remarked that her cooking was the best in the world. Pleased, she replied that she had bought 1.5 kilograms of squid especially for him and asked him to eat more. While Jordan was eating, a new system notification appeared, stating that he had absorbed the remaining life essence of the ghostly shadow squid. Then he realized to his disappointment that eating cooked meat worked just as effectively as raw meat. During dinner, their attention was drawn to a news report where the presenter was talking about a 14-year-old genius girl. After merging with the energy core, her body gained superhuman abilities and incredible strength. Watching this, Jordan wondered which path of development was the stronger of the two possible ones. Then the broadcast was interrupted by a breaking news report that the captain of the city's security service had been killed in his office. Jordan was shocked and remembered the large rat he had seen the previous evening and wondered if it was related. After the police captain's death, he dedicated himself to a grueling exercise regimen, and over time his results improved. He ran 100 meters in 4.61 seconds, jumped 5.3 meters high, and could lift up to 1,200 kilograms with one hand. His strength became astounding, and in addition to his individual training, he continued to train with the school's martial arts team. The next morning, on his way from school to the gym, he was accompanied by the curious Igris, who was very interested in what he was doing. Then on the way, they met a girl with pink hair who warmly greeted Jordan and offered him milk. She was quite sincere and really wanted him to accept her gift of true feelings. He thanked her politely, declined, and walked past with Igris, leaving the girl slightly disappointed. Charles watched from a distance behind the scenes, outraged that Jordan had rejected a gift from a girl he admired. Unable to contain his irritation, Charles stepped forward and blocked their way. He pounced on Jordan with reproaches, saying that he had been rude and had hurt the feelings of a young girl. Jordan calmly explained that he was allergic to milk, but Harvey didn't believe him and called him a blatant liar. In anger, he pointed at Jordan and challenged him to a duel, with the condition that if he lost, he would never bother him again. The system gave Jordan a notification about a new achievement mission that required him to defeat 1,000 different opponents. News of the duel quickly spread throughout the school, and the students enthusiastically decided to go and watch the battle. By the time the fight began, the gym was filled with spectators whose curiosity was consumed. The girls from Jordan's fan club loudly cheered him on, urging him to show his opponent his place. Among them is the same pink-haired student, holding a phone, getting ready to film the fight. Charles is irritated because no one believes he will win, and everyone is sure that he will lose very quickly. He decides to take advantage of the opportunity while this man is still small and weak to defeat him. Jordan says his mom is really looking forward to having him for dinner, so it's best to get the fight over as quickly as possible. Charles replies that he will be lenient and end the fight quickly if Jordan truly wants to leave quickly. Coach Go asks them to remember that friendship is much more important than this fight, and announces the start of the long-awaited duel. Charles stops the fight and says he wants to clear something up before he defeats his opponent. He states that Jordan has only been training for a month, while he has been training for almost 2 years, so he gives him the right to throw the first 3 punches. Jordan agrees to these conditions and almost immediately closes the distance between himself and his opponent. Charles doesn't have time to react to such fast movements, and Jordan decides to act quickly. The blow is so powerful that Charles receives too much kinetic energy and is thrown to the side. From such a blow, he loses consciousness and becomes completely incapacitated. Coach Go is stunned by the result, as Jordan defeats one of his best students with just 1 punch. Other students say it looks funny and don't understand how something like this could happen. Igris is one of the first to rejoice for her comrade, saying that she believed in him from the very beginning. Other girls also decide to support their idol, whom they have admired for several months. Jordan receives notification of his victory and that he has won the love of the opposite sex. He is also offered to defeat another 999 opponents, and he turns to his comrades with an offer to compete. This proposal horrifies them because they just saw what happened to Charles. They immediately turn around and say they feel dizzy and need to visit their parents. Charles claims that he does not consider this a defeat because Jordan used cunning, and if they fight again, he will definitely win. Coach Go advises Charles to accept defeat like a man and reflects on what Jordan will need to be tested. He turns to Leslie and tells him that he should stay to have some sparring sessions with him. Leslie gets into a fighting stance, apologizes to Jordan, and says she hopes he can walk after the sparring session. Jordan defeats all his opponents in 10 minutes, although he tries not to hit hard and just exchange blows. However, only defeating Charles affects the progress of his mission, and other victories bring no results. Coach Go happily announces that Jordan is a true genius, and despite only being on the team for a month, he has already become an ace. Coach Go's ambitions are evident, and he says that their school will definitely win the regional tournament. Jordan quickly realizes that a martial arts tournament is the perfect place to defeat multiple opponents. He assumes that if he beats them in the competition, it will count as progress on the task. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by the words of Charles, who wants to talk to him. With wounded pride, Charles says that he accepts defeat, and even if Jordan mocks him, he will not say a word. The details he goes into when explaining what he is willing to tolerate are a little frightening to others. Without thinking twice, they decide to turn around and run away so as not to have to deal with such oddities. In this world, high school students study either martial arts or academic disciplines, and the former is considered better. Igris also decides to train to get into the martial arts team, and she has to go through a lot. They do squats and push-ups to build strength and endurance, and she tries to keep up. After each session, Jordan relieves her muscle tension with a special massage. He himself is actively training, preparing for the upcoming tournament and intending to show himself at his best. A month later, the day of the tournament finally arrives, and it's a great chance to prove yourself. The arena where the tournament is taking place turns out to be richly decorated, and many spectators come there. Coach Go sadly announces that their school has drawn the short match and will have to face the strongest team. One of the fighters says that the enemy has a man who can run 100 meters in less than 9 seconds. Jordan turns to the coach and says that he would like to go first to test his strength. Coach Go approves of his protégé's determination and says that he will give him such an opportunity. As soon as Jordan enters the ring, Coach Go, along with Igris, begins to warmly support him, saying that they believe in him. A giant enemy appears before him, surprised by his success in such a short time. However, he states that there is no place on this stage for a short first-year student who has not yet grown up properly. By flexing his muscles, he promises to show Jordan the difference in strength and height that exists between them. The referee enters the ring and announces that the duel is about to begin, after which he orders the participants to get ready. As soon as the signal for the fight to begin sounds, Jordan's opponent rushes forward, ready to blow him to pieces. However, Jordan proves too fast for this clumsy opponent and easily dodges the blows. Using his agility, he gets to a dangerous distance to deliver the finishing blow. The giant doesn't have time to react in time and receives such severe damage that he flies off to the side. The stunned judge declares that Jordan is the clear winner. Igris waves her hands happily and says it was amazing, adding that she is proud of him. His comrades loudly support him, saying that the stupid, inflexible jock never stood a chance. The opposing team's coach begins to lecture his players, reminding them that they must not forget about kicking. Jordan receives a notification that he has defeated his opponent and has increased his rank in the tournament. Meanwhile, the coach turns to another fighter and says that the first year needs to be knocked out as quickly as possible. With a quick nod, this opponent steps into the ring looking far more menacing than the previous overconfident fighter. The judge counts to 10, after which he signals the start of a new duel. Like the previous opponent, this one takes the initiative and rushes into the attack, hoping to knock Jordan off his feet. However, Jordan is quicker and meets him with a quick dodge, followed by a punch to the body. This blow also proves incredibly powerful, sending the opponent on a long and painful flight. He lands right on the hard floor of the ring and is unable to get up due to serious injuries. The medics immediately put him on a stretcher and say that an MRI of his head is necessary, as the fighter is suspected of having a concussion. Viewers wonder what happened, assuming he was just unlucky. The opposing team's coach realizes it's not luck and points out that this newcomer is indeed a problem. After this, he turns to his best student named Godric and tells him that he should concentrate on defense. Godric calmly walks to the ring and tells his mentor that he doesn't need to worry about winning this fight. Godric speculates that Jordan isn't that strong and is simply using tricks to win. Viewers who knew Godric understand that he is truly strong and consider the victory to be his. The judge announces again that the duel is beginning and orders the participants to get ready. Godric ignores his mentor and rushes forward, unleashing a barrage of blows on his opponent. Jordan dodges every punch without any problem, feeling no pressure from his opponent. The coach asks Godric what he's doing and reminds him that he told him to focus on defense, not attack. Godric, overconfident, thinks that he is a genius and will not defend himself. Jordan notes to himself that his opponent's striking technique is interesting and memorizes it, continuing to defend himself. Godric asks Jordan why he keeps dodging, but Jordan only responds mockingly. Unable to bear the insolence, Godric rushes into the attack, hoping to crush the enemy with a new series of blows. Jordan realizes that he will not see anything new from this fighter again and decides to end the fight. He knocks out his opponent with one blow, causing the audience to react with cries of surprise. Coach Go and Igris, along with the team, continue to support their fighter, calling him the pride of the school. The next few opponents turn out to be even weaker and pose no difficulty for Jordan. He quickly deals with all the fighters from the first school, delivering light blows that still force them to surrender. Over the next 2 days, he single-handedly conquers 2 more schools without any difficulty. Thus, he leads his school to victory in the tournament without even breaking a sweat from the effort. The system notifies him that he still has 984 opponents to defeat, and Jordan understands that this will take a long time. However, the main reward for him is the prize money, with which he can buy a lot of meat. After collecting prize money from all the academic competitions, he accumulates about 30,000 yuan. However, this money is quickly spent, as monster meat is too expensive to eat often. However, in just a few training sessions, he will unlock the Ghost Cuttlefish blueprint at 33%. By his second year of high school, he advances from the normal third rank to the fourth rank and becomes even stronger. Time passes quickly, and he and Igris graduate from high school, receiving their respective diplomas. The exam results come in soon, and they are disappointing for Igris, as she is not a fighter. Igris really wants to get into the same school as her friend, but she doesn't have enough points, and Jordan tries to console her. Jordan tells her that the high school principal wants to come visit them, but Igris doubts he will be happy to see her. Jordan says there is no point in worrying, because his only condition is that Igris is also accepted into the school. The high school principal comes to their home and talks for several hours. To summarize the conversation, the principal expressed hope that Jordan would choose their school. She also says that if he chooses their school, he will be able to freely express his opinion on any issue. Jordan replies that he only has one request and expresses hope that he can study in the same class as Igris. The headmistress approaches Igris, clearly showing interest in her, and smiles. After this, she states that with the start of the school year, they can come together without worrying about it. Jordan and Igris thank the management for promising to resolve the issue and are waiting for the day of admission. After this, Jordan heads to the next tournament and easily wins the champion title. There is no point in mentioning his sporting achievements, since no one in this world can compare to him in strength. With the prize money, he decides to fulfill his long-held wish. He only has 20% left to unlock the Ghost Squid blueprint, so he buys a lot of meat. He doesn't know what unpredictable events might happen, so he goes into the forest and starts absorbing. The Ghost Cuttlefish blueprint is unlocked at 100%, and Jordan feels a sense of enlightenment. The system informs him that he is receiving a biological attribute, the blessing of water kinship. Now he can move freely and disappear without a trace into the water whenever he wants. Jordan immediately goes to test the ability at a nearby pond and discovers that his skin does not wrinkle even after being in the water for a long time. Even though the bonuses are insignificant, he considers it fair, since the cuttlefish is not the strongest monster. He thinks it's okay to wait until he's strong enough to hunt and absorb monsters like that rat on his own. With less than a week left before school starts, Igris's mother and family decide to go on a trip together. Igris, having entered the seawater, says that the water is very cold and it is not very pleasant to be in it. Jordan dives into the water and says that it always feels that way at first, then suggests that she go in gradually and get used to it. Igris, observing his results, asks him to teach her to swim too. Jordan pauses for a moment, realizing that Igris still can't swim despite her advanced age. He patiently begins to teach her, as he believes that her talent and athletic training are average and she is unlikely to ever master them. However, she quickly proves him wrong, as she feels very confident in the water. She stays afloat quite well and quickly learns to swim. In addition, she even opens her eyes underwater, although people usually cannot do this due to the salinity. She says she had no idea that looking underwater could be so easy. The joy on her face knows no bounds, and she says that being in the water is amazing. Jordan reflects that even with his own talent, mastering the swimming technique on the first try seems abnormal. This is indeed true, and after a while he realizes that there is a clear logical connection between this. He suggests that Igris may have experienced discomfort in her sleep since childhood because she was born with a water kinship. He concludes that she has a special body that is suitable for improvement, like in one of the novels he read. They continue diving, and Igris's skills amaze him more and more as she develops them almost instantly. They hold their breath underwater for more than 10 minutes, which would impress even a trained person. Igris feels as if he doesn't need to hold his breath to stay underwater. Suddenly, Igris hears a strange sound that has an extremely negative effect on her. Unable to cope with the excitement, she quickly heads for the surface and swims there at incredible speed. Jordan follows her, not lagging behind for a second, and emerges with her. He asks why she suddenly became afraid, not understanding what exactly she might have heard or seen. Igris replies that she heard a very strange sound, which scared her terribly, and so she decided to swim away. Jordan asks what it was, and Igris says it was some kind of foreign speech echoing in her ears. Jordan takes her to a hotel to calm down, then searches the internet for information but finds nothing. However, he can't sleep either, so he decides to go training to develop his skills. He can now match the strength of an adult mutated giant rat, and if he continues this way, he will become even stronger. After resting, he returns to his normal training to improve his results and run the 100 meters even faster. His high jumps are breaking new records. He's now capable of climbing to heights of up to 7 meters. It can also lift a car weighing around 600 kilograms with one hand. Although this is a small improvement over the past. Having made progress, he begins his high school education, which should bring many adventures. Jordan immediately attracts the attention of all the girls in school because they think he is very cool. However, suddenly the system notifies him that he must complete 1,000 tasks in co-op mode. He finds the reward interesting, although the system does not reveal what specific skills he will be able to possess. School is just starting, and he decides to take the opportunity to pop into the supermarket. Since the ghost cuttlefish blueprint has already been obtained, it selects a new target to absorb. While walking through the shopping rows, he suddenly notices the meat of a wild giant eagle. Without thinking twice, he realizes that he has found the perfect target to absorb in order to gain her abilities. The wild giant eagle is a mutated beast that ranks one step higher than the ghost cuttlefish. He has exceptional vision, 30 times greater than a human's, making him extremely strong. This also enhances his hunting abilities, as he can catch even mutated rabbits moving at incredible speeds. This vision greatly increases combat effectiveness, and with all this in mind, the blueprint is truly worth unlocking. Enjoying the taste of meat, he absorbs the eagle's essence and opens the blueprint by 1%. Doing a quick mental calculation, he realizes that he will need about 200,000 yuan to fully unlock all the skills. It looks like he'll have to work harder in high school to win prize money in competitions. He hopes to be able to unlock the blueprint before the end of the school year, after which he heads to school. On the first day of the new term, the class teacher and several teachers decide to introduce themselves to the students. It is the students' turn to introduce themselves, and each one tells who he is and where he came from. When it's Igris's turn, she becomes nervous, not knowing what to say about herself. Gathering her strength, she says that she loves to draw and expresses hope that she will make friends with everyone. Jordan introduces himself straightforwardly and adds that he hopes to get along with the others. Time flies by, and after everyone introduces themselves, the bell rings, after which a classmate approaches Igris. A cute girl asks her what score she got on her high school entrance exam. Igris turns to a girl named Cherie and replies that she scored 79 points, after which he asks her about her result. Cherie congratulates her on this result and says that she herself scored 11 points less, only 68. After this, she asks about the sports exams, adding that she herself got a result of 95. Igris says with embarrassment that her result is not so impressive, since she only scored 79. Cherie continues to question her friend curiously and wants to know how many points she received in total. Igris replies that her result is quite low, making it clear that she does not want to give an exact figure. Cherie doesn't understand the hints and continues to persistently ask how many points exactly Igris scored. Suddenly, Jordan walks up to Cherie and places his hand forcefully on her desk, interrupting the conversation. He asks if she can add him on a special messenger, and she instantly switches her attention to him. Igris is glad that Jordan is helping her, because otherwise she would have to embarrass herself in front of the whole class. Jordan approaches a student named Holland and invites him to join the group chat as well. In this way, he quickly organizes a small correspondence of 4 people. To his surprise, the system counts this as a joint action, and he understands that completing the tasks will not be so easy. Holland comes from a neighboring town, and his family has run martial arts schools for generations. The Cherry family owns a chain of clothing stores with several branches throughout the area, making them very wealthy. Jordan and Igris also talk about themselves, and soon the 4 of them become an inseparable group that shares everything. Just as they are about to end their conversation, Holland suddenly suggests guessing who is the strongest in the class. Cherie assumes that Jordan is the strongest because he scores the highest on the entrance exams. Holland looks at him in surprise and asks if he is really that strong. He adds that being the strongest in the area isn't everything, since there are 2 students in their class whom the principal knows personally. One of these students is Godric, who came 3rd in the exam and ran the 100 meters in 7 seconds. He also says that the big guy in the far right lane named Liam is born with superpowers. Jordan remains unperturbed, realizing that he himself has been showing all these results since elementary school. After the bell rings, it's time to get textbooks on the main subjects that will be covered this year. He already studies them in childhood, so in his free time he goes to train in secluded places so that he is not disturbed. The rat god cult still exists, and the police are only arresting heretics, but they haven't found the leader yet. The first practical task is survival in the wild, and even here there is no need to worry about Jordan. Holland feels a little nervous, saying such skills are rarely needed in everyday life. However, Godric and Liam immediately begin to make fire using friction, hoping to get ahead of the others. The teacher watches them in amazement and says that they are very skilled, since they were able to make fire so quickly. Godric and Liam explain that in high school they take extra courses so they get the knowledge they need ahead of time. After they finish, the others try to imitate them, and Jordan does it very quickly. The next martial arts lesson becomes a great opportunity to test your strength and improve your performance. Although it looks a little funny from the outside, Godric and Liam still manage to complete the tasks. A month later, the teacher comes into the class and says it's time to check their progress with the test. He adds that they will receive a reward for this test, explaining that first place will bring 888 yuan. Jordan realizes that this is a generous reward, enough to buy 250 grams of wild giant eagle meat. He also realizes that a monetary incentive will force everyone to work to the limit of their abilities. Less than an hour later, the test is over, and in the next lesson, another teacher also decides to give out a reward for the test. Holland is glad that it's finally over and says he can now get some rest. A discussion arises among students about how difficult these tests are. While most people complain about the difficult questions, Godric and Liam continue to boast that it was easy for them. Holland looks at them sadly and wonders if they will always brag, hoping that someday they will stop. After some time, the teacher announces that the test results are ready and is about to announce them. Igris gets a passing grade, and Jordan congratulates her, saying that perseverance always pays off. Holland gets an 88, which is a respectable result for any student. He feels incredibly happy and says that if he takes third place, he will treat all the students. He then reports that Godric and Liam both received 95 points, adding that they only failed one task. Godric and Liam claim that if they were given a little more time, they would have completed all the tasks perfectly. Holland knows these two are just showing off, but he's confident he'll still take third place. Jordan says the test was difficult, but someone still managed to get a perfect score. The teacher then reveals that the student is Jordan, leaving Godric and Liam in shock. Holland and the rest of the students admire Jordan, saying he will bring glory to their school and city. Jordan raises his hand and asks when he will receive the 888 yuan reward for first place. The teacher replies that there is no need to worry, as he will send the prize in a personal red envelope. Later, the results are announced for another subject, which turns out to be even more difficult than the previous one. Godric and Liam get decent grades, considering most of the class completely fails the test. Igris receives 78 points and is among the top 5 students in the class. Jordan again achieves the highest possible score, surprising the rest of the students. Godric and Liam wonder how it was possible to perform at their best on such a difficult test. They both claim it's impossible and Jordan must be cheating somehow. The teacher replies that he personally prepares this test, and the answers to it cannot be found on the internet, so cheating is excluded. Cherie and Holland start laughing at Godric and Liam, hoping no one will ask how much they got themselves. The next lunch break passes quickly, and the first-year students begin their wilderness survival test. The teacher says that the reward for this test is the same as for the previous tests. Godric and Liam come to the conclusion that, despite their losses, they must regain their position in this particular test. They decide to go all out, declaring that they will do everything in their power to defeat Jordan and avenge their humiliation. Once the test begins, Jordan effortlessly takes first place in rock climbing as he is the fastest. His strength and speed are so high that no one can compare to him, despite all efforts. However, at the moment he is most worried about Igris, who is in last place. In the next class, she lights a fire in 58 seconds, setting a new class record. Swimming becomes the final test. But this time, the duo of Godric and Liam loses not only to Jordan, but also to Igris. After this test, they become unusually quiet and do not talk much, but this does not last long. During martial arts class, the teacher announces that the top 3 will receive awards and everyone should try their best. Godric and Liam reflect on how they will definitely not lose in martial arts because they are in good physical condition. The teacher explains that the upcoming night test will have 3 stages, including running, one-arm weightlifting, and a high jump. Jordan effortlessly takes first place in every stage, without even exerting his muscles at full capacity. He deliberately restrains himself so as not to arouse suspicion, and is only slightly superior to his rivals. This comes as another blow to Godric and Liam, who did not expect that even here Jordan could get ahead of them. They console each other, believing that a loss in physical training does not mean defeat in sparring. After the physical fitness test, everyone goes to the ring for sparring in the martial arts department. Because of Jordan's impressive physical fitness, no one dares to go against him. Not even Godric and Liam dare. The teacher loses patience and orders one of the students to come forward to fight Jordan. Jordan realizes that this opponent is unlikely to pose a serious threat and decides not to drag out the fight. To avoid wasting time, he quickly defeats the enemy with one blow. Jordan realizes that he will have to speed up in order to defeat all the remaining enemies in a short time. Godric and Liam watch him with genuine surprise, realizing that he is too strong to fight them. Cherie jumps into the ring and announces that he's finished warming up, challenging Liam to a fight. He adds that his body is in peak condition, so he needs a worthy opponent to beat. Liam jumps into the ring, saying he has 30 seconds to deal with his opponent. Holland decides to immediately go on the offensive and rushes forward, hoping to deal with his opponent. In practice, it becomes clear that being Jordan's friend is not enough to be of any significance. The overconfident Holland, rushing forward during another attack, makes a fatal mistake that costs him the victory. Liam grabs his leg and starts spinning him from side to side to drain his strength. After this, he throws him out of the ring, wanting to break him of the habit of acting too self-confident. However, he praises Holland, noting that his technique commands respect. Jordan jumps into the ring and declares that it is his turn to fight Liam. Liam realizes that this will be good training, and even though he knows he might lose, he accepts the challenge. Rushing forward, he prepares to deliver several blows to his opponent's face. Jordan stands unperturbed, as if he is not at all bothered by the huge enemy rushing towards him. This happens because he calculates every move perfectly, allowing him to dodge at the last moment. Once behind his opponent, he delivers a quick attack that instantly disables them. The other students approach Godric, saying that his best friend has been badly beaten and that he needs to intervene. Godric jumps into the ring and announces that he was planning to fight anyway. He realizes that he might lose, so he decides to improvise to find a way to win. Rushing forward, he gives it his all, unaware that a crushing defeat awaits him. Jordan effortlessly intercepts his attack and prepares to counter. Godric is not fast enough to dodge and takes the full damage. He is thrown several tens of meters to the side and loses consciousness. Immediately after this, Jordan defeats the remaining students one by one, landing only one hit on each. According to the terms of the mission, victories over the same enemy count as one. This means that all he can do is spar with the girls, but he doesn't want to use force against them. However, the girls express great enthusiasm when it comes to the possibility of fighting Jordan. He easily finds himself behind one of the girls who challenged him and knocks her to the ground. The girl gets very upset, since her goal was to try to hug him and not to actually fight. After this, the other girls also challenge him, but none of them succeed. There is still a lot of time left until the end of the assignment, and he is a little disappointed. But the teacher announces good news. The teacher informs them that in a month their class will be competing against second-year students, so they need to prepare. Liam promises that he will definitely take revenge on Jordan for the defeat and will try to become stronger. Godric makes the same promise, while Jordan ponders what he will spend the money he has earned on. Godric and Liam take it personally, and Jordan doesn't even pay attention to them. After a while, night falls over the city, and Jordan returns home to make some small inquiries. Despite the small prize received, it was still not enough to buy the required amount of meat. To earn a little extra money, he creates a writer's account and begins a career as an author. He wakes up to an unexpected contract offer as his novel gains unprecedented popularity. After signing the contract through his personal account, he learns the news that a giant mutant rat has attacked a refrigerator containing mutant meat. This rat is over 5 meters long and bites the cyborg in half during the battle. The cyborg immediately activates a hidden backup power source to self-destruct and destroy the mutant. Even though the rat is blown up, it raises an important question that Jordan doesn't have an answer to. He can't figure out how many giant rats are lurking in the city and how they manage to remain undetected. Since this question remains unanswered, the action moves to the next day in the high school gym. The teacher announces that today, everyone will be fighting against high school girls and boys. Jordan jumps into the ring, realizing that to gain new attributes, he needs to defeat as many opponents as possible. One of the girls asks how she can fight the strongest student if she is the weakest. His colleague asks how he dared to send his weakest students to fight against one of his strongest charges. The teacher nods quickly, then turns to Jordan and tells him to come down and give way to the weaker ones. Jordan goes downstairs in frustration, realizing that he has just lost a major part of the winning points. After this, he turns to another student and tells her that she should go first, but she panics and replies that she is not ready yet. Igris states that she is the weakest fighter, so she should be the one to go into battle. As she steps into the ring, she wonders what to do, feeling very nervous because she has never fought before. Cherie and Holland begin to encourage her, saying that she will definitely cope with her opponent. Igris realizes that she is now starting to panic even more because of the pressure that is being put on her. Suddenly, her opponent acts much more boldly and decides to rush into attack first, without waiting for Igris to take the initiative. She unleashes a barrage of blows on Igris, forcing Jordan's friend to go on the defensive. Igris reflects that even if she doesn't win, she will at least try to hold out as long as possible to tire out her opponent. After 3 minutes, the opponent begins to think that at this rate she will soon run out of steam and decides to end the fight. Concentrating all her strength, she delivers a powerful blow that knocks Igris off balance and sends her flying. The unfortunate girl falls hard onto the hard floor and gets seriously bruised. After this, she gets up and, feeling ashamed, goes to her comrade to get support. The teacher, however, praises her, saying that she focused correctly on defense and that it was very smart. Jordan notes that this is a good result since Igris lasted 3 minutes against a high school student. Another first-year student enters the next battle, determined to try and deliver the finishing blow at the opportune moment. It turns out that this plan is unsuccessful, since the opponent still has enough strength to dodge. A series of kicks fails because the white-haired girl is too agile. Having misjudged her coordination, the student makes a serious mistake and immediately receives a powerful blow to the head. This causes her to fall and her opponent to sit on her back, forcing her to submit. Standing up, the high school girl asks who suggested attacking without protection and declares that it won't work that way. She adds that her rival does indeed have less talent, but she trained a year longer. After a while, Cherie enters the ring, determined to avenge her friends. She swears that she will achieve great results and defeat everyone who tried to offend Igris. After some time, she already achieved victory, having managed to defeat several opponents at once. Igris looks at her friend and says that she is incredibly strong and fights very well. Jordan continues to encourage her, saying that if she hadn't worn out the high schooler, Cherie would have had a harder time. 2 hours later, the martial arts teacher's colleague remarks that he looks like he's going to lose his dinner to him. The teacher replies that it is too early to talk about it, as he still has a few aces up his sleeve. After this, he turns to Holland and says that it is time to prove himself. Holland is ready to fight any opponent who decides to step into the ring against him. He turns to the high school student and tells him that his fists are yearning for a good fight, hoping to quench his fighting spirit. The opponent advises him to stop dramatizing and get down to business. Holland replies that he will not tolerate anyone ruining his moment of glory and instantly knocks out his opponent with a swift punch. The high school student doesn't expect that his opponent, who is a year younger, will be so strong. Holland accuses him of arrogance and says that one cannot despise others while remaining a weakling. A few moments later, another student enters the ring, declaring that such an insolent fellow needs to be taught a lesson. He rushes forward and offers to test his strength, hoping to defeat him with one blow. Holland proves to be agile enough to dodge, despite his opponent's physical superiority. Using an acrobatic move, he knocks out his opponent, leaving him no chance. Thus, another opponent is defeated by the unstoppable Holland. Cherry and Igris support their comrade, saying that they always knew he would cope with his enemies. Supported by his girlfriends, he continues to defeat one opponent after another without much difficulty. Some of them put up serious resistance, but he still wins. His self-confidence is growing rapidly, and this can lead to him becoming overconfident. Eventually, he starts to run out of steam, but still claims to be able to take down 10 people in a row. His next opponent knocks him down because Holland is too exhausted to fight at full strength. However, this does not mean that Jordan's team no longer has strong allies capable of defeating the second-year players. One of these turns out to be Godric, whom the teacher calls into the ring to support his team. As expected, he defeats 10, relying on his impressive strength and incredible endurance. However, after some time, he too runs out of steam and suffers defeat in an unequal battle. Liam comes out next and knocks out 2 of his strongest opponents in less than 10 minutes. From the outside, it looks like a real mountain of muscles that is impossible to overcome. The teacher turns to his colleague and asks if he wants to give up, adding that he still has a chance. The teacher replies that he strongly doubts the possibility of losing this fight. With these words, he calls upon a student named Vladimir to step into the ring and show his power. Liam doesn't attach much importance to this opponent, believing that he is facing an ordinary huge fat man. His determination remains strong, and he is ready to take on an opponent even if he is larger in size. However, as soon as his blows begin to land on Vladimir's body, It becomes clear that they do no harm. Liam feels like he's kicking rubber, impervious to any damage. He decides to continue the barrage of blows, but despite all his efforts, he fails to achieve results. Liam is already starting to get nervous, realizing that his opponent's skin is too thick and he cannot pierce it no matter how hard he tries. Vladimir asks his opponent if he is finished with his pathetic attempts, after which he declares that it is now his turn. Liam finds himself trapped in a steel vise with little opportunity to escape from such a grip. Vladimir doesn't see his opponent as a serious contender and simply throws him out of the ring. A martial arts teacher asks his colleague where he got such a talented student whom no one had seen before. The colleague replies that this student only comes to him this quarter, so he hasn't remembered him yet. Surprised by such circumstances, he realizes that his opponent did have a trump card after all. After this, he decides to encourage Jordan, believing in his victory, and tells him that he should try to get the most out of the experience. However, the main character reassures the teacher, saying that he doesn't need to worry because he will win. Vladimir looks thoughtfully at his opponent and says that he doesn't have the habit of offending the small and weak. The girls start to get indignant, saying that he shouldn't be arrogant, and threaten to make shashlik out of him. Such words do not offend the good-natured giant, who, despite his strength, is not used to offending women. Smiling, he says he will allow Jordan to land 10 punches on his body. He adds that he does not want to be accused later of oppressing the weak and winning unfairly. Jordan smiles and says that he is quite happy with these conditions. Vladimir shows his fighting stance and says that he will simply stand there while Jordan can give it his all. However, the next blow Jordan delivers to the giant is incredibly powerful. He is so strong that even a strong man like Vladimir is thrown into the air and falls out of the ring. As it falls, it leaves behind a huge cloud of smoke as it accelerates to high speed. The spectators watch in amazement as the giant fighter is taken out with a single blow and cannot believe their eyes. However, their surprise quickly turns to joyful cries that Jordan has won. Vladimir still can't believe he's out of the ring and is trying to figure out what happened. A colleague of the martial arts teacher encourages his friend by saying that Jordan is very strong. He also adds that this man is almost as strong as Todd, to which he replies that Todd was still on another level. Jordan listens to their conversation with interest and asks who Todd is. They inform him that Todd graduated a few years ago and won an elite graduating class in his first year. The martial arts teacher adds that this student is capable of running 100 meters in 6 seconds and lifting a 650-kilogram barbell. Jordan notes that he was so strong already after finishing elementary school. Meanwhile, the action moves to a restaurant, where all the students decide to celebrate Jordan's incredible victory. The teacher claims that it is only thanks to Jordan that the class teacher loses the bet and treats everyone. That's why everyone is raising a toast to Jordan's health and praising him. They ask him how he trains, hoping to learn some secret to become stronger. Jordan notices that Igris hasn't changed at all and is still trying to get him food to make him feel better. Igris suddenly begins to feel unwell and a look of surprise appears on her face. She says she needs to step away for a bit and quickly runs to the restroom. Jordan watches her and realizes that Igris remains the same. After some time, Igris comes out of the booth, deep in thought. But it turns out that she is not alone. The other girls talk about her behind her back, saying that she is a clingy girl who is always courting Jordan. Igris approaches them and says that she is not a clingy person at all, despite what they think. As she leaves the room, she says that they are just childhood friends, so they get along well with each other. After a while, Jordan asks Igris why she looks sad, as if something happened to her. Igris says her mother told her that when she grows up, everything will be fine and she will no longer wet her pants. She also shares the important detail that she still wakes up in a wet bed and has to wear a diaper. She sadly says that she feels like a disabled person who cannot control her trips to the toilet. Jordan reassures her that she is not disabled at all. Taking her by the shoulders, he declares that all of this is her superpower, which she has not yet awakened. Igris looks at him in surprise and asks if she really does have any superpowers. Jordan confidently replies that this is exactly the case, as her swimming talent serves as proof. Igris says Jordan was also amazing as a child and probably has his own superpower. Jordan happily says that they both have great talents and are each unique in their own way. Igris says that if this is really true, then she is very interested in what her superpower is. Jordan assures her that her power is probably very powerful and will allow her to achieve a lot. After some time, they encounter a rowdy store owner who is trying to drive away the exterminators. They explain to him that they are not destroying him, but helping him, and will not allow his babies to crawl away. His eyes become strange and he tells them to stop killing his brothers. Realizing that the exterminators are not listening, he rushes at them with a broom, saying that he will show them. Igris asks Jordan if he is crazy, and he says that it is quite possible. He also explains that such people suffer from mental disorders and recommends that Igris not interfere. After some time, he returns home, where the news shows a report about a young teacher who went missing after classes. Eliza looks at the screen in surprise and says that this is already the fourth case of a girl going missing in a month. Terrence says she missed another report, adding that in fact there are already 5 girls missing. The news reports that all 5 missing girls were young and very beautiful. Eliza tells Jordan that it's dangerous outside now, so he should keep an eye on Igris. Meanwhile, we are transported to the police station, where all this time life has been in full swing due to missing people. This time, a man is brought in for questioning after he attacks ordinary people trying to kill rats. The patrol officers question him and then find out if this person has any mental disorders. The doctor reports that the patient is silent, as if involuntarily, but the patrolmen claim that he screams non-stop at the market. However, after a few moments, something terrible happens, which makes it clear why this behavior is happening. The thing is that the former salesman is rapidly mutating, turning into a giant rat. They immediately request cyborg support, as this monster is proving to be a serious threat. After some time, they try to deal with him using automatic weapons, but their killing power is not enough. One of the employees reports that the operational headquarters says that all the cyborgs are on missions, so reinforcements will arrive in 10 minutes. The boss orders her to get into the car quickly, as they are going to lure the monster into a trap. The girl quickly jumps into the car, closes the door behind her, and manages to buckle up. The driver shifts the car's gears and presses the gas pedal to lure the monster. The giant rat immediately follows them, and they decide to head up the mountain to buy more time. Over time, they manage to escape into the tunnel, after which they successfully get out of it. The monster, however, does not lag behind and tries to cause a collapse of the tunnel in order to knock them off the road. Due to debris falling on the road, the car loses control and flips over several times. The girl, who was seriously injured, realizes that it is too late and they will not be able to save themselves. The rat finally reaches the car and prepares to attack the people inside. However, a few moments later, several rockets hit it. The emerging cyborg reports that the target has been successfully captured and continues the attack. The rat doesn't have time to do anything, as its body is constantly bombarded with miniature missiles. However, when the smoke clears, it becomes clear that the rat was able to dig a huge hole and escape. Meanwhile, we are transported to the city, where it is already 3 o'clock in the morning. Jordan offers to write his novels, which he writes magnificently and brings in a lot of money. That night he can't sleep, so he decides to take a walk down a small alley to assess the results of his training. Now he runs 100 meters in just 3 seconds, and his high jump reaches 7 meters. If he continues to improve in this way, he will soon be able to achieve sainthood through the development of his physical abilities. However, after some time he hears strange noises and decides to visit the alley to find out what it is. Peering into the shadows, he sees a strange creature that resembles a hybrid of a human and a rat. The ugly werewolf apologizes, explaining that he is simply very hungry. Jordan realizes that this must be related to the giant mutant rat that has been reported in the news. He decides to run away and notify the police, but the werewolf notices him and tries to quickly devour him. The rat rushes towards the wall and makes a series of jumps to reach its prey. Jordan realizes that he has a hard time dodging the attack, so he decides to get ahead of his opponent and strike. The blow turns out to be quite powerful, and the rat is thrown back several tens of meters. The monster wonders where an ordinary schoolboy gets the strength to knock him away with one blow. Jordan is clearly up to something, but the rat can't keep up with his movements. It was too late, and a few moments later a small stone hit the rat right in the head, piercing it right through. Jordan realizes that he can't give the creature time to recover and decides to finish it off as quickly as possible. He throws a lot of stones at the rat's body so that its body turns into a sieve, incapable of regeneration. After some time, he finally makes sure that the enemy is completely dead. Having achieved what he wanted, he comes closer and touches the cooling biomass to absorb it. Having received a very modest number of points, he understands that he was facing a weak opponent. He decides that it is time to return, as morning is coming and it is not safe to stay here. After some time, a cyborg arrives at this place and asks who was able to kill the werewolf. Meanwhile, we are transported to an unknown place, characterized by incredible gloom. Nearby, there is a giant circle with many candles lit around it. A cultist decides to sacrifice a beautiful, unconscious woman and asks God to accept the offering. A dark creature appears out of nowhere and asks why they only bring him one woman. The cultist explains that he did not mean to offend the rat deity and asks for a little time to explain himself. He adds that human women have become cautious and do not go out at night. The Rat King says that this is no excuse, and next time the cultist can bring a man. The cultist quickly nods and states that he understands the order perfectly, which will be carried out immediately next time. The rat god throws him a small piece of meat to reward him for his faithful service. A cultist with disgusting teeth bites into raw meat and thanks his master for the gift. Meanwhile, the creepy creature kills sleeping women and begins to slowly pull them towards its jaws. It consumes the unfortunate woman who had no chance of salvation. After this, the creature declares that it is impossible to catch ordinary people since their meat is tasteless, and now it needs aristocrats. The next day, Jordan decides to help Igris improve her martial arts skills as quickly as possible and trains her. They spend a lot of time training, which brings incredible results. Jordan is an excellent teacher because there is no task in this world that he cannot do perfectly. Further results and successive training depend solely on Igris, and she strives to succeed. Jordan praises her, noting that she picks good angles of attack that can produce amazing amounts of power. Igris continues her training, hoping that she will even be able to surprise her mentors. Jordan does, however, make important comments about how to best position yourself when kicking and punching. Of course, despite all her efforts, she understands that without the right technique, she would never have been able to inflict any serious damage on him. After a certain amount of time, Igris says that she is very tired, but feels much stronger than before. She wonders if they can train every day to grow even faster, but Jordan says that's unnecessary. He explains to her that if she trains every day, she simply won't have time to recover, and then everything will be bad. Igris agrees with his arguments and says that she is only willing to work out 3 times a week, when suddenly she hears her phone vibrate. Coming closer to her friend, she asks him if there is any breaking news on TV or the internet yet. The news shows a report that the corporation is announcing on its official website that it is providing free assistance to a cyborg girl. It is also reported that geniuses from Kyoto universities are successfully merging with the animal gene, breaking records. Jordan is extremely surprised by this, as people usually only experience fusion as adults. That evening, he receives a lot of additional comments about his novel, saying that it is great. Thanks to his biological attributes, after a month of practice, he can now easily describe 10,000 words per hour. Terrence and they praise him and say that if he continues in the same spirit, he will be able to earn a lot of money in the first month. Jordan is impressed by such amounts and understands that soon he will not have to worry about money. At the next martial arts class, his teacher decides to test all the participants. Jordan, as usual, conquers this training stage, knocking out opponents with one shot and without putting in much effort. He is given some money for first place so that he can spend it on his own needs. Igris still can't beat anyone and is in last place in her class, but her progress is noticeable. The last time she fought her second-to-last opponent in strength, she was knocked out of the ring with one punch within 3 seconds. This time she lasted almost 3 minutes and landed several punches and kicks, which is already a good result. The teacher, seeing her progress, praises her and inspires her to continue training in the same spirit. He also announces that in 3 months she will have to challenge the strongest class, the elite second years. His students are delighted with this arrangement and immediately agree, promising to train hard. Meanwhile, Jordan spends all his savings on buying new giant wild eagle meat. This time he stumbles upon a generous offer, as there is a sale going on that offers a significant discount. Jordan decides it's best to wait and says he'll hold off on buying the meat for now. The next day, Igris tells him that the cafeteria has recently started selling a dish cooked in the oven. Jordan is very interested and decides to check out this canteen to order some dishes there. Igris carefully examines the snacks and notes that everything smells simply incredibly delicious. Jordan decides to order some food to please her friend and treat her to something very tasty. Igris is very glad that they came early, saying that otherwise they would have been stuck in line. Meanwhile, Holland starts to argue with another student, claiming that he is behaving inappropriately and cutting in line. Igris offers to intervene, but Jordan informs him that Holland has already put him in his place. The irritated person actually leaves, calling him a bastard who is interfering with his life. After this, Holland decides to talk to his comrades, who in the past were his opponents in the ring. It doesn't take more than a few seconds before they cut into the line to block his way. Holland asks them what the hell they are doing and tries to move them using his arms. However, it quickly becomes clear that he is not succeeding despite his efforts. Those who have already imagined themselves to be superior are surprised that he cannot move 15 people who resist him. Igris says that now it is necessary to intervene, because otherwise their comrades may start to offend others. Jordan walks up to the senior, puts his hand on his shoulder and suggests that they get in line to maintain order. The arrogant high school student turns around and asks him what he will do if he does not comply with his demands. Jordan calmly takes out his phone and explains that in that case he will simply inform the director. The high school student looks at him with disdain and calls it a vile act, declaring that a real man does not act like that. Holland counters that cutting in line is also disrespectful and reminds everyone to have patience. The high school students realize that it's better not to get involved with these guys and leave, putting their ambitions on hold. Meanwhile, we are transported to a wealthy district where the remnants of the followers of the rat god cult are gathering. The leader reports that one of their comrades is missing, so they hand over that comrade's duties to a newcomer. The leader also states that the rat god told him that the taste of common people no longer suits him. He explains that now they need to kidnap high-ranking officials, and his henchmen note that this will be very difficult. To this, he replies that one should try to catch the children of rich, but not influential merchants, and thus the risk will be minimal. The person who approached the newcomer says that he can practice on ordinary young people. The ambitious newcomer is not worried and declares that this way he will serve the rat god better. After some time, Holland tells his friend that the high school students he encountered belong to an elite class. Jordan, as if nothing had happened, points out that being a good student does not necessarily mean a person will have a good character. After some time, he comes across some very unpleasant news that he would prefer not to see, but nothing can be done. He reads that another child from a wealthy family has gone missing, realizing that this is already the 5th case of a child disappearing. He suggests that the motive is not money at all, as the kidnappers do not contact the families or make ransom demands. However, today they receive news of an attempt to challenge the 3rd class of the 2nd year. Many consider this class to be elite, and many of its bullies have long had their eyes on Holland. Holland responds in kind, trying to remain absolutely unwavering. Soon, both classes finish their warm-up, and the real sparring begins to find out who is stronger. Igris enters the ring first to test her strength after numerous training sessions. This time, the result remains the same, and she again flies out of the ring with a bang after almost a couple of minutes. She realizes that her opponent is too strong, as even her turtle-style defense cannot stop her. Many fighters have tried to defeat this girl, but none of them succeed. Despite desperate attempts, everyone faces the same result, which ends in complete failure. Not only Igris, but even Cherie and other stronger warriors seem completely useless in comparison to this high school girl. It's only when a stocky, short-haired student steps into the ring that the high schooler is finally defeated. However, another high school girl quickly takes control of the situation and deals with several more fighters. In less than 10 minutes, she defeats 9 people in a row, showing no difficulty even against men. Soon, only Jordan, Godric, Liam, and Holland remain from the 1st class, meaning the rest have been unable to advance further. The 3rd grade of the 2nd year loses only 5 students during this time, and the remaining 36 have not yet entered the ring. The martial arts teacher realizes that the gap in strength is too great and the students simply have no chance of winning. He turns to Holland without asking if he can beat the 6 girls left. Holland happily jumps into the ring, saying it won't cause him any problems. He reflects that he is prepared to meet with a very large number of high school girls if the task requires it. After some time, he lives up to his comrades' expectations and returns from the ring, having defeated all the girls with little effort. He tries not to hit them too hard, so as not to injure them unnecessarily. After a while, one of the seniors comes into the ring and asks Holland if he's ready to meet him in a fight. Holland not only has no doubts, but also does not overestimate his strength, hoping for victory in this match. However, once it comes to combat, it becomes clear that Holland still has a lot to learn. Due to his slowness, he misses a serious blow, which costs him dearly in this fight. Holland jumps back, clutching his stomach and reflecting on how incredibly fast the punch was. A high school student starts to bully him and puts his foot on him, saying that if he doesn't give in, he will be completely destroyed. Holland immediately counterattacks, making the high schooler regret his overconfidence. The high school student responds with a counterpunch, which immediately takes him out of combat mode. Holland flies out of the ring and lands on the hard floor, narrowly escaping serious injury. He realizes that he just fought the weakest student in the class, who deliberately went out to get revenge on him. After this, the high school girl turns her attention to Jordan and challenges him to a duel. Jordan jumps forward with a completely calm face, thinking that he is glad for the opportunity to fight. He fears that the chance to step into the ring might not have presented itself, but now his turn has finally come. The other seniors begin to support their friend, saying that Jordan is behaving very badly. Inspired by the support of his comrades, the high school student rushes forward, swinging to knock his opponent down. After this, he makes a quick movement to deceive his opponent and delivers a kick. Jordan simply puts his hand out, and that's enough to block the shot. Immediately after this, he grabs his opponent's head and lowers him down to slam him into the ring. After the high school student is defeated, others wonder how Jordan was able to defeat him. The martial arts teacher comes to the conclusion that Jordan is definitely hiding his strength. Otherwise, he would not be able to do this. Godric and Liam also realize that this is not all their classmate is capable of, and they realize that he is hardly human at all. Jordan, meanwhile, glances at the other seniors, wondering who is going to challenge him next. Of course, they are scared because they used to think that victory would be easy, but now everything is different. In just 30 minutes, he defeats all of his opponents without using even 1% of his strength. The system notifies him that he has completed the task progress for only 119 people. Jordan reflects that every time there is a sparring session between classes, his turn comes at the last minute. He realizes that he no longer has any reason to follow the high school rules and needs to make his own. Having reached the principal, he asks to organize a personal competition where he can challenge the entire school. The principal expresses surprise and asks why he wants to challenge the entire school. Jordan explains that there is nothing strange about this and recommends visiting the gym to see what he is capable of. The headmistress shows interest in his ambitions and decides to test how strong he really is in practice. She tells him it's late and wonders why he decided to come now. Jordan takes off his shirt and explains that right now he is going to demonstrate his incredible strength. The headmistress is very surprised by his behavior and asks what he means. Jordan calmly lifts a 700-kilogram barbell with one hand, demonstrating his exceptionalism. The headmistress is amazed by these figures and notes that this is even more than what their legendary student once achieved. After that, she smiles and says that she will organize individual sparring sessions for him with everyone at school. Jordan asks her to offer rewards to the participants, because without them, people won't be motivated to try harder. He also says that people should be rewarded for participating so that they feel ashamed to lose. Smiling, the headmistress agrees with him and says that she will do exactly as he said. Jordan asks that his abilities be kept a secret so that everyone doesn't lose the motivation to challenge him. The headmistress decides to keep this secret to ensure his peaceful victory in the competition. After she makes a plan and he accepts it, she says it turned out to be quite easy. The plan catches the eye of a martial arts teacher who can't believe what he sees. Usually, the headmistress acts like a tyrant and walks around the school with a dissatisfied expression on her face. But now, everything has changed. The next day, a competition is held in the gym, which is attended by a considerable number of people. The headmistress introduces Jordan and goes over his recent achievements, as well as the competition rules and other conditions. As expected, the room reacts with outrage, with many students feeling that Jordan is being overly conceited. Jordan announces that starting tomorrow, during the 2-hour team break, he will be in the gym. Meanwhile, the city lives a quiet life, unaware that everything will soon change dramatically. A strange-looking guy walks through the streets, looking around as if he is looking for someone. Several girls approach him, calling him handsome and asking if he wants to go to the bar for a few drinks. The young man continues drinking lemon juice and explains that he is simply not interested in such ventures. The girls are offended and leave in annoyance, and the young man thinks that something is wrong with this city. He figures he just needs to find a guy who fits his standards, but so far he hasn't found anyone. He remembers that if he does not complete the task perfectly, the head of the cult will not be able to praise him, and he will become an outcast. John is already considering kidnapping a celebrity, but he realizes that all wealthy heirs and daughters are surrounded by bodyguards. He realizes that the deadline for completing the task is almost up and is trying to decide what to do next. He suddenly notices Jordan on the sidewalk, doing his usual street jogging to keep fit. Looking at him, he realizes that he has never seen anyone cooler than this incredible athlete. He realizes that luck has come into his hands and decides to follow Jordan, who suddenly changes his route. Smiling, the werewolf continues to follow his victim, realizing that he has just hit the jackpot. So they quickly find themselves in a dark alley where there are no security cameras or other people. The werewolf's face begins to take on a terrifying appearance, and he realizes that it is time to get down to business. After this, he turns into a vile rat and prepares to pounce on his victim to knock him out. However, to his own surprise, a few moments later, a brick flies at high speed into the victim's head. He immediately grabs his head and tries to understand what is happening, trying to pull out the bricks. Jordan grabs another brick and muses that he didn't expect to go out for a workout and meet a rat man. The unfortunate cultist realizes that he is very unlucky to have come across such a powerful warrior. After this, he completely loses consciousness due to the injuries he received and falls to the ground, bleeding. Jordan is surprised by this outcome and tries to understand whether there are such weak followers of the rat god cult. However, he decides not to dwell on such things and focuses on absorbing life energy until no one comes. The points he received turned out to be very modest, since he destroyed an absolutely worthless opponent. He's considering that for safety reasons he shouldn't go jogging at night anytime soon. Returning home, he hears news that the police have destroyed the rat god. Sitting on the couch, he is surprised by the loudness of the headline, but hopes that the information is true. On TV, they report that the one who destroyed the rat god has a unifying genome and a high biological level. This person can use wings, that is, he is conditionally a real eagle and is able to fly. Their fight was very serious and brutal, but ended in victory for the representatives of humanity. It is also mentioned that the man who defeated the rat god in just 30 seconds is Todd. Jordan muses that he now understands how powerful high-level creatures are, and they actually look formidable. Meanwhile, we are transported to one of the government buildings, where a serious conversation is taking place that evening. One of the fighters approaches Todd and asks if he was able to contact his mentor after what happened. Todd reports that all attempts have so far been unsuccessful, as the group went to suppress the rebellion and went missing. His colleague asks how things are going in the area and is told that things are relatively stable at the moment. The dark-haired youth explains that the city's security service was completely powerless against the rats. He adds that for a high-level genius, this was a pity, because the rats could have been easily dealt with. After that, he asks if it would be worthwhile to drop by the university to give a few lectures. Todd says he has enough to do at his day job and doesn't really want to teach students. Meanwhile, we are transported to another unknown place, where someone is reprimanding another deity. A disgruntled voice explains that at first the rat god ate the poor and homeless, and then moved on to the young and tender. After this, the voice states that in the end, the rat god took as sacrifice those who occupied the top of society. More threateningly, he says that he put a lot of effort and brought him here to strengthen the race and dig tunnels. The giant eel expresses obvious disappointment at the Rat King's actions and looks at him with disdain. He even asks him if the king thinks he deserves to die for his actions. The Rat King begs his master to give him another chance and assures him that he will not repeat his mistakes. The giant creature says that this is not a problem and a chance can be given to anyone who deserves it. After this, it lays its hand on him and warns him that he will have to pay a cruel price for this. After tearing out one of the Rat King's eyes, it explains that the eyes of these sewer rats are doomed to die. The eye is then sent to the creature's mouth, where it quickly chews it, calling it a tasty treat. Observing his charge, the giant notes his exceptional cunning and understands that this will be useful in the future. After this, he decides to give the king another chance, but informs him that he must now live in the tunnel as he should. Meanwhile, Jordan heads to the gym to wait for any opponent who challenges him. People watching him whisper and think that he is too arrogant and should stop. Jordan himself receives word that 9 followers of the Rat God cult are on the run. He thinks that if he can find these people, he will receive a good monetary reward. However, he understands that if he meets them, he would be better off first behaving modestly and avoiding danger. After this, he goes to the gym and takes his assigned place, waiting for a worthy contender. He also notes that quite a few people came, as many were interested in challenging him. The whole point is that participation is rewarded with lottery tickets, which give a chance to win good prizes. The thirst for victory drives a large number of high school students who hope that they will be able to win. One of the seniors is already raring to go to challenge Jordan and get a date as a prize. However, he is interrupted by one of the girls, who declares that she will be the first to challenge Jordan. Then an endless group of female fans runs after her, wanting to challenge their idol. They enter the ring and surround Jordan, not giving him a chance to move. After this, they rush forward and start touching him, putting him in a very uncomfortable position. Jordan knows he doesn't want to use force on the girls, but he'll have to sweat a little for the mission. Using one skill, he immediately throws away all the girls who come too close to him. Thus, he completes the task almost a third of the way, but he still has a lot of work to do. The girls he defeated say they would like to challenge him to get in the ring again. Jordan explains that the defeated cannot challenge again, as it would be unfair. The girls are surprised, asking how this is even possible, and begin to complain that they wanted to hug more. The older students, in turn, treat him with much more malice, noting that they have had a grudge against him for a long time. Of course, they all end up losing, as Jordan is too strong for this world. After some time, he defeats a huge number of opponents, raising questions about who will be next. A student comes out before him and boldly declares that he would like to fight him to see who is stronger. This man is immediately called one of the best in the elite class of second years, who used to be incredibly strong. Students recall that this man single-handedly destroyed an entire class, but was ultimately taught a lesson by a senior student. Jordan's opponent says that he himself was once very daring, but only until he was treated cruelly. He adds that it was then that he understood the meaning of the phrase that no matter how good a person is, there will always be someone who does it better. After this, he begins to tell Jordan a very long story of his life, which, however, is not interesting. Jordan decides to throw the first punch and quickly stops the pompous man who thinks too much of himself. One blow is enough to send him flying for a long time. Jordan reflects on the fact that this scoundrel has finally shut up and stopped bothering him. The other fighters cannot believe that such a strong warrior was taken out in just 1 second. After this, they notice that other fighters have arrived and are participating in the battles to restore their reputation. Jordan understands that even the best fighter in this school decided to participate in the fight, which means he won't be bored. The same man who taught many a lesson jumps into the ring and notes that he did not expect to meet such an opponent. Jordan asks the teachers if he can start without waiting for his opponent to finish his introductory monologue. This greatly angers his opponent, and he rushes forward, declaring that such insolent first years must be taught a lesson. Jordan easily blocks his shot, possessing incredible strength and endurance. After this, he throws it aside, noting that he is in a hurry and wants to quickly convince everyone of his capabilities. His opponent flies off into the distance, claiming that it is simply impossible, but he cannot change fate. The rest of the people look at this with horror, trying to understand why they should take part in the competition at all. Jordan randomly selects one of the remaining participants and challenges him to a fight. His opponent is surprised and asks if Jordan is seriously challenging him, to which he states that they haven't fought yet. Someone climbs into the ring in fear, asking to be gentler, noting that he came here just to watch. Jordan promises him it will be quick and knocks him out with just 1 punch. Ultimately, everyone else decides that it's not shameful to lose to this person for a chance at an iPhone, and everyone refuses to challenge him. Of course, he defeats absolutely every opponent without experiencing any difficulties. He finally completes his task and receives the adaptive biological attribute, which increases his damage. Jordan jumps out of the ring and announces that the competition is over and that the others can go about their business. After this, he grabs Igris by the hand and calmly leads her to the director's office to discuss everything. All this time, the eyes of other students were riveted on him, waiting for such a star to appear. The headmistress congratulates him on his victory, noting that he managed to win first place in the school. She adds that he defeated even the strongest student and is definitely hiding some of his true strength. Jordan explains that he is only hiding a small part, so there is absolutely nothing to worry about. The headmistress remarks that she doesn't think so, since the strongest student has never been close to such a level of physical fitness. Jordan still doesn't show his true potential and greatly downplays his performance. The director chuckled and said that this was actually exactly what she expected. Jordan suddenly returns to her and asks how he can get the money he won. The director takes out his phone and instantly transfers the entire required amount, noting that this guy is too cunning. After this, she declares that from now on he will represent the school in any martial arts competitions. Jordan explains that he and Igris love to swim, and then asks if they can use the pool at the gym. He adds that he would like the pool to be closed to others at all times. The headmistress says she doesn't see anything wrong with this and allows them to use the pool. Jordan notes that he doesn't like people looking at him, so he would like to cover all the cameras. The headmistress speculates that Jordan may have planned something shameful because he wants to be alone with Igris. Several images come to mind that are best left uncommented to avoid problems. After this, he takes out the key and says that if he wants it, she will fulfill all his requests. After this, she hands them the key and notes that they cannot consider this pool their personal one. Smiling, she places her hand on his shoulder and advises him to be careful and try to avoid any accidents. Jordan, despite having trained his mind to incredible heights, doesn't quite understand these hints. After that, he heads into the hallway to talk to his childhood friend. He reflects on the fact that now he will finally be able to find out what superpowers she really has. Igris also turns to him and asks if he can help her with something important. Jordan asks what she needs, and Igris explains that she signed up for a singing class and has already mastered the basic solo part. She asks him if he can practice with her tonight to hone his skills, and he agrees. After this, she joyfully raises her hands in the air and notes that she is now calm about her future. Jordan watches her and realizes that this will help her gain confidence. We flash forward to this evening when Jordan decides to visit his friend. They spend the evening practicing their singing skills and honing their Igris skills. Her parents notice that the children have grown up, and now it is a little inappropriate for a boy and a girl to be alone in the same room. Mom says they grew up together as friends, so there's nothing wrong with it. She also begins to resent her father and notes that the old man would be better off minding his own business. These words reach Jordan, and he realizes that something seems wrong. Standing up, he notes that they have been rehearsing for half an hour already, so it is better to stop and return to their studies. He says that tomorrow after school it would be better to go to the pool and asks her not to forget to take a swimsuit. Igris says that she will wait for him tomorrow afternoon after classes near the pool. However, as soon as he leaves, she begins to anxiously look through the wardrobe. Sorting through her clothes, she still can't decide what to wear for tomorrow's class. She faces a difficult choice, as she must choose between an open or a closed swimsuit. Looking at the open swimsuit, she assumes that it is quite revealing and not very suitable for these purposes. Unnecessary thoughts arise in her head, which are better not to comment on, considering that she is still a child. After a moment's hesitation, she realizes there's no point in choosing since only Jordan will be there. We quickly travel back in time to find ourselves back at the moment when training takes place in the pool. Jordan goes out to the pool first to check how clean and spacious it is. Taking a closer look at it, he's pleasantly surprised by the size of the pool. He also looks at the cameras that are taped over and remembers the headmistress's words that she had thought of everything. After some time, he hears Igris's voice, calling him to discuss something important. Jordan turns around to see his childhood friend all ready to swim. She apologizes to him, noting that she didn't mean to keep him waiting, and then runs closer. Jordan immediately advises her not to run so as not to slip, inwardly noting that she is very cute. After this, he recommends that she start training, trying to hide his embarrassment as best he can. Their training is going very well as Igris feels right at home in the water. They can hold their breath for a long time and swim underwater, feeling great. Igris suddenly stops, looking at Jordan intently without saying a word. Jordan is trying to figure out what she means when she suddenly hits his hand several times. After this, she shows him a characteristic gesture, meaning that she is going to surface. Jordan puts his arm around her, then rushes up to take a long-awaited breath of air. After pulling her out of the water, he asks what happened to her and why she wanted to rise to the surface. Igris explains that for some reason the water passes through her body and she even feels it. She decides to scoop up some water in her hands and show him what it looks like from a normal person's perspective. And indeed, the water passes through her hands as if they were a small colander. Igris notes that this is very strange and tries to understand why her body suddenly decided to let water through. Jordan muses that perhaps this is her superpower, something she should take a closer look at and develop. He pulls her hands towards him and says that he needs to carefully observe her body to figure everything out. Examining her, he comes to the conclusion that, apart from the fact that water passes through her body, he did not find any other anomalies. He recommends that she go ashore to check other places where water might be passing through. Igris agrees, realizing that the situation is becoming more and more embarrassing with every second. After a while, she asks how much longer this strange experiment will have to be carried out. Jordan reflects that he checked her body 3 times and found no other abnormalities. Jordan guesses that only her hands have the ability to pass water through them now. Igris asks him to tell her if it could be that she has had problems with water since childhood, and this is connected to her ability. Jordan explains that nothing can be ruled out and advises that next time, if you feel anything strange, you should immediately tell him. He also recommends checking if the same sensations occur in other parts of the body. He reflects that it was very dangerous because he almost said too much. Igris looks at herself happily and realizes that she is not so useless and that she has abilities. She hopes that one day her abilities will fully develop and she will become even stronger. Her true dream is to one day stand next to Jordan and become his equal. The action moves to a familiar shopping center, which advertises a cyborg installation program. The seller welcomes her regular customers and says that she is very glad to see them here. Suddenly, a debit card containing a large amount of funds lands on the counter, and Jordan remarks that he needs 200 kilograms of wild giant eagle meat. After that, he gives her the address and says that he would like to order delivery there. The saleswoman is very surprised by such outstanding financial capabilities of an ordinary schoolboy. The girl looks at Jordan leaving and mentally wonders what kind of family he is from that he can afford this. After the delivery is completed, he asks for reviews to make it easier for her to sell the products. Jordan reflects on the fact that his royalties this morning were $120,000. After looking at the product, he realizes that this amount of meat should be enough to move on to the next level. Putting his hand to it, he wonders what will happen to him now. The system notifies him that he has completely absorbed the blueprint of a wild giant mutated eagle. He begins to feel as if he is standing on the surface of the water, and this eagle is descending towards him at great speed. After this, the eagle decides to crash into the water's surface to hunt for someone hiding there. A moment later, he feels the eagle grab a giant cuttlefish with its clawed paws. Jordan is notified that he now has the all-seeing eye skill due to absorbing the eagle. His field of vision and ability to detect movement are greatly improved, and he becomes even stronger. He immediately decides to test his skills to see how comfortable it will be for him to look around. It quickly becomes clear that this is a very useful ability, making him almost divine. He brings his vision closer to one of the random people holding a phone. His vision becomes so sharp that he can even watch streams on his phone from several hundred meters away. Having confirmed that his vision has indeed become sharp, he decides to go home to say hello to his parents. He almost immediately discovers that they are watching some very interesting news report. News reports indicate that recently, carriers of a triple gene fusion mutated in a public place, and hundreds of people died. One politician said that genetic engineering is a mistake because monsters are eager to take on human form. Scientists point out that these are all fairy tales, and at this stage, if they rely on gene combiners, ordinary fighters will not be able to fight the monsters. Terrence says that gene combiners are unstable and like walking bombs. Eliza advises not to worry about this, as government control in this area is very strict. She also says it's better to worry instead about how gene combiners will evolve. They are so engrossed in thoughts about genetic material that they are late in realizing that their son is watching them. Eliza happily says that their son has returned and reflects on the fact that they were talking about the wrong things. Terrence also tries to change the subject, noting that if their dear son has returned, they should focus on more important things. Jordan announces that there will be a singing competition at school tomorrow, and Igris has also applied to participate in it. Terrence notes that if this is true, then they are obliged to come and support her. Jordan looks at them carefully, nods thoughtfully, supporting their decision, and tells them exactly when to come. After some time, the scene moves directly to the competition in which Igris is participating. Eliza and Terrence. They come there to support their beloved Igris, who is also like a daughter to them. Meanwhile, Jordan is in the dressing room supporting her friend, who is very nervous. He decides to help her apply makeup since he is an expert in everything. Igris asks him with interest why he looks at her so closely while applying makeup. Jordan calmly explains that it's because she's very beautiful and he enjoys looking at her. Igris doesn't respond, as she is embarrassed by such compliments. Cherie peeks out from behind the curtains and wonders if they're done making out, startling Igris. Igris begins to justify herself, explaining that she asked Jordan for help because he is good at doing makeup. Jordan is truly a master makeup artist because she believes that it doesn't hurt to have a little extra skill. Cherie says she didn't want to be a third wheel and quickly leaves them, reminding them that the performance is coming soon. After this, she loudly slams the door, leaving them alone, and this creates an awkward pause. Jordan sees her off, while Igris finds herself in an awkward situation again. She rises to her feet carefully, feeling that her long-standing ailment has manifested itself at the most inopportune moment. She tries to gently communicate this to Jordan, clinging closer to him. Jordan asks what happened, and she says she just can't stay long. She starts crying and wonders what to do, adding that the performance is about to start. She says they've been rehearsing for a long time, and if it all goes to hell because of this, she'll hate herself. Jordan advises her not to cry, saying that otherwise she will smudge all her makeup. After this, he quickly looks around, trying to figure out what can be done to correct the situation. Looking at the curtains, he suddenly gets a brilliant idea. He realizes that he has incredible cutting and sewing skills and can sew a stunning dress in a few minutes. After this, he checks other desks to find scissors and other supplies. Without thinking twice, he removes one of the attachments to check how strong and suitable it will be. Then he places the hanging object on the desk and begins to carefully fiddle with it. Igris watches him closely. carefully wiping himself off, and tries to understand what this is all about. She quickly discovers that he has managed to make a stunning dress using only scissors. After that, he hands her the dress and tells her that she should quickly change in the restroom so as not to be late. Igris thinks it will be faster if she just changes here. Jordan realizes that the situation is getting weird, but decides to follow her words. After this, she turns away and says that she can change clothes, since he will not be peeking. Yet, as soon as she begins to change, Jordan feels the situation become increasingly embarrassing. Luckily, Igris manages to change quite quickly and put on a new dress, which was made in such a short time. She reports that he can turn around, and Jordan feels much more at ease. She also thanks him, saying that she just cried and now she is not afraid at all. Jordan pats her on the head and notes that the performance should go well. After a while, the host calls Cherie and Igris onto the stage, after which they put on an amazing concert. Of course, after this they become winners, since such a performance should be rewarded with top places. Jordan watches them with pleasure and claps louder than anyone else to support her friends. At this time, one of the school staff members wonders what little brat tore the curtains. After some time, they are scolded and sent to class to clean it for a week. Jordan muses that this is a very fair atonement for the curtains he had to ruin. The system notifies him that he has completed the task in co-op mode and now receives a new attribute. Thanks to his new ability, he receives significant combat bonuses depending on the number of allies. Igris is walking with her friends, who ask her how she became so successful so quickly. Igris really feels an incredible surge of confidence after the singing competition and is regaining her strength. At the same time, she is making steady progress in martial arts and is now advancing in them much faster. Meanwhile, Jordan wins one of the competitions again without experiencing the slightest difficulty. 5 years later, their school finally wins the Champions Cup, and Jordan gets a place on the honor roll. He also signs a contract with the martial arts gym in the Holland family, thereby becoming their representative. After a short time, he manages to accumulate a gigantic amount of money, which, of course, he spends on purchasing monster meat. A well-known saleswoman delivers a large quantity of groceries to him and greets him. This time, he decides to choose the location of a secretive dragon, known for its ability to camouflage itself in the atmosphere. Without thinking, he places his hand on the pieces of meat and begins to absorb their life essence. He successfully unlocks the blueprint and discovers the ability to naturally camouflage himself. He can now reduce his visibility by reducing the vital energy in his body, as well as hide his biological level. Jordan is surprised that this biological attribute has two effects. Realizing that he has chosen a very unusual monster, the main task is completed, but now he needs to go to the store to buy the cake that his mother ordered. Walking down the street, he suddenly hears loud voices ordering the criminal to behave calmly. Turning around, he sees several heavily armed and armored police officers leading a girl away. One of these policemen seems very unfamiliar to him, and Jordan briefly focuses his gaze on him. It turns out that this is the same Charles whom he hasn't seen for a long time since graduating from high school. Looking at his legs, he notices that they are completely mechanical and asks what happened. Charles says he used to ride a moped, fell and broke his leg, which had to be amputated. Luckily for him, he is taking part in an experiment in mechanical modification of limbs. Jordan asks who is there, and Charles explains that it is one of the followers of the Rat God cult. His partners remind him that time is running out, so it's best not to waste it. Charles says goodbye to his old acquaintance and says that it was nice to chat with him, hoping that they will meet again. Jordan reflects on how law enforcement is trying hard to catch the remaining followers, but it is not producing results. He understands that he is dealing with a serious corporation that probably has strong connections in the government. After a while, his phone starts ringing and he decides to answer the call. Igris asks him when he will return home, and he replies that he will soon buy a cake and head home. There is only 1 day difference between his birthday and Igris's, so their families celebrate together. This is how their 18th birthday begins, which was no exception, despite the fact that they are already adults. Jordan and Igris decide to exchange gifts to surprise each other with their ideas. However, suddenly their table and food begin to shake from a terrible earthquake. Jordan immediately realizes that this is no ordinary earthquake, but the approach of a serious danger. Meanwhile, somewhere underground, a huge number of rats are digging a tunnel to do something terrible. The news reported that, according to the relevant authorities, the recent earthquakes were only a minor tremor. Jordan quickly got up from the table and announced that he was full and would go to school, and he, in turn, was asked not to rush. Almost immediately, he met Igris on his way, who asked him to walk with her, and he replied that he would be happy to do so. Igris stated that he had already turned 18 and that they were now adults, and Jordan was happy that they would soon be entering university. Jordan had saved up enough money to activate the traits of the abyssal fish he had acquired not long ago. The system notified him that he had obtained a large amount of the abyssal fish life essence and had mastered it 100%. This fish had several amazing features that allowed it to survive in extreme conditions. Even when she was hunted by legendary predators like silver eagles, she managed to survive by any means necessary. Jordan gained the ability to create a threat within a certain radius and sense hostility from other creatures. Jordan decided to go to the mall to test this effect and make sure it was effective. He looked at ordinary people and realized that there was no pressure from them, since he was not hostile towards them. That's why he decided to go to the next stall where they sold cut-up monster parts and buy something new. He looked at the immortal slime and realized that it probably had good regeneration, but at the moment it was too expensive. Meanwhile, it was decided to head to the minister's office to meet another character. The mystery woman learned that educational performance in various cities this year was similar to last year. The girl's name was Yana, and she was the vice-rector of Shanghai University and the head of the provincial education department. She was informed that this was all that concerned education in the cities of the province for this year, and they had nothing more to report. Yana thanked her employee for the detailed report, after which she decided to drink some tea to catch her breath. The officer asked her how things were going in Zone 36, and she replied that things had basically stabilized now. Yana said that she had no more business there, so he could go, and the employee replied that he was always at her service. After he left and closed the door behind him, he left her alone with her own thoughts. Yana looked around and noted that many years had passed since she had taken on her last student. Approaching the beautiful window, she looked at the equally beautiful landscape and saw her reflection in it, shimmering in the light. For a moment, she was captivated by this incredibly graceful picture of a naval battle. But that was not the most important thing right now. The martial arts final exams lasted 9 days, with written theory exams held on the first morning. After lunch, there was a physical fitness test to determine how strong the candidate would be. These tests were quite ruthless, as they were needed to select the strongest candidates. From the second day to the 8th, week-long practical tests took place, and all students were sent to survive in the wild. On the 9th day, a compatibility test was to be performed for genetic fusion and mechanical modification. At this moment, it was the first day of exams, when everyone was still just approaching these difficult tests. Jordan and Igris were heading to school, and despite Igris being nervous, the protagonist remained incredibly calm. Igris, however, continued to show signs of anxiety and gently tugged at his sleeve to get his attention. She said in a frightened voice that she was very nervous and afraid that she might wet herself during the exam. Jordan realized that in this situation he just needed to support her and give her the opportunity to speak out, after which she would calm down. In order to bring peace to her heart, he pulled her closer to him to hug her and ask her not to worry. He said that she had mastered the theoretical knowledge very well and had put on the appropriate clothes, so everything would be fine. Igris lowered her eyes and said that she would try her best, and also wished that he would try his best too. Jordan, meanwhile, passed the theory test quite quickly since he was the smartest person on Earth. He realized that only 50 seconds had passed since the exam began, so he decided to think a little about the plot for the novel. After a while, the exam ended and he went out into the corridor, noticing that his girlfriend's face was completely unhappy. He immediately tried to tell her that theoretical knowledge was not so important for martial arts students. Igris reported that she had done very well on the exam, and Jordan asked her why she looked like that. Igris sheepishly said she needed to go to the restroom, and Jordan noted that physical training would begin soon. In the final result, Jordan lifted a barbell weighing 950 kilograms with one hand, and he still held back. People who observed him wondered how this was even possible and noted that these were simply incredible figures. Jordan immediately turned to Igris and asked her how she was feeling, hoping that everything had worked out for her. Igris reported that she ran the 100-meter dash in 9 seconds, and her standing high jump was 1 meter 62 centimeters. Jordan immediately decided to encourage her and said that these were excellent results for the girl and she should be proud of herself. Holland also showed them the phone and informed them that they could now view the results of the written exam. He also said that he scored around 80 points and asked them how many points they scored. Igris scored 82 points, and Holland was pleased that she managed to score a full 82 points, which was a good result. Holland asked the protagonist what result he had achieved, although in fact everyone already knew what the result was. Jordan calmly gave them the highest possible scores, and Holland noted that he expected nothing less. Meanwhile, Igris said that the week of practical tests would begin tomorrow and asked what would happen there. Jordan told her that she shouldn't worry because he would be there to protect her from any troubles that might happen. Meanwhile, in a very interesting place, two villains were plotting their terrible intrigues, given the start of tomorrow's trials. An unknown man dressed as a plague doctor said that I needed to take advantage of my status as a security inspector. He handed the box to his subordinate, telling him that it contained 10 demonic seeds that would help him complete his task. The goal was to recruit a large number of talented students and subject them to brainwashing. He also said that if the young man succeeded, he would be introduced to the highest circles, but he replied that he only needed the seed of the fruit. The villain stated that his interlocutor had recently seen a magical fruit, but that one such fruit would not be enough to become a true god. After a few moments, he swallowed hard, realizing that it was better not to joke with this man. He agreed with him almost immediately, noting that becoming an official member of the organization was indeed more profitable. Meanwhile, Jordan was already heading to the practical exam location with his comrades. They were told to prepare the students to leave in advance, and Jordan tried to wake up his friend. Igris looked around sleepily, then asked if they had already arrived at the exam venue. Everyone was told to get off the bus and go to the meeting point to receive instructions. There were many point signs posted throughout the forest, each one labeled with a number indicating the number of points. There were also many dangers in this forest, and the strongest fighters could test their strength in battle with mutants. The exam encouraged cooperation and competition, as score sheets could be shared or taken from others. One of the students stated that his father is a top manager of a corporation and will definitely pay if they help him. The teacher immediately hit him on the head with a newspaper and said that it was forbidden to create teams so openly and through bribery. Meanwhile, Jordan sat on the bench and turned down all the people who wanted him to take them on the team. After some time, a young man approached him, said that he was a little hungry and asked to share some food. Jordan tossed him some treats and said he wouldn't charge him any money, so it could be considered a gift. He introduced himself as Harvey and suggested they team up, noting that he was from an elite class at the high school. Jordan thanked him for the offer, but then said he had to decline because he wasn't interested. The young man immediately turned around and thanked him for the cookies and bread, adding that there was nothing wrong with it and he was not offended. Igris, in turn, said that it was very strange because there were so many snacks here, and for some reason he went specifically to them. Jordan said that he actually had a hot girl on his team and he just wanted to meet them. After a while, Jordan noted that the tests would begin very soon, so it would be better to prepare. To give his companion time to get used to the pace, they did not go too far into the forest at first. Jordan decided it was best to look for signs on the outskirts and score some early points before moving on. To find these tablets, he decided to use the skill of the all-seeing eye, which made the search easy. This skill worked perfectly, and he found the necessary signs almost instantly, showing her where to go. Igris received the order and immediately jumped forward to climb to the top of the tree and take the tablet. She grabbed one of the small signs that had the number 1 on it and announced that she had managed to get it. Jordan immediately looked around and told her about the location of the other signs that were on the trees. At this rate, they managed to collect almost all the easy tablets, which gave few points, but were easy to get. Igris boasted that she had found all the tablets he had described to her, and now they had a whole handful of glasses. She also said he was incredibly cool and asked how he even found them. Suddenly they heard a familiar voice, which said that it did not expect to meet them so soon. Turning around, they saw Harvey approaching them, who noted that they had met again. He handed them some tablets and said that his principle was to repay kindness repeatedly. In fact, his gaze was directed at Igris, and he was thinking about how he absolutely had to meet such a beauty. Jordan said he had no plans to team up and added that if he wanted to thank them, he could just give them the signs. Harvey took this offer as a real insult and realized that the time had come to act with force. He looked at him menacingly and said that it was unacceptable to allow oneself to do such things. He rushed forward, tensing his muscles and declaring that the man had asked for the further beating he would give him. Jordan smiled, realizing that he was facing another frivolous opponent, and said that everything was perfectly clear to him. Immediately after this, he delivered a powerful blow without removing his other hand from his pocket to demonstrate his superiority. Harvey realized that he was extremely serious, and at that moment lost the ability to continue the fight. Jordan took his tablets and said that it was a very nice gift for which they were grateful to him. Igris asked if the man would be okay, and Jordan replied that he hadn't hit him too hard. Then they continued to search together for the tablets with the glasses, looking for them in different places using his ability to see. He also decided to teach her how to use bamboo to hunt wild boar, although this was not necessary under the given conditions. After that, they decided to collect some fruits to have a good meal and rest. From time to time, they were attacked by various bandits who believed that they could deal with the strongest fighter. In the end, their plan always ended the same way, and they quickly found themselves knocked out by Jordan's powerful punches. Jordan suddenly felt a surge of affection for his companion and thought that he wished these moments could last forever. After some time, they wandered into an area where rare animals lived, which meant that this territory was considered a high-risk area. Igris looked around and said that it seemed they were too late, since there were no signs of life here. She noted that if they hadn't been late, he would have probably been awarded the title of hero for killing the mutant. Jordan said there was no point in being upset, since the title didn't mean much anyway. Igris turned around and said that in that case they should go back to hand in the signs. Jordan reflected that there were multiple cameras installed here, so he still wouldn't be able to absorb the essence of the slain beast. Immediately after the practical exam ended, the gene fusion compatibility test began. The action then moved to the Gene Fusion Institute, which was located on a remote island to ensure maximum security. Students were asked to line up according to their height and stand in line to sign up for testing. Each person who approached the relevant stand had to undergo several tests in order to obtain the necessary information about them. Igris asked him what kind of reagents were in the ampules, and Jordan replied that they were gene reagents placed in glass doses. He noted that the genes of such mutant animals have a very high level of compatibility with the human body. Thus, this testing method involved drawing fresh blood on site and attempting to mix it with a reagent. Scientists were mainly interested in what chemical reaction would be caused when trying to combine these substances. Based on the intensity of the reaction, it was determined whether the examinee was suitable for the gene fusion test or not. Holland reflected that he was very hopeful of passing the test because he didn't want to be left with no result. Cherie agreed with him, noting that she had heard that compatibility testing involved painful procedures. Holland and Cherie began to naively pray that God would help them pass the test, even with a minimal result. After some time, it was their group's turn, and Igris took a blood test without much hope. Jordan sat calmly on the bench and said that the test results should be ready in about an hour. They listened to the joyful shouts of students who had received a high percentage, as well as the complaints of those who had failed. Jordan recalled that 8% compatibility was considered excellent, and 10% was the threshold for admission to a top university. Jordan also recalled that one genius from Kyoto achieved a 15% score on a gene fusion compatibility test. Igris said that she could no longer remain calm because she was so worried. Jordan replied that it was normal to be nervous, but he knew that if her score was low, it could be very upsetting. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice happily announce that someone had been selected for 2 top universities at once. Holland and Cherry shared their results, each scoring 10% and 11% respectively. Jordan said Cherie and Holland were ahead of them, so their results should be ready very soon. Igris admitted that she was too afraid to check her own numbers, so she suggested looking at his results first. Jordan agreed, noting that he had nothing against this option, after which he opened his phone. Looking closely at the screen, he realized that his compatibility score was only 15%. Igris almost immediately jumped into his arms and told him that he had the best result in the entire province. Jordan couldn't believe he wasn't first in anything and tried to figure out how that was even possible. After that, he turned his gaze to his friend and said that now it was her turn to check her percentages. Cherie asked her not to worry and said that if she could get a good result, then everything would be fine. Jordan opened her results, and within moments he was overcome with a strong sense of wonder. After this, he decided to show the results to his comrades, and they all experienced the same feeling of genuine shock. The whole point was that, according to the results of the compatibility test, Igris showed an absolutely incredible result of 21%. After some time, the action moved to the headquarters of the education department, which was engaged in analyzing these results. At the head of the council of chairmen was Yana, who gathered there to discuss very important issues. She stated that the compatibility results from all schools had been published and invited her colleagues to review them. They took notice of Jordan, noting that the best student in the province this year would be a student from a high school in Shanghai. Everyone congratulated the headmistress and said that her school had graduated the best student in the province, so she could be proud. However, just when everyone had decided that Jordan was the best student, Igris's results surprised them. They could not believe that a compatibility result of 21% was even possible and could be achieved. The headmistress could hardly believe it, as she had always considered Igris to be an ordinary girl without any outstanding features. Yana proudly rose from the table and asked who this student was and where she was now. The headmistress replied that her academic performance had always been average, which meant that a mistake could have been made as a result. Yana exhaled tensely and said that she had no other choice but to test it in practice. Turning around, she added that it looked like she would have to confirm the result herself and find out everything. Meanwhile, Igris asked her friends if this test was really true and if there was no mistake in it. She emphasized that these figures seemed unrealistic to her, so the devices probably simply malfunctioned. Jordan took her hand and said that he was almost sure that the program had calculated everything correctly. He reminded her that she had a natural connection with water, and the jellyfish was a water-type mutant. Igris happily said that now her body is compatible with the genes of mutant animals, which means she is a real genius. Igris also reflected on the fact that she was now finally worthy of her partner, and Jordan was also happy about this. After a few moments, some people turned around and started wondering what was going on. Jordan and Igris also turned around and saw a huge wave with Yana standing on top. So, this woman decided to make a dramatic entrance to impress everyone present. The students, unfamiliar with her identity, suggested that she might be a heretic who had decided to drown them. Yana dropped to the ground and headed towards the frightened graduates who didn't know what to do. Scientists immediately lined up in front of her, greeting her and bowing their heads respectfully. Some of them said that she is a master of combining water-type genes, so she has excellent control over waves. Yana immediately headed towards Igris, stopped near her briefly and asked her name. Igris identified herself and said that it was really her, while trying to understand what this woman wanted from her. Yana demanded that they take a blood sample from her 3 more times to check everything and make sure of the results. After a while, her friends asked her if she was okay, and Igris replied that her arm was a little numb. A research fellow approached her and asked her to come with him so they could have a little chat. Igris followed him and soon found herself in the office, where Yana was already waiting for her, and she approached her cautiously. Yana sat down in the chair, turned to her and said that the results of the experiment had just been ready. Yana leaned towards her and said that all 3 tests showed 21% compatibility with the genes of aquatic creatures. After this, she added that she would get straight to the point, as she wanted to take her on as a student due to her high potential. Igris looked at her in shock and asked if she really wanted to take her in. Yana replied that if she agreed, things like riding the waves would seem like childish activities to her. She demonstrated her incredible strength, noting that it would be quite feasible for her too. Igris, shyly, said that it was very sudden and asked if she could think about the proposal for a little while. Yana stated that she believes that this proposal has only positive aspects, given the terms of cooperation. Yana also said that she should now enroll in Shanghai University since she works as a teacher there. After that, she asked firmly if she wanted to add anything else, and Igris replied that she had nothing to say. Yana handed her her QR code and said that they should add each other on Messenger. Igris thought that she had been practically forced to agree, although in reality she was not entirely sure about this decision. Yana also said that she has another student who is about the same age, so she can be considered an older sister. After that, she sent her a photo and said that if possible, they could meet. Igris looked closely at the girl in the photograph, and she seemed incredibly familiar to her. A few moments later, she realized that it was Emma, with whom she had once studied at the same school, but who had left early. Igris immediately turned to her new teacher and asked what the girl's name was. Yana looked at her in surprise and said that her name was Lonnie, after which she asked if they knew each other in some way. Igris replied that in elementary school she had a close friend named Emma who looked exactly like Lonnie. Yana said that this was impossible and that it was just a normal coincidence that shouldn't be paid attention to. Afterwards, she stated that her compatibility with gene fusion was far superior to anything she had ever seen. Yana said that she would conduct a full examination of her body to check if there was anything unusual about it. Yana carefully examined Igris's body, after which she stopped abruptly, noticing something unusual. She didn't say it out loud, but only said that she had never seen anything like it and that it seemed strange. Igris asked what happened, and Yana replied that for a person with such compatibility, her body looked too ordinary. Yana said that for her protection, it would be publicly announced that she only had a 16% compatibility rate. Yana also said that it was already late and she had done everything necessary, after which she sent her home. Igris left the office and said goodbye, saying that she would be glad to see her as her teacher at the university. Yana was left alone in the office, and this gave her time to think about what to do next. First, she decided to call a very important person to inform him of the results. This man turned out to be her father, and Yana told him that she took Igris as an apprentice and checked her background. Her father said that this student was destined for great things and that they would be able to gain significant benefits from it. He also added that she should not allow anyone else to discover her student's outstanding abilities. Jordan found out about everything that happened and said that it looked pretty strange because it all happened so suddenly. Jordan decided to watch how things would unfold, noting that if she didn't have bad intentions, then having such a teacher was a good thing. Jordan also said that if she turns out to be a bad person, Igris will be able to break off relations with her when he becomes stronger. The hero's parents met them and said that they should celebrate this evening at a restaurant. They arrived at the right place and were delighted to note that both children had been accepted to the same university. At the table, everyone raised their glasses and congratulated them on achieving first and second place. The evening went wonderfully, and when it was over, the parents said goodbye to each other, wishing each other all the best. After a while, they returned home, and there was a cautious knock on the door of Jordan's apartment. His mother opened the door, immediately understood who had come, and greeted the guest with a sincere smile. She asked Igris if she had come to spend the night with Jordan again. Igris replied that this was not the case, and said that she needed to discuss something important with him alone. As she walked inside, she added that she was only coming in for a quick chat, but Jordan's mother only smiled. She guessed that Igris probably wanted to confess her feelings to him, and this thought amused her. Igris knocked on Jordan's room and said that she wanted to tell him something important, so she asked him to open the door. Jordan calmly let her in and asked what was wrong, not suspecting why she had come. Igris went inside and said that it concerned the teacher who had taken her on as a student after the testing. Igris stated that Yana checked her body completely but did not find anything special, which means that her body looks normal. Igris also said that during the examination, the teacher did not notice that her body was leaking water. Jordan was surprised that even such a powerful person as Yana could not recognize the secret hidden in her body. Jordan said it was best not to tell anyone about this for now, as the consequences could be unpredictable. Jordan added that when they become stronger and know more, then they can calmly study this issue. Igris also said that at the base she learned that she has an older sister, who is also Yana's student. She handed him the photograph and said that when she saw it, she immediately thought it was Emma. Jordan studied the girl carefully and realized that they were indeed similar, but their auras were on completely different levels. Jordan immediately asked her if she knew where the photo was taken to better understand the situation. Igris replied that she had no idea about it, but added that she would ask about it at the first opportunity. After talking with Yana, she learned that the photograph was taken on the land of origins, but the location of this place remained unknown. Igris said she was told she had to get stronger to learn more, so that's all the information they have for now. Jordan sat down on the bed and said that in that case, this issue could be postponed until later. They lay down on the bed together, and Jordan decided to check the information on his phone while Igris watched him. Igris focused her gaze on the main character and realized that she wanted to ask him one very important question for her. She asked him if all guys liked girls who wore the traditional Chinese dress called qipao. Jordan immediately realized that she might have thought of it because of the teacher, who had undoubtedly made an impression on everyone. When he pictured her in the suit, he said it was up to the person, but noted that it would look good on her. Igris began to insist and then seriously asked him whether he liked such things or not. Jordan replied that he liked it, after which Igris immediately asked how he felt about stockings. Jordan said that if he had to choose between the two, he would probably prefer the black ones. Igris considered ordering both for herself, and Jordan wondered what was going on with her. After some time, there was a knock on the door of the room, and the heroes immediately became wary, realizing that it was their parents. Jordan's mother handed over the bags and said that Igris's mother had given her things, and said that she would be spending the night there. Igris said that she hadn't asked her to do this and tried to understand why everything had been decided for her. However, the woman replied that it was nothing, since they were already adults and could stay up late studying. After the door closed behind her, Igris realized she had never felt so awkward. They looked at each other and began to think that their parents were making some strange plans. Igris said that she seemed to have no choice and noted that she would now change her clothes and go to bed. However, she suddenly discovered a strange thing in her bag that she had never seen before. Taking a closer look at the small box, she realized that it contained an ultra-thin condom. Igris immediately hid it and wondered why her mother had put it there, since she had only recently turned 18. Deeply embarrassed, she grabbed the necessary things and said that she urgently needed to go to the restroom. Jordan continued to watch her in surprise, trying to figure out what was going on. The next morning, they both entered the College of Evolution of Shanghai University, which was located nearby. Igris wrapped her arms tightly around him to stay on the bike at such a speed. Jordan started pedaling and picked up speed quickly, and Igris announced that she had also joined a martial arts school. They were heading there that day to take part in a promotional event and make new acquaintances. However, they suddenly encountered a group of strange people who blocked their path, although they greeted them politely. An unknown man asked the protagonist if he was the student named Jordan that was rumored. Jordan looked at his interlocutor in surprise and asked who he was and why he decided to stop him. The man introduced himself as lecturer and said that he was the dean of the martial arts college at Shanghai University. He also added that he came here today as a representative of the Heavenly Man Pavilion. Jordan recalled that the pavilion was a conservative organization that opposed gene fusion and modification. Jordan made a mental note that these people had been a hot topic of discussion online for a long time. Even though Lecter said he wanted to invite him over, Jordan calmly walked past and asked to be let in. The lecturer immediately put his hand on his shoulder and asked if he could spare him a minute for a business conversation. Immediately after that, he showed him a new smartphone and said that he would give it to him as a reward. The lecturer stated that their pavilion was looking for a way to unlock the potential of purebred humans without resorting to gene fusion. He noted that they strive to overcome the limits of the normal level and evolve to the advanced or even legendary level. From his point of view, they had already achieved certain results, and he said that Jordan would understand everything after watching the video. He showed a video of himself as a regular 9th ranker defeating a high-level unifier. Jordan quickly recognized the man, realizing that he was the same warrior who had single-handedly destroyed the cult of the rat god. Lecter's opponent took to the air to take advantage of his giant wings. He also began to attack him with countless sharp feathers, which were supposed to cause serious injuries. The lecturer blocked the blow, showing off his incredibly developed muscles. The gene unifier fell like a stone, landing softly on its mutated paws. The lecturer withstood the attack with ease and immediately rushed forward to deliver a crushing blow with his fist. His opponent was not fast enough to withstand such incredible force. This blow was enough to incapacitate him, despite his high endurance. The lecturer adhered to the idea that the human body itself has enormous potential, so one should not rely on the powers of others. Jordan couldn't believe what he saw and suggested it might have been a fake actor. The lecturer stated that the video was not edited in any way and that he would continue to challenge other strong unifiers. Jordan asked why they didn't put it online, as it would help them promote their ideas more effectively. The lecturer replied that the authorities do not allow this because they believe that without raising the biological level, there is no future. Jordan slammed his hand on the table and said that without promoting such ideas, it would be difficult to gain acceptance. He also stated that a genius like Jordan could join them and achieve even more. The lecturer said he had been training for 50 years, and Jordan noted that he did not look any older than that. The lecturer, as if reading his thoughts, said that he was actually almost 100 years old and that he had used the body hardening technique. After that, he recommended that I consult an encyclopedia to check all the information about him. Jordan decided to look into all the available information and realized that he really had no reason not to trust him. Jordan continued to study the encyclopedia to see what other useful information it contained. He learned that in his youth, this man was a respected eldest young master of a famous family and had achieved much. However, when the era of gene fusion began, his entire family fell into decline as they abandoned the idea of mixing genes with mutants. The lecturer also lost his family and children as they left him when they found out that he did not want to follow the path they had chosen. Jordan realized that if Igris had been in this family's place, she would never have left him, because there was a strong connection between them. He also suddenly learned some surprising things that made him look at things in a new way. The whole point was that, judging by the information, Yana was his ex-wife, and for some reason the photos of his son and daughter were darkened. Jordan realized that this man was truly not to be underestimated, and that he was a serious force. The lecturer stated that the fact that he was almost 100 years old but looked so young proved that purebred people were stronger than others. He also said that a heavenly man is one who defies fate itself and is able to conquer even heaven. From his point of view, gene fusion only allows the mutants to borrow their power, so the combiners will never be able to surpass them. He also noted that the same applies to mechanical modifications, since the materials used also come from mutants. He proudly stated that their pavilion was not opposed to these paths, but they were against relying solely on them. The lecturer confidently invited him to join the Heavenly Man Pavilion and work together for the future. Jordan looked at him carefully, trying to figure out if there was anything really worthwhile hidden behind this pathos. He decided to ask what the art of body hardening was and how it could be applied in the future. The lecturer replied that this technique refers to the blood tempering technique that was found in ancient ruins. He stated that by mastering the technique of blood hardening to the highest limit, one can achieve the state of a purified body. He also noted that this technique can only be mastered by purebred people who have not mixed their genes. The lecturer stated that this is why they firmly believe that the future belongs exclusively to pure-blooded people. He asked him again if he would like to join their pavilion and learn these techniques. The protagonist listened to him attentively and wondered why this man was so persistently trying to recruit him. Jordan said he didn't know much about purebreds yet, so he wanted to do some research on that first. The lecturer replied that with his outstanding talent, it would be a waste not to try to follow this path. He also said that from their pavilion's perspective, the so-called top student in the province was of no particular value. He added that this girl was not worth a hair of his head, not suspecting that she was right next to him. The lecturer confidently stated that they firmly believed that Jordan was the true top student in the province. He also said that by choosing the path of a purebred human, Jordan could become the strongest in this world. Igris thought with resentment that for some reason she had been drawn into this argument. Although she had not said a word, Jordan decided to stop his pompous speech to clear the air about the best student. He pointed to his friend and said that she was the top student with 16% that was being discussed. Immediately after this, he took the reward he had received and said that it was already late and they had other things to do. He said goodbye to his interlocutor, thanked him for the smartphone and tea with milk, and added that they would meet again. The lecturer tried to retain the potential student by offering him to join them for at least 6 months. He said that in the summer he would offer him all the benefits that the College of Evolution provided, but twice as much. Finally, he added that if this was not enough, he was ready to offer 3 times more under any conditions. Jordan paused for a moment, trying to figure out if he was really being offered such favorable terms. Then he almost immediately found himself next to Lecter and said that he had always sincerely admired the ideals of the Heavenly Man Pavilion. He also stated that he decided to realize his talent in this pavilion and contribute to the future of purebred people. The lecturer clearly did not expect such an outcome and, on the one hand, was delighted, but on the other, he realized that he would have to spend a lot of money. Jordan looked closely at his new mentor and said he had an important question. Taking a closer look, he asked him if he knew what the Land of Origins was, and Lecter was very surprised. After a short pause, he answered seriously that people believed that this place was the source of life. He also added that all mutants originated from there, so this place is extremely dangerous. Jordan reflected that people seemed to know about these creatures, but they were unable to penetrate their habitat. Jordan said the exotic meat at the mall probably came from there, and Lecter confirmed it. Jordan asked if he had any video footage of the place, and Lecter replied that there were no electronics working there. Jordan realized that the image they showed Igris was not a photograph, but just a drawing. After a while, his phone started ringing persistently, and he realized that it was better to answer the call. He was asked if he was going to attend a promotional event for a martial arts school. Jordan quickly agreed and said that he had things to do right now, so they would talk later. The lecturer handed him a translation of a manual on blood hardening techniques with detailed instructions on body development. The lecturer also said that to master it, one must have at least the 4th ordinary rank and a sufficient amount of chi. The lecturer suggested that, judging by his physical data, he already had the necessary indicators, so everything should go successfully. Jordan thought this was great news and decided to study the book as soon as he got back. After some time, the action moved to one of the buildings where Lecter worked with his subordinates. At that moment, a girl appeared before them, continuing her persistent training, hitting a punching bag. She delivered a powerful blow to the projectile to hone her striking technique. After a while, she noticed Lecter approaching her, whistling cheerfully. She asked him why he was so happy, having decided to take a little rest after a grueling workout. The lecturer said that thanks to his charisma, he managed to recruit an incredibly talented student into their ranks. The lecturer also states that he has already added him to the messenger and notes that it is all due to his incredible charm. The lecturer also says that he gave him 3 times what the College of Evolution offered, and this frightens her greatly. The lecturer also says that he has already arranged meetings with 3 rich ladies in order to cover his debts. He tries to calm his partner down by saying that he has thought everything through, and she asks him not to act so recklessly. This girl's name is Julia, and Lecter asks her how long it takes to master blood hardening. She replies that it took about a week, and lecturer says that it was not for nothing that she was once the best applicant in Kyoto. Julia says that her result is not worth mentioning since she has not yet reached the advanced rank. The lecturer says that if someone laughs, it will be an indicator of his stupidity, since it will defeat everyone. Julia claims that she has already gone through 2 rounds of hardening, but has not yet discovered a single acupuncture point. After this, the conversation turns to Jordan, and Lecter states that his physical stats are simply incredible. Julia happily accepts this information, saying that she will take on the training of her brilliant younger son properly. Meanwhile, Jordan gets home to thoroughly study the manual that was offered to him. Jordan takes a special pose to meditate and awaken his inner points. Jordan notes that feeling his inner energy was incredibly easy, and he felt it within 3 seconds. After this, he moves on to the next step, which is to control the hardening of his body. Having plunged into the depths of consciousness, he decides to start by hardening his right hand in order to give it more power. After completing 1 round of hardening, he realizes that it is time to test its strength with a knife. He marvels that just 1 round of tempering has rendered it vulnerable to the blade, noting that this is only the beginning of progress. Jordan settles into the appropriate position, contemplating how his body will change after 5 full rounds of conditioning. After 3 hours, he realizes that at this rate he can harden the skin of his entire body in less than a week. A few moments later, he receives a message on his phone, causing it to vibrate unpleasantly. Jordan decides to see who decided to contact him and discovers that it is Igris who is writing to him, asking him if he is sleeping. Jordan claims he is not sleeping, and they arrange a meeting where he is to receive some kind of surprise. Jordan looks at the time and tries to figure out what kind of strange surprise it is that she's calling him so late. After some time, he comes to visit Igris and tells her mother that Igris invited him for some kind of surprise. Mom immediately starts looking after him with a sly smile, saying that he should hurry so that she doesn't get too tired. Jordan knocks carefully on the door and announces that he has arrived, after which he hears his friend's voice inviting him in. Igris calmly opens the door, letting him inside. Igris immediately appears before his eyes, lying wrapped in a blanket, and he asks her what she's doing. Igris, meanwhile, states that it was a surprise that she wanted to show him. Jordan immediately tries to figure out what this could mean, suggesting that perhaps she wanted to give herself to him. Jordan reflects on how she couldn't have thought such a stupid misunderstanding about him, and Igris invites him to come closer. Meanwhile, Igris says that he should take off the blanket and take a look for himself at what she has prepared. Jordan knows he's going through something very adult at this point, and that's why he has a hard time making this decision. However, he decides that he has nothing left to lose, so he needs to pull the blanket over himself as quickly as possible. It turns out that Igris bought and wore a modified version of the suit to impress him. Jordan can't believe his own eyes and stands frozen in place for a moment. Igris strokes her legs and asks him if he likes the dress and how good it looks on her. Jordan immediately nods quickly and says that she looks absolutely amazing and he loves everything about her. Igris says that she bought black stockings and asks him if he would like to see her put them on. Jordan nods again and says he would love to see her wear them. Without thinking twice, Igris takes out the stockings and begins to carefully put them on, showing him the process in all details. After she finishes this, she asks him if the stockings look good on her. Igris allows him to touch the material of the stockings, and Jordan says that they are actually quite soft. Igris suddenly asks him what feels better, the stockings or her legs, and Jordan is suddenly startled by the sound of Igris's mother's voice. She talks about bringing him some things and hanging them on the doorknob, after which Jordan goes to pick them up. He looks closely at the package, which Igris's mother says his mother gave him, to see what's inside. In addition to the usual things, he finds another package of ultra-thin condoms there, realizing that this was expected. He notes that they haven't even kissed yet, so there's absolutely no need for such a rush, since they haven't even confessed their love to each other. Meanwhile, Igris says that it's already late, so he can stay overnight with her tonight. Jordan turns away to give her a chance to change and put on a special diaper. Igris comes closer to him and says that everything is ready, after which he suggests turning off the light and going to bed. Jordan lies down on the bed and they start looking at each other, trying to figure out what to talk about. Jordan decides to start the conversation first and asks her why the bed smells so good, assuming it has been sprayed with something. Igris says that it is her body scent that makes the bed smell so good, stating that he can smell it. Jordan asks her what she means, completely confused about what she's been hinting at all along. However, after a few moments, it finally dawns on him what she means, and the moment becomes even more tense. For the first time in their lives, they decide to kiss for real in order to solidify their sincere feelings for each other. However, Igris quickly stops this process, saying that a big problem has occurred. Jordan looks at her in surprise and asks her what's wrong, trying to figure out what scared her so much. Igris, with incredible embarrassment, tells him that for some reason she wet herself, so her diaper needs to be changed. One can only imagine the awkward silence that had just descended upon that room. Jordan asks her about what she just felt, suggesting that her emotions must have been unstable. Igris says that she felt like her heart was pounding and a kind of trembling feeling arose, and that is why she wet herself. Igris notes that her emotions are indeed very unstable, and Jordan says that this is completely logical and explains everything. He expresses suspicion that her unknown superpower may be related to mental strength. He also says that when her mental power becomes strong enough, she will be able to fully awaken her abilities. Jordan states that they can continue kissing in order to improve her emotional control skills. Igris initially talks about changing her diaper, but Jordan says there's no point because she'll wet herself again. After a while, he asks her how she's feeling, and Igris says that her condition fluctuated and then she wet herself again. Igris gets out of bed and says that she's already all sweaty, so she needs to take a shower to wash herself. After a while, she asks him if he can bring her some pajamas, as she forgot to take clothes to change into. Jordan says that it won't be a problem for him, and then opens the closet with her things. Almost immediately, a fairly large number of different clothes, including underwear, appear before him. Jordan is considering getting a diaper as it would be more comfortable to sleep in. Taking these requirements into account, he takes out a rather comfortable and spacious pair of pajamas to give to his girlfriend. After some time, they finally decide to lie down on the bed and fall asleep in order to rest. Meanwhile, Jordan is awake, as he is very interested in the mechanics of Igris's superpower. Igris is already seeing her 10th dream, since such things are absolutely not a priority for her, and she does not think about them. After some time, morning comes, and Jordan watches his beloved with interest, noting her beauty. After a while, he leaves her bedroom, leaving her alone so she can get a good night's sleep. Mama Igris says that breakfast is almost ready and invites him to have breakfast with them. Jordan agrees, after which he tells her parents that Igris is still sleeping, so he is unlikely to come to breakfast. His parents say they want Igris to be as disciplined as Jordan, but he says that's not necessary. After this, he puts on his slippers and says goodbye to his good friends, who treat him very well. After Igris's mother closes the door behind him, she immediately begins to smile and a blush appears on her face. After this, she decides to discuss the fact that she heard the sounds of a shower yesterday and suggests that their daughter was with Jordan. The father says that this is incredible progress and decides to tell his friend this good news. Meanwhile, Jordan enters his home, completely unaware that his parents are secretly trying to set him up with Igris. He calmly walks up to the washing machine, thinking about throwing things in the wash to get them washed. After this, he changes his clothes and is about to go outside, when suddenly he hears his mother calling out. She gives him encouraging gestures and tells him that he can always be relied upon in a difficult situation. Meanwhile, we are transported to the training academy of the Heavenly Man, where unexpected guests have arrived. The leader of another martial arts school comes to Lecter and demands that he immediately explain himself to him about Jordan. The lecturer says that he has no idea what exactly he should explain to him, since he only met him recently. The director of the College of Evolution says that he has already recruited him, but Lecter has been quietly pulling the strings. The lecturer says that this is an unfair accusation, since any college can recruit students, and this is legal. They begin to argue about whether intercepting other people's students was the right decision. The lecturer says that his choice was completely justified in any case, because this is an open and fair competition. His colleague says that someone so shameless does not dare talk about fair competition. He immediately challenges him to a duel to decide who is right, but Lecter immediately says that it is pointless. He says that they can't compete with each other because he is weaker, because he is only at rank 9 and can't do anything. His colleague says that until he undergoes gene fusion, he will remain a weakling with an ordinary 9th rank for the rest of his days. After this, he reflects on how Lecter is weaker than an ant and is obsessed with the idea of pure-blooded people like crazy. Meanwhile, Yana says that there is nothing to worry about, adding that after the start of training, Jordan will understand who is stronger. She also states that when the time comes, he himself will return to his College of Evolution, but Director Mads protests. He states that what irritates him most is Lecter's behavior, and Yana suggests that he can punish him by luring Jordan back. Mads says that he will do as she advised, since he does not see how else to cope with this. Immediately after this, he loudly slams the door behind him and leaves, trying to make a plan for revenge. Jana says that Mads always seems calm and composed, but loses his composure when it comes to Lecter. She also says that after so many years, Lecter has not changed at all, and his tongue is still just as sharp. She states that his body could have been just as strong, but unfortunately, he took the wrong path when he was young and lost everything. Meanwhile, Jordan and Igris go for a morning run to continue strengthening their bodies. Igris tells him that she can no longer run, as such loads are too heavy for her. Jordan immediately hands her a small bottle of water, saying that it should restore her strength. Jordan also advises her to finish today's workout by saying that she needs to relax her muscles on that bench. Igris obediently lies down on this bench in order to give him the opportunity to massage the problem areas of the body. Jordan realizes that there is no point in wasting time, so he decides to get down to business immediately. Igris turns gratefully towards him and says that she could not have done it on her own. Jordan says that in their relationship, saying thank you is too formal, so they need to come up with something better. Igris starts twirling her hair and asks about their relationship, since they are probably childhood friends or even a couple. Jordan looks at her with a sincere smile and says that they are a family, and family always helps each other. Igris turns towards him with displeasure and asks him how his interpretation of the word family can be understood. After some thought, she suggests that she is in fact his fiancée, whom he will take as his wife when the time comes. After this, she happily says that everything is exactly like that, and in her head everything fits together perfectly logically. After this, she turns towards him, preparing to put on her boots and stand up. She extends her little finger to him and says that when they graduate from university, they should get married. Jordan agrees to this proposal without any hesitation and also extends his little finger to her. They lovingly tell each other that a pinky vow cannot be broken even after 100 years. After some time, he returns home to his parents to spend time with them and watch the news. The family's sudden leisure time is interrupted by a knock on the door, and Terrence goes to the door to find out who has come to see them. He suddenly finds Dean Mads visiting them, and Terrence asks him what brought him to their home. Mads apologizes for coming in so late and disturbing them, noting that he wanted to talk to Jordan about choosing a college. Terrence looks at him in surprise, thinking that he has already decided everything and there is no point in raising this issue. Mads also hands him 2 ice fish, and Terrence declares that this is too generous a gift for a simple visit. Afterwards, he lets him inside, saying that Jordan is in the living room, and Mads again apologizes for the intrusion. After this, he calmly says that with the fusion of genes, the future potential is practically limitless. He also states that the heavenly human pavilion has good intentions, but their pure-blooded human theory has not yet proven itself. He asks Jordan to listen to his advice and not to follow the path of a pureblood, as this will not lead to a breakthrough. Jordan looks at him carefully, trying to figure out if there is really truth in his words, or if he is trying to deceive him. Eliza, meanwhile, says that she doesn't quite understand, because Jordan should have already entered the College of Evolution. Jordan realizes that now is the best time to talk to his parents about what happened a couple of days ago. He states that he entered the Heavenly Man Pavilion and enrolled in the martial arts college to choose the path of a purebred man. Eliza begins to worry and asks him what all this means and why he changed his point of view so easily. Jordan says he agrees with the Skyman Pavilion's philosophy because he was offered many benefits. He also states that if he does not make progress within 6 months, he will return to the College of Evolution and take the path of gene fusion. Mads can't believe that poor old fool offered triple the benefits as a hook. After this, he once again respectfully addresses the main character, saying that he would like to give him one piece of advice. He goes on a long, loud tirade about how tripling benefits is good, but will be bad in the long run. Jordan gives a formal excuse, musing that he doesn't really believe in her and it's simply more profitable for him to choose this side. Mads exhales sadly, realizing that he will no longer be able to convince this man. After this, he states that if he is determined, then there is no point in trying to convince him of this. Immediately after this, he heads for the exit, saying that he has other things to do and he says goodbye to them. Jordan doesn't think about what happened and just goes to bed to face the next day. The next morning, he immediately decides to check today's news in order to understand what happened. The news reports that the Heavenly Man's Pavilion has brainwashed another schoolboy and taken him for themselves. Jordan discovers that they even remember Julia, who also became ordinary after entering this pavilion. He also starts reading comments where people are saying that this pavilion is poisoning geniuses and they feel really sorry for Jordan. Jordan realizes that his personal information has been exposed and that he may now be targeted by cultists or internet trolls. Jordan is trying to figure out if Mads leaked his personal information or if someone else who hates Lecter is behind it. Jordan immediately calls the police and says he wants to report the student's personal information being exposed. 2 hours later, he discovers that the post has thankfully been deleted, and now he doesn't have to worry about his data. Even though this information cannot be found anywhere else, the internet, as we know, always remembers absolutely everything. He reads the group chat he is in and realizes that his photos have also been posted publicly. Jordan understands that this is a very sensitive leak of information that cannot be allowed to happen in the future. Time flies by very quickly, and before we know it, a calm, dark night hangs over the city again. Igris runs into the main character's room and says that she will spend the night with him today, since they were given permission to do so. She asks him what's going on, and Jordan claims that the leak of his data is just part of a power struggle. Igris says that Yana seems quite powerful, so you can turn to her for help. Jordan states that this is a conflict between the genetic modification factions and the pure-blooded humans. Jordan says it's unlikely, but Igris takes out his phone, offended, and says that there's no charge for asking. Just half an hour later, Yana sends her a message saying that all the problems have been resolved, and this impresses her greatly. Jordan is also very impressed by such actions on the part of Yana because it is almost impossible. However, as soon as he tries to find any information, he realizes that all these photos have been deleted. Jordan wonders if she could really do something like that, but he still doesn't understand her motives. Jordan asks Igris to thank Yana for her help, but Igris demands that he thank her for her help too. Jordan asks her what she wants, and Igris states that he needs to kiss her as a thank you. After some time, he returns to his daily activities in order to regain his concentration. He tries to understand how much his body is one with the very nature of the universe and tries to exhale air. The system informs him that he has raised his biological level to the usual 7th rank. Jordan calls up the system to view his new stats and notes his new characteristics with interest. Jordan realizes that he already has 9 biological attributes, which is almost equivalent to 10 gene fusions. After some time, he receives a notification that someone has sent him a message on his phone. Jordan reads the messages and realizes that Igris will lose her fertility after undergoing the gene fusion. Igris asks him if he can go with her, and he immediately agrees, after which we move to Monday. The nurse tells Igris that all the stimulating injections have been done, and therefore she must come tomorrow for egg retrieval. Cherie says it's quite a stressful procedure because she thought it would all be over in one day. Suddenly she tells her friend that they can go shopping to calm down after this. They also invite Jordan to come along, but he claims that he has some business at home, so he won't go with them. Cherie moves on, saying that today they will be alone together with her best friend. Jordan quickly gets home to continue his muscle toning and strengthening routine. He receives a system notification that the strength of the skin and muscles has been increased, although the procedure is very painful. Jordan has trained his entire right arm in one day and is already starting to feel dizzy from the lost strength. He decides that he needs to properly replenish his chi and iron levels in his blood, after which he eats a lot of food. After this, he realizes that his strength has increased by 50%, and these techniques really suit his body constitution. After some time, he hears Igris come to visit him and start knocking on the door, declaring that they need to talk about something. Jordan states that she can come in, and Igris reveals that she agreed to go for a walk with Cherie and invited Jordan along as well. Jordan calmly states that if she is going to go there, he will be happy to accompany her just in case. Igris states that Cherie is inviting them to the beach and she doesn't want to spoil the fun, but it would be inconvenient for her. She recalls hearing terrible sounds in the sea and says that now she is completely scared by this thought. Jordan tries to calm her down and says that everything is fine, and in the worst case, they just won't go into the water. Meanwhile, we are transported to an unknown place somewhere deep underground, where several sinister entities gather. This place is distinguished by amazing landscapes that would seem simply impossible to the average person. The giant creature says that the damn rats have finally finished digging, turning to some messenger. The masked person receives a request to establish biological coordinates at a given location. Without thinking twice, he says that their clan is finally coming to an end and decides to fulfill the request. He forcibly raises the mysterious staff above himself in order to prepare a powerful blow directly to the ground. Despite its apparent fragility, this staff proved strong enough to pierce rock. Immediately after this, he delivers a powerful blow with his finger to the hand in order to cause slight bleeding. This blood begins to slowly drip directly onto the staff in order to awaken its hidden powers and make it become stronger. The messenger says that the coordinate has been established, and now all they have to do is wait for synchronization to take place on the land of origins. He states that once the coordinates resonate, the tunnels will connect to this source land and they will be able to travel. Meanwhile, our heroes reunite with Cherie and Holland, who managed to get his license and buy a car. Holland claims he got his license exactly 10 days into the holidays thanks to his father's connections. He asks them if they would also like to take a crash course in driving, and they all say it would be very helpful. After a while, Holland demonstrates that he has learned something from these courses and parks masterfully. Afterwards, they go out to the beach, and Holland happily says that he really misses the sea breeze. He states that there is nothing more beautiful than a seascape, as well as other very important things that attract him. We are, of course, talking about beach swimsuits, which make girls look even more attractive. Cherie hits him on the back of the head, telling him that he needs to be a more decent person and not a teenager. Afterwards, they decide to change into their swimsuits in a more secluded place so that Holland's gaze won't bother them. Meanwhile, Holland finds his friend and says that they should also change into appropriate swimsuits. He is already looking forward to an amazing day, as he simply loves diving and swimming in the cool seawater. Suddenly, he hears people behind them start whispering, recognizing Jordan from the recent leak. Some people say that Jordan is just stupid because he decided to join the Skyman Pavilion. From their point of view, he had to go to the College of Evolution in order to improve his genes, so he wasted his time. Holland takes it personally and asks them who they are to judge him when he is the coolest man on Earth. Ordinary people fall silent, trying to understand why they are being criticized for a personal conversation, and they can't find anything to say. Jordan reassures his friend that there is no point in wasting their time on such conversations with strangers. Holland says he would have rushed into a fight by now, but Jordan says he doesn't care about such issues at all. Holland asks him what really worries him, and Cherie immediately says that it's completely understandable. She proudly states that more than anything in the world, Jordan cares only about Igris and her safety. Holland smiles and says that the question was indeed obvious, after which they are advised to quickly change their clothes. Meanwhile, Jordan approaches Igris and asks her if she wants him to put sunscreen on her. Igris agrees almost immediately, after which he stretches out on a special chair to sunbathe. Jordan begins applying a special substance to her back to prevent her from getting painful burns. Holland watches his friend, thinking that this guy knows a thing or two about this kind of thing. He immediately heads towards Cherie to apply sunscreen to her, but she turns him down. At this time, Igris observes her lover, noting his incredible gallantry and tenderness. Suddenly, she hears strange voices that tell her that the great deity will soon awaken. She also hears another piece of news that this revival will take place in the Sea Land of Origins. Igris immediately begins to look around in fear, trying to understand why this voice appeared again. Looking towards the sea, she realizes that this voice comes exclusively from there. Jordan notices that his friend has suddenly become depressed and asks her what happened. Igris tells him in a frightened voice that she heard a voice that spoke of a great god in the Sea Land of Origins. Jordan suggests that it might be related to that place, as their current knowledge is too limited. He states that when college starts, she can try to discreetly ask her mentor about it. After hardening all his muscles, he successfully moves on to hardening his bones to become a truly steel man. He didn't expect that hardening his bones would be hundreds of times more unbearable than hardening his muscles, but the result was worth it. After a short time, having spent a great deal of effort, he finished hardening all the bones. The system informs him that he has reached the normal 9th rank, which means he is one small step away from the advanced rank. Jordan understands that once he can open even one aperture in his body, he will reach an advanced level. After studying the texts, he realizes that this method is described incredibly vaguely, so he will have to figure it out himself. Some more time passes, and finally the time comes when all students must return to universities. Igris and Jordan are about to go to university and finally leave the city they are in. Jordan remembers passing a place they used to go to eat when they were little. Jordan's mother recommends that he go there to buy some ice cream since they still have time. Igris agrees to this proposal and orders himself some strawberry milk-flavored ice cream. She immediately hands him a piece, and his parents continue to watch his reaction. Jordan tries to play along with her, when suddenly he hears strange sounds of people actively relaxing nearby. He looks at a small park where people are sitting, accusing a girl of having a skirt that is too long. People are having a great time in the company of numerous girls who are simply delighted with them. Jordan decides to take a closer look and realizes that one of these people is in the College of Evolution. Other guys watching what is happening also say that many girls are paying attention to this man. Jordan returns to his meal, thinking that these people must have come here from the inner campus. The thing is that Shanghai University is divided into two campuses, the inner and the outer, and ordinary people study in the outer one. The inner circle is home to gene merger students, cyborgs, and martial arts fighters. Their parents tell them that now that they have entered university, they have more freedom, but they need to behave decently. Terrence reassures her, saying that they have always been good children, so they will definitely not become like these guys. Jordan and Igris say goodbye to their parents, realizing that they will no longer be allowed into the inner territory. After a while, they approach a menacing security guard who asks them to show their acceptance notice. Igris hands over his notice and immediately says that everything is in order with the documents. He glances at Jordan and says that he doesn't need to show the notification because everyone already knows about it. Once inside, they realize that the inner campus is full of gene mergers and cyborgs walking around as if nothing happened. After he and Igris finished filling out the paperwork, they headed to the dormitories provided to them. Jordan walked his girlfriend to her dorm at the College of Evolution, after which he decided to head to his room. Almost immediately, a lot of girls approached him, considering him incredibly handsome. One of them said that she was several years older than him, so she could take him to the dorm. Jordan agrees, and the girl tells him where the different buildings are so he doesn't get confused. Jordan also learns about the existence of a ranking system that has top 500 students and top 100 new students. The top 3 overall rankings are all powerful, advanced-level fighters. The girl tells them that in their martial arts college there was once a senior student who reached 6th place. She refers to Julia, after which she says that her development as a pure-blooded person will eventually hit a ceiling. Jordan listens attentively to everything this girl tells him, after which they finally come to his room. She claims that 2nd place in the exam does not give any privileges, since he was given an entire room for his own use. She also mentions that it was very hot outside and asks if she could take a quick shower. Jordan states that she has worked very hard and offers to treat her to milk tea without falling for these hooks. After he treated her to milk tea with all the trimmings, he seemed to repay her for seeing him off. Immediately after this, he receives photographs from his lover, who asks him to show her his room. Jordan notes that compared to Igris's luxurious apartment, his room suddenly lost all appeal. Igris tells him that his dorm is too small, so he can move in with her because there is an incredibly big bed here. Jordan thinks this is a great idea and packs his things to move to another room. As he steps inside, he realizes that the College of Evolution is truly rich, as even the student dormitories are very luxurious. He understands that compared to Igris's luxurious apartment, his dorm is just rubbish, and he's still got the best of them. Jordan tries to figure out if Lecter can actually deliver on his triple win promise. Igris meets him almost immediately at the entrance to lead him to her room and allow him to enter. She states that she turned on the air conditioner in the living room, and now it is very cool and cozy in there, despite the heat outside. Jordan says that this dorm is very luxurious and clean, which means that Yana really cares about her students. Igris says that from now on, this place will become their little home. There are no parents here, which means they can do whatever they want. Immediately after this, she begins to undress and says that first she needs to take a shower. Jordan gathers her clothes to group them, then decides to check out the new student app. Because he has quite a lot of apps on his phone, it takes him some time to find the one he needs. This app also has a small store where you can purchase the necessary items for any task. Jordan understands that you can pay with points here, and you can earn them by climbing the rankings or completing tasks. You can also earn them by participating in competitions, and Jordan understands that this is a good option. After a while, Igris calls him over, saying that she had already washed herself and would like to get her clothes. However, when he goes inside, he sees that Igris has not yet emerged from the water and says that it is very nice here and that the two of us can sit together. She also says that it would be a waste to use so much water just on her. Jordan realizes that it would be pointless to refuse such an offer, as he has no ill intentions. Sitting in the bath, he asks her if she would like him to rub her back, and Igris immediately agrees. She also says that once he's done, she'll try rubbing his back too to make him feel better. After a shower and a meal, they sat down on the bed for Jordan to begin the second round of hardening his skin. This round turned out to be much more difficult than the first, as it took him a full 2 hours to finish hardening his right hand. Jordan asks Igris if she has a sewing needle, and she immediately says that she will get it right away. After she hands him the needle, she asks him what he's going to do, and Jordan tells her to watch. After this, he delivers a powerful blow to test the strength, but the skin cannot be pierced in any way. With even greater force, which could pierce a real bulletproof vest, the needle simply breaks without leaving a scratch. Igris says that this blood-tempering technique is incredibly powerful, and she also wanted to follow the path of a pure-blooded human. Jordan states that he needs to test the heat resistance of the leather on his hand, and places his hand in an open flame. Jordan only begins to feel a slight burning sensation after a few minutes, meaning the technique has proven incredibly effective. His meditation is interrupted by a notification that arrives on his phone, and he immediately decides to check it. This notification signals that he received a message from the lecturer, who asked him about the comfort of the room. Jordan replied that everything was fine with him, and Lecter invited him to come to headquarters, stating that he had come to pick him up personally. Jordan says that he is currently in a different dorm and gives him the address of the place he is in. Jordan immediately says that his dean has invited him to visit headquarters, so he will step out for a moment. Stepping outside, he looks around and notices that there is some shade under a tree where he can take refuge from the bright sun. While he is watching his phone, a strange man passes by and looks at him very closely. A few moments later, he loudly declares that he knows Jordan and reminds him that he came in second place on the entrance exam. Jordan greets him and muses that he seems to have become famous very quickly. After this, the man showers him with many compliments, stating that he admires his life choices and incredible strength. After this, he wishes him great success in the pavilion of the heavenly man and leaves without even introducing himself. Jordan is trying to figure out who this strange, talkative man is when he suddenly hears the loud sound of a motorcycle stopping. Julia turns to him and asks if she has made a mistake and if it is really Jordan in front of her. Jordan agrees that it is indeed him, and then looks at the girl who approaches him. Julia takes off her helmet and says that she is an instructor at the martial arts college and also one of the researchers. She extends her hand to him, and Jordan tries to understand how such a remarkable man could become the mediocrity rumored about him. Julia puts him on the motorcycle and asks if he is glad that such a beautiful mentor came for him. Jordan states that he is honored, after which she asks him why he dropped out of the College of Evolution. Jordan says his girlfriend lives there, so he moved in with her to live together. The whole way, Julia tells him how she envies him, because she is 30 years old and has never held a man's hand. After they arrive at the Pure Blood Human Institute, she decides to invite him inside to explore everything. The first thing she does is show him the Institute's recreation area, telling him that he can sometimes relax there during breaks. She also states that everything in the refrigerator was bought at the Institute's expense, and if he wants to eat something, he can take it without hesitation. She tosses him a can of soda and tells him she'll give him a tour of the research area. Jordan asks her why the Institute is so empty and they still haven't met a single person. Julia says their pavilion has never been held in high regard and they receive very little funding, so they can afford very little. She also says that there are currently only 5 people at the university, including lecturer, Julia, Jordan, and 3 other seniors. Jordan tries to understand whether those many people who were around Lecter at that time were just actors. Jordan is mentally hoping that at least they can pay him triple benefits because he doesn't care about the rest. After they enter Lecter's office, he greets them, but his face looks incredibly tired. Julia asks him why he looks so exhausted, and he admits that he has been living at work for 2 weeks now. He also claims to be researching blood tempering techniques, but unfortunately, he has not made any progress so far. He notes that one shouldn't let Julia's carefree attitude fool one, because she is an amazing person. The lecturer adds that it was precisely thanks to his involvement that he was able to successfully complete the 3rd round of hardening and become stronger. He puts his hands on his shoulders and tells him that his score on the entrance exams was incredibly high. He also asks him about his progress in the technique he taught him, and Jordan states that he has mastered it. The lecturer notes this, adding that he will instruct Julia to guide him through skin hardening. Jordan says there's no need for that, as he already completed the 1st round of skin hardening over the holidays. Julia and Lecter look at him in surprise, trying to figure out if they had misheard the phrase about him already mastering leather hardening. Julia asks him if he's joking, since it took her a whole week, and Jordan says he did it. The lecturer says that Jordan must have made a mistake and asks him to give him his hand so that he can check. Jordan decides to use natural camouflage to disguise his true strength. The lecturer carefully examines Jordan's hand, trying to understand whether his student had deceived him. The lecturer claims that this is impossible, but he has indeed completed the 1st round of skin hardening, and his skin has become much stronger. The lecturer immediately asks him what his current biological level is in order to understand the level of the majority of the students. Jordan reluctantly turns away and reveals that he is only at rank 4. The lecturer says that he is facing an incomparable genius, and now they will definitely become even stronger. The lecturer hugs him, telling him that his pure-blooded human body is beyond the normal level. Julia reflects that now that someone even more capable is leading them, they can move further along the path. She also states that its potential needs to be unlocked as quickly as possible in order to attract more geniuses to their pavilion. The lecturer states that this cannot be discussed yet, as a reckless disclosure could put him in danger. They add that what is needed is the quality of geniuses, not their quantity, and now they have the most brilliant genius of all geniuses. Julia mentions that if they do this, they will not have funding, and Lecter states that there is no need to worry. Julia says that the dean has thought everything through as always, and Jordan realizes that if he told the truth, they would faint. The lecturer states that he no longer needs to attend classes because the basic courses will not help him much. The lecturer emphasizes that they are already researching the path of a pure-blooded human, and states that Julia will now be Jordan's assistant. Julia looks at him with resentment and asks if he doesn't value her at all, and Lecter asks her to be more patient. He states that tomorrow afternoon the university will hold a ceremonial assembly for freshmen and administer another test. The lecturer notes that with his current strength, the title of king of the first years will surely belong only to him. The lecturer also says that when he participates, he needs to thoroughly crush his first-year competitors. Jordan learns that being named freshman king will also earn him 10 varsity points, which is a lot. Soon the day arrives for the ceremonial meeting of first-year students at the university where our heroes have entered. Jordan and Igris sit in their seats while the others look around at them, trying to figure out if these are the legends. His recent interlocutor immediately approaches him and asks if he has forgotten him since their last meeting. Jordan looks closely at his interlocutor and says that he remembers him. Suddenly, he turns to both of them and asks what their relationship is like with each other. Jordan calmly states that they are childhood friends and are already engaged, and will get married after graduating from university. The young man immediately turns away and says that in that case he will not bother them with his questions. Jordan estimates that the martial arts college has 1,896 students, with most of them split between the two colleges. He notes that among all the first years, there is only one who has already combined genes, and that seems to be Shadowcat. Jordan looks at the girl carefully, and she turns towards him, showing no signs of interest. Jordan notes that she has a cold air about her, which is very different from the other chatterbox he has already interacted with. We are talking about this friendly guy who is constantly talking to other people. After the vice-rector delivered her speech, it was the students' turn to come forward and say a few words. Everyone applauded that same chatterbox from the genius class, whose name was Lincoln. Lincoln stood up calmly to say a few words, and the rest of the people realized that he couldn't be judged by his cover. Lincoln muses that he was deliberately being a chatterbox and bleached his hair to create contrast. Suddenly, he asks the other people if they have heard of a man who is considered a genius at Kyoto University. Jordan reflects on the fact that absolutely everyone knows about this man since he was on the news. Lincoln states that what most of them don't know is that he has an amazing little brother. After a short pause, he declares that this genius younger brother is him, and he is now standing in front of them. He claims that back in high school, he and his brother agreed that he would be responsible for breaking records. After that, he abruptly says that he wants to show them what ordinary-level biological pressure is. Students within a small radius realize that they are being subjected to an incredible mental attack. Lincoln says his name out loud and says that he wants them to remember him for a long time. Igris says that Lincoln is a fool and Jordan can crush him with one finger, but Jordan remains silent. The presenter says that he asks for a loud round of applause, after which he suggests inviting the chairman of the student council. The chairman of the board, Charles, approaches the podium and the moderator immediately offers him the microphone. Charles says he came here mainly to talk about 3 important things. He emphasizes that student discipline is not controlled by teachers, but is monitored by the student union. He also states that the students' union recruits 10 students from among the first-year students each year. In his view, the inner campus is a place where power reigns and it functions largely according to primitive principles. Charles states that here the strong eats the weak, and this is an effective strategy for creating fighters. After this, he emphasizes that before leaving, he will allow each of them to experience the power of an advanced level. He begins to release his incredible biological pressure in order to scare the students who have just arrived. Jordan muses that from this distance, it has little effect on someone as incredibly strong as himself. The students are glad that this pressure lasted only 5 seconds, because otherwise they could have simply died. Yana declares that after the freshmen's meeting ends, they will immediately begin the entrance test right here. She says that in the center of the gym there is a large martial arts arena, and if you can stand on it for more than a minute, then victory is in your pocket. She notes that the second person who manages to stand alone for 1 minute will take second place and receive 90 points. And she emphasizes that if a first-year student from a class that is not a genius wins, then everyone will be awarded 1 point, except for the geniuses. Suddenly, Holland gets to the microphone and shouts loudly at the others to shut up immediately. He proudly says that he is a friend of Jordan, who is the strongest man on earth. After that, he promises that he will focus on besieging the genius class to let his friend win. Other observers say that this is a winning strategy and that he needs to be helped to break into the top 10. The lecturer watches what is happening and turns to Mads, asking him if he's being too petty. Mads states that in terms of pettiness, he is unlikely to be able to surpass such an incredible master as Lecter. The lecturer, in turn, says that his pettiness is directed only at one single person. Suddenly, Charles comes up to him and asks Mads if his daughter really showed such good results. He also invites her to join the student union, and Mads states that he will make sure that is exactly what happens. He is also asked who among all the freshman geniuses will be the best this year. People are mostly betting on Lincoln because he scored much higher than Mads' daughter Audrey. However, after a while, their cautious predictions fall silent after the proud lecturer takes the floor. He assures that the king of the freshmen will, of course, be his student named Jordan, since he is the coolest. Mads questions this hypothesis and notes that Jordan is indeed very good, but he has not improved himself in any way. The lecturer asks if he wants to include a bet, and Mads is prepared to bet a full 100 points on his student's victory. The dean turns to other people, saying that for the sake of interest, they could bet on a few more points. Mads tries to understand why Lecter has such high ambitions and such serious confidence, unaware of what awaits him. The Dean of Cyborgs asks Mads if he holds a grudge against Lecter, but he states that it is a small loss. The cyborg reflects that this is clearly a deception, since he knows the character of his interlocutor very well. The lecturer reflects on the fact that 9 people gave 100 points each, and 1 gave 1,000, and he will make a fortune. Meanwhile, ordinary students rush to attack the class of geniuses and say that they need to be defeated. The results turn out to be quite predictable, since simple confidence is not enough to win. Jordan watches this carnage, not wanting to help those who stood up for him, and reflects on his own. From his point of view, the only real opponents are the 12 elite students led by Jana and Mads. He decides to use his threat-sensing skill to figure out which of them is the strongest. Meanwhile, ordinary students finish off the remnants of the genius class and the elite structure, saying that it was easy. They rush forward, saying that they must go down to receive their punishment. And one of the elite students jumps out to meet them, saying that they have become arrogant because they oppress the weak. After this, he talks about allowing them to attack him so that they can feel how insignificant they really are. The fighters jump towards him, saying that they have nothing to fear because they have a serious numerical superiority. This fighter uses a powerful kick with a sweeping motion to knock out multiple fighters who come close at once. He calls them pathetic nobodies who think too highly of themselves, while they fly apart in all directions. Each of them receives a painful reminder that they need to soberly assess their strengths and those of their opponents. He says that ants will always remain ants, no matter how many there are, and they will not even leave a scratch on him. The beaten students who had just bullied the geniuses begin to cry and ask him to take revenge for them. Jordan comes up to the arena and says that if these people are asking him for something, then he doesn't see anything wrong with it. He looks around and says that he accepts this challenge because he needs to test his strength. A heavyweight fighter jumps into the arena and says that he has long wanted to test his skills on someone truly worthy. He states his name, which in the context of the story is not very important, because he clearly cannot last even a minute against Jordan. Jordan is asked if he plans to reveal his exam results, but he states that there is no point in doing so. He immediately rushes forward and delivers a powerful blow to the man's head, declaring that these results speak for him. The blow is incredibly powerful, causing the heavy fighter to fly to the side, losing consciousness. Students who will never be even 1% as strong are glad that at least someone stood up for them. Lincoln reflects that such sheer, pure power is very impressive, as he had expected a different outcome. After this, another fighter jumps onto the stage, says his meaningless name and talks about his high results. Jordan lands a powerful kick on him, defeating him in a matter of seconds and not giving him a single chance. Ordinary students are happy that their class also has its own genius who crushes other geniuses, although they do not become stronger from this. This time, Audrey takes the stage, as she has been told that she must defend the honor of the elite class of students. People watching her say that her sister is incredibly strong and will definitely win this tough fight. The onlookers continue to support Jordan and recommend that he not spare this girl and beat her as hard as the others. Jordan reflects on the rare chance to observe a gene combiner up close and study its capabilities and habits. Audrey almost immediately rushes into attack, and Jordan understands that such fighters are definitely not to be trifled with. As he dodges her powerful and swift attacks, he realizes that the enhancement from the gene fusion is quite impressive. Audrey, meanwhile, can't believe that her opponent was able to dodge such a fast and accurate blow. She understands that in her current state, she does not pose a real threat to him, which means there is no point in continuing. She asks him to give her 30 seconds to fully activate his genes so they can fight for real. After Jordan agrees, she begins the transformation process, but for him, it is a rewarding experience. The other observers say that Audrey is turning out to be an even bigger genius than they thought, but Mads is still gloomy. He reflects on how Audrey is acting just as stubborn and ambitious as she did when she was little. Audrey says that her opponent is too arrogant and was actually waiting for her to fully activate. Rushing forward, she says that he will now pay a serious price for his arrogance. She delivers a powerful kick, and Jordan muses that she used to be a normal rank 5. Having easily dodged this blow, he realizes that she is now close to the 6th rank, and this cannot help but surprise him. Audrey tries to understand why she still can't hit him despite all her attempts. She makes a few more lunges, but none of them are successful, despite her great efforts. Jordan reflects that he has collected almost all the necessary data on carriers of this gene. After this, he decides that there is no point in wasting any more time and prepares to deliver one normal blow. After that, he unleashes a powerful attack straight into her face with incredible ease, completely unconcerned about what is happening. Audrey flies back several dozen meters and into a crowd that was not prepared to be hit by such a projectile. They look at her beautiful face with horror and say that it has turned into a real mass. Audrey immediately starts crying because she will now have a long recovery, and her father immediately runs to her. He asks how dare he hit a girl, and Jordan states that on the path of evolution, only strength matters. Lincoln says that these are very good and correct words, emphasizing that on this path, only strength is important. After this, he decides to jump down to take part in this fight, and everyone looks at him with interest. They claim that he is the last hope of their class, so he must crush Jordan without the slightest mercy. Lincoln states that he didn't expect Jordan to be a master of disguise and hide his true strength. After this, he adds that he is the only one who has been hiding the power, and now it is time to really fight. He rapidly transforms his body, indicating that he too has been hiding his true level. People observing him understand that he has merged with the genes of a demonic monkey, which means he is at an advanced level. They understand that judging from his biological pressure, he has already reached the 6th rank of the ordinary level. The lecturer says that this is the real end, and he is dead because he will lose by as many as 19 points. Meanwhile, several people nearby are reflecting on the fact that the organization has given them a new task. The radio is reporting that they have placed all the advanced-level dark fighters in the park outside the university. They are told that they need to try to get Lincoln on their side, and to do this he must swallow this seed. Students wonder if they can do it, but realize they don't have much choice. Jordan speculates that the demonic-eyed monkey is a mutated beast that has maximized strength and defense. Lincoln states that the gap between their strength and his skills is simply huge, so this fight will be short. Jordan decides not to waste time on unnecessary talk and immediately rushes into the attack to win here. Lincoln manages to dodge the first blow, and Jordan realizes it was because he limited his powers. After that, he decides to increase his speed to rank 7 speed to gain an advantage. This is enough to deliver an incredibly powerful punch right to the face of your opponent. Jordan realizes that his opponent's defense is exceptionally strong compared to others at the same rank. Lincoln states that he is now fully focused and his attacks will not be able to penetrate the ape's defense. Jordan continues to throw powerful punches to test how strong his opponent is. Jordan is indeed much faster than Lincoln, and at first people think that he still can't win. Jordan states that he has finished testing his reaction speed and that at least minimal force can now be applied. He jumps to the side and thinks that it is time to test the last attribute, which is strength. Lincoln states that he underestimated his speed, but his strength is too weak, and now he will show him where he was wrong. He rushes forward, saying that now it is his turn to show himself. The frightened students look at the protagonist and advise him to dodge, but he stands calmly. The rest of the people approach lecturer and remind him that he must pay them 100 points each. However, after a few moments, it becomes clear that the outcome of this battle is predetermined, but in a slightly different direction. When in contact with Jordan's incredibly strong head, the demonic monkey's bones simply give way and break. Lincoln falls to the ground and says that his arm is broken and now he has lost the ability to fight. People watching this are trying to figure out what happened to their favorite because he just looked so strong. Jordan realizes that the fusion of the demon monkey genes has given him excessive power, and his bones are not yet ready for it. Jordan says that Lincoln's right arm has a comminuted fracture and asks for the medics to come up. Yana immediately jumps into the arena and advises him to step aside so as not to interfere with the treatment procedure. After examining his arm, she suggests that the fracture occurred because he misjudged his strength and received a blowback. Jana wonders how strong Jordan's body must be if he could calmly survive such a blow and not even move. Jordan decides to use natural camouflage, realizing that she is definitely trying to analyze him. Yana understands that something is wrong here, since his biological level is clearly not in line with the indicators. After she returns, she's immediately asked about Jordan's true power, but she states that she has found nothing. Jordan reflects on how he succeeded and deceived these people thanks to his automatic ability. Lincoln wonders what that miraculous technique was that he just saw, as his arm has already recovered. Jordan asks him how the recovery process is going, and he states that he is fully prepared for the fight. Jordan immediately delivers a powerful kick to him, sending him flying like a piece of trash. Lincoln says that when his gene fusion reaches a new level, he will definitely beat him on this stage. Then the students start arguing with each other, trying to figure out who will be stronger. Jordan watches this with poorly concealed boredom and then realizes that more than a minute has passed. People start looking at him and saying that he is the pride of their class, and now they feel better. Jordan reflects on the fact that now that he has secured his title as freshman king, there are some things he needs to do. He immediately grabs Igris in his arms and surprises everyone else, who are trying to figure out what he wants from her. Immediately after this, he jumps forward to put her in the arena against himself. Igris does not immediately understand his intention and tries to understand whether he is really going to reveal their relationship to other people. Jordan then says that he is taking all the places from 2nd to 10th inclusive. Some students immediately attack him, saying that he has gone too far. Jordan almost instantly beats up anyone who tries to oppose him in order to teach them a lesson. Audrey suddenly decides to jump into the arena to attack Igris, calling her a traitor. Jordan immediately jumps back to hit her again, making it even more painful than before. Mats watches in horror as his poor daughter falls to the ground, suffering yet another crushing defeat. Jordan reflects on how all of his opponents from the genius class have been defeated, and no one will object to his decisions. Contrary to the rules that were established in this college, Igris gets 2nd place, despite the fact that she did not compete with anyone. Jordan says that they can take turns taking the remaining places, and he will accept payment in the form of points. According to calculations, the total number of points from 10 places in total amounted to about 550. He also received 9 points given by the freshmen from the regular class as payment. This deal was incredibly profitable for him, so he did not regret at all that he had broken the rules of this establishment. Mads says this is completely unacceptable because he broke the rules by taking other places. The lecturer claims that no violation took place because there are no rules that restrict such behavior. Yana says that this is indeed a loophole in the rules, but it can only be corrected starting next year. Mads is irritated to realize that this is absolutely disgusting and unacceptable, but there is nothing he can do about it now. After some time, the members of the mysterious organization receive a new order, according to which they need to recruit Jordan. They claim that they need to force him to swallow an advanced-level demon seed and bring him into their ranks. The lecturer rushes to his student, asking how many surprises he still has in store for him. Jordan jerks away from him and asks if he remembers the promise he made to him. The lecturer hands him 10 pills, as well as triple benefits for this semester, noting that he will never be greedy. He also asks him what his true rank is, and Jordan downplays his rank a bit. The lecturer learns that he has completed the hardening of his entire body and asks him how this is even possible at that level. The lecturer immediately says that he must adhere to the path of a pure-blooded person and will achieve great things in the future. Jordan returns home to take the chi and blood pill, which should help him become even stronger. The first thing he decides to do is test the effects of this pill to see how quickly his cultivation will improve. The system tells him that his skills have improved significantly and he is now much stronger. Jordan is nevertheless disappointed by this effect, realizing that it is better to give the rest to Igris. Meanwhile, she comes home and asks him when he returned, and Jordan states that he came here half an hour ago. He hands her a pill, telling her that she should try it to see how her body reacts to this doping. Igris looks closely at the pill, studying its properties, and then decides to put it in his mouth. Jordan asks her how she feels, and Igris says that she feels warmth spreading throughout her body. Approaching him, she says that the drug works amazingly well, and Jordan hands her the rest. The next morning, he returns to the research department, and Julia names him the new king of the freshmen. She also says that she heard rumors that his biological level is actually 6th rank. Jordan declares that this is indeed the case, and Julia immediately rushes to him, telling him that she is very happy that he has been accepted. Jordan learns that even after years of research, Lecter and Julia have been unable to comprehend the Arctic blood tempering aperture. He understands that with the biological attribute of innate wisdom, such research will be a piece of cake for him. Julia says that members of the student union are waiting for him at the institute to talk about something important. Jordan, without stopping, steps aside, and Julia declares that union members receive a monthly allowance in points. Charles extends his hand to him and says that he is very pleased to meet him, after which he introduces himself. He also says that he came here to formally invite him to join the student union as a candidate. He claims that joining the union comes with many benefits, including special nutrition and 3 meals a day. He also talks about pay, and Jordan quickly says he agrees. Charles says that for this to happen, there is a condition that he must choose the path of gene fusion. Jordan asks why he should do that, and Charles states that his potential will be wasted if he refuses. Jordan asks if this is required to join the student union. Charles says that this is indeed the case, and Jordan notes that he is not interested and will refuse. The students standing behind Charles say that this is unacceptable impudence that definitely needs to be punished. Charles states that we need to recruit other geniuses, and geniuses without a future are just trash that are of no use. Meanwhile, Julia ponders why these teenagers think like ancient fossils, who are also hopeless. They talk about this for a while longer, after which they see lecturer enter the office after the night shift. Looking at him, they realize that he has been toiling day and night and now has absolutely no strength left. Julia praises him for his desperation, which forces him to sell his body to raise money to pay for Jordan's privileges. The lecturer declares that women are an obstacle to evolution, in a tone as if it were women who had brought him to this position. The lecturer also says that the university provides housing to the families of talented students, and he can take advantage of this. The lecturer emphasizes that it is possible to transfer one's parents here and get them jobs, and Jordan promises to talk about it. He also gives him permission to carry out missions assigned by the university so as not to wait until the 2nd semester. Julia says she goes off campus every week to complete missions and convert them into points. Jordan is thinking about looking into what missions are available on the university app. He understands that the rewards for easy missions are quite modest, especially since they are quite popular. Jordan decides to see if there are any more challenging missions worth considering. He finds internal missions rather boring, so he decides to turn to off-campus assignments. He notes that the rewards here are quite extensive, but these places are quite far away. However, he quickly finds another mission, which requires capturing the gene combiner. Julia asks if he accepted the mission with the woman and offers to go with him, and Jordan tries to figure out how she knew about it. He is told that the mission page shows who has accepted it, and Jordan tries to figure out who his competitors will be. He quickly finds Audrey among the participants and assumes that she probably has some kind of help. After this, he states that it is already quite late, so he would like to have a little lunch before heading home. As he walks along the road, he begins to wonder if someone is following him because he feels it. The thing is that his threat sense attribute has been activated, and he understands that some weakling is watching him. After a while, a student who is a rank 7 normal level student jumps out in front of him. He challenges him by saying that Jordan punched Audrey in the face and that it was an act unworthy of a man. He asks what kind of man would abuse a girl because it is absolutely shameful. Jordan asks who sent him, and he says he came here because he can't stand it. Jordan muses that he can't believe that even after his strength, he still comes across such weaklings. The student can't believe his calls to fight are being ignored and tries to reach out to grab Jordan. However, he quickly responds with a powerful punch to the face and declares that he is making too much noise. Having calmed down his offender, he hopes that he is now satisfied and will no longer show attention. After some time, he returns home and closes the door, saying that he has arrived. Igris states that they brought you 4.5 kilograms of meat from the glacier, and it's in the refrigerator. Jordan muses that he wanted to buy the entire batch and lock the blueprint right away, but that would have attracted attention. The system tells him that he has absorbed a large amount of mutant life essence. Igris asks him why he throws the meat in the trash, and Jordan says that it has already gone bad. Igris tries to understand how this is possible, and Jordan states that he absorbed the essence from the meat, and that is why it is rotten. Igris says that now she understands why he refused to go down the path of gene fusion, because he has a real supercell. Jordan says he was told he could move his parents in and get them jobs at the university. Igris says that this is a great idea and tells him that they will show an interesting duel today. In addition to instructors and students, people from the God of Mechanisms Corporation, which is the university's largest partner, also arrived. Also present are the second-floor commanders and one of the famous stars who is often featured online. Igris asks him who will win this duel, and Jordan says that he doesn't know yet. Jordan says that if a rank 8 gene merger student wins, then the prodigy is stronger, and vice versa. Meanwhile, tension builds in the arena, after which it is announced that the duel is finally beginning. The cyborg instantly takes flight to gain an advantage in height and agility over his opponent. The cyborg also begins firing, releasing powerful missile volleys to suppress the enemy's will to resist. The presenters note that the 8th rank fighter was completely suppressed and essentially had no chance left to resist. However, the cyborg suddenly decides to change tactics and switches to close combat, intending to defeat the opponent on his own territory. The 8th rank gene unifier, in turn, does not leave such behavior unanswered and quickly rushes forward. However, despite the powerful blow to the cyborg's body, the counterattack turns out to be much stronger and disables him. As a result, the fighter falls to the ground, loses consciousness, and is no longer able to continue fighting under any circumstances. Those watching the event enthusiastically note that in the end, it was the cyborg student who emerged victorious. After some time, Yana receives a message that there has been an unusual silence in source number 36 for the past few months. She is also informed that Lonnie has adapted well to the conditions of this territory, and her development has accelerated noticeably. The interlocutors try to clarify who exactly Lonnie is, emphasizing that her physical characteristics look extremely unusual. Yana replies that she cannot disclose this information, after which she adds that she has many other things to do. She notes that at the moment, cyborg students have a certain advantage over gene combiners. She explains that cyborgs are indeed superior to them in flexibility and a number of other parameters, but their advantages are not limited to this. However, regardless of the degree of modification, cyborgs will not be able to reach the Earth of Origins, since electronics do not function there. In her opinion, even the most powerful representatives of this trend would turn into a useless pile of metal if they tried to land on these islands. Meanwhile, Jordan and Igris decide to go home for the weekend to meet their parents and spend time together. During the conversation, they discuss the possibility of moving closer to the university, and the parents immediately support the idea. After this, Jordan comes to the conclusion that now is the best time to take on the mission to capture Catwoman. He learns that her biological level is of the normal type, and she uses seduction of men as a way to lure a victim. Jordan notes that her area of activity is vast, and she herself is elusive, so the task remained uncompleted for a long time. He then decides to conduct a large-scale search, using his threat-sensing attribute to determine the area where it is located. People observing him from the outside note that he looks very attractive, but his gaze inspires a certain fear. At that moment, a large man approaches him and asks who he is looking at so intently, clearly intending to enter into a conflict. In response, Jordan releases his biological pressure and powerful aura, causing those around him to feel his power. Realizing that there is nothing suspicious in this area, he decides to move to the red light district to continue his search. After some time, he notices familiar faces in the crowd and realizes that he has met these people before. It turns out that it is Audrey and her comrades who also arrived here to carry out the same mission. They immediately spot Jordan, and Audrey concludes that they are out of luck, as he has chosen the same task. After this, she decides to keep her distance from him to avoid unnecessary interference. Jordan is surprised by this reaction, since usually people on the contrary strive to get closer to him. Meanwhile, Audrey explains to her companions that Jordan is also busy capturing Catwoman, so they need to get ahead of him. One of her comrades reveals that he possesses demon hound genes, which gives him a greatly enhanced sense of smell. Having concentrated, He quickly identifies from among the many smells the one that belongs to the target. Pointing to one of the bars, he explains that Catwoman is located there, so they need to act with caution. Nevertheless, the group quickly approaches the establishment, hoping to complete the mission as quickly as possible. Once inside, they see a large number of people and begin to look among them for the desired target. The owner of a heightened sense of smell points to a girl sitting alone, who looks no different from an ordinary student. He clarifies that the smell emanating from her is completely consistent with what was previously found on Catwoman's things. After this, they immediately go on the attack, realizing that a serious clash awaits them ahead. The intended target watches them with obvious interest, but shows no intention of surrendering despite being surrounded. Suddenly, she makes a sharp jump, breaks through the glass and breaks out, demonstrating her unwillingness to be captured. Audrey and her comrades immediately rush after her, realizing that they cannot lose sight of their target. Otherwise, the mission will fail. They conclude that they can continue to track her by scent, since sooner or later she will have to stop. Having cornered her, they decide to act quickly to prevent her from getting away again. However, Catwoman remarks with a smile that if they had truly wanted to escape, they would not have been able to catch her. She adds that experienced hunters often pretend to be prey to lure their pursuers. Immediately after this, she begins the mutation process and wonders why they did not take into account such an obvious principle. Audrey and her comrades cover their faces with their hands, feeling how powerful the biological pressure emanating from her was. At this moment, they realize that she is actually at the 9th rank of the ordinary level. Audrey realizes with horror that her opponent had deliberately hidden her power to lure the hunters into a trap. After this, they turn around and come to the conclusion that the task is beyond their capabilities and they must retreat immediately. Catwoman, however, notes that escaping won't be as easy as they think. She then turns her attention to the student with the developed sense of smell, calling him the most attractive among them. Coming closer, she makes it clear that she noticed him the moment he entered the bar. Audrey, realizing the seriousness of the situation, decides to use special devices to try to disorient her opponent. She loudly informs her comrades that the substances secreted are capable of suppressing the feelings of mutants, which means they still have a chance. Finding themselves among a large number of people, they decide to contact management and report an error in the assessment of the task level. Audrey immediately takes out her phone and decides to act without delay. At that moment, she remembers that Jordan also accepted this assignment and decides to warn him, realizing that she cannot allow him to die. However, without his contacts, she comes to the conclusion that she will have to contact him through Igris. Meanwhile, Catwoman is thinking about how her prey has slipped away right from under her nose, and this is really annoying her. However, as the smoke gradually clears, she discovers another young man approaching her. Taking a closer look at Jordan, she realizes that this man is incredibly handsome and completely suits her tastes. Rushing forward, she talks about how sometimes what looks like a loss actually turns out to be a blessing in disguise. Jordan realizes that this Catwoman is actually of a higher rank and has been hiding her powers all this time. Catwoman can't believe she's too slow to dodge that fist. She can only hope that this blow will be too strong, despite the fact that it is very fast. However, even these hopes are not fulfilled, as she is immediately thrown aside, leaving powerful wounds on her body. She gains such a high speed that she crashes into the wall, leaving behind a powerful hole. Jordan is surprised that he hit her with half his strength and she was barely hurt, which means she has quite high durability. Catwoman tries to understand how someone so young can be so strong without a gene fusion. Turning around, she thinks that if the fight drags on, she might actually die at his hands, so it's better to run away. Jordan immediately rushes after her, leaving no chance, since he is the fastest man on Earth. Jordan, with a proud expression on his face, thinks that it would be better to use all his strength to finish this faster. Throwing her aside, he discovers that her neck is broken, but she is still alive. Jordan begins to beat her, trying to kill her as quickly as possible, despite the fact that the mission did not require elimination. Jordan muses that he should kill her before she recovers, as it would be much more profitable. However, after a few moments, he realizes that he rejoiced too soon and this fight is not quite over yet. He feels that this Catwoman's biological pressure has increased significantly, and she has increased her muscle mass. Within moments, she transforms into a hideous semblance of a human and a mutant with enhanced regeneration. Catwoman reflects on how she was forced to fully activate all of her Shadow Cat genes. Jordan realizes that it is better to cheat and says that he confused her with someone else, after which he apologizes for such a trick. Catwoman reflects on how his powers are impossible to estimate and his actions are completely unpredictable. Immediately after this, she turns to run away, realizing that she doesn't have much strength left to recover. However, after a few moments, she hears a strange sound and tries to turn around to figure out what it is. The very next second, a powerful rebar is driven into her head, piercing her through and killing her forever. This blow proves fatal and pins her to the wall again, leaving her in such a terrible and ugly state. Jordan decides to build on the success of the sneak attack and rushes forward, grabbing another sharp piece of rebar. He pierces her heart with this rebar, so that she will definitely not be resurrected, although a blow to the head would be enough. However, Jordan decides to play it safe and realizes that even such a blow may not be enough. He begins to disfigure his opponent's body, striking him one blow after another in order to leave as much damage as possible. Finally, he stops and feels that the biological pressure of this mutant has completely disappeared. He turns around and walks away, reflecting on the fact that this time he actually succeeded in eliminating his target. After this, he remembers that he needs to take a photo of his opponent's mutilated body and upload it to the university app. He also decides to call the public safety department so that they can come and deal with what is happening on the spot. Now that everything is done, he decides to absorb her genes to become even stronger and acquire new skills. He is surprised when he realizes that absorbing the genes of one advanced level representative has accelerated progress so much. Audrey tells her father about the mission with Catwoman, stating that she almost died because the rank was determined incorrectly. She also tells him that the Catwoman was not a 6th rank ordinary level, but a 9th rank. Mads says that he requires details and that it is necessary to continue the conversation with the director responsible for the task system. Audrey is about to leave as quickly as possible, but she is stopped by someone who is talking about some strange things. She is shown a photo of Jordan with a caption above it stating that he successfully completed the mission with Catwoman. Audrey remembers how powerful this opponent was and tries to understand how such a student was able to destroy her so quickly. After the weekend, Igris and Jordan return to their university dorms to continue their life together. Jordan's account was credited with 300 points, but the reward was much higher than what was stated in the description. Igris says that the university's assignment system is unreliable and that it was a big mistake that could have cost him his life. Jordan says that he will now be more careful when choosing tasks and will take her with him just in case. Igris says that she is very happy that she can go on missions with her lover. Jordan decides to order 45 kilograms of mutant slug meat at once to unlock a new blueprint. Jordan asks Igris if she would like to eat mutant meat to become even stronger. Igris nods briefly, after which he says that he will place an order fairly quickly so that everything is delivered on time. Igris immediately jumps onto the sofa and decides to see what other tasty treats he can order. She asks him to buy the meat of the fierce eagle, since for 1 point one can get as many as 6 portions of 3 kilograms. After a while, she corrects herself, saying that she will order it herself since she has 90 points in her account. Jordan reflects on how they are one family living under the same roof, so there is no need to keep track of who pays for what. After a while, they hear the delivery agent come to them and ring the doorbell to get their attention. Jordan is amazed at how quickly the local delivery people work, takes the order, and then goes into the apartment. He hands over the fierce eagle meat and says that it needs to be put in the refrigerator to let it marinate. He then places his hand on a large amount of mutant slug meat to begin consuming it. This time, he managed to absorb enough essence to unlock the blueprint at 100%. A vision of a wounded mutant slug appears in his head, which turns out to be a chromosome with powerful claws. He sees that the creature's recovery rate is incredibly high and realizes that it is almost indestructible. The system informs him that he has successfully unlocked the blueprint and received the attribute of ultra-fast regeneration. Jordan is delighted that this is another ability that turns out to be absurdly powerful and will make him even more invincible. First, he decides to test how effective it is and immediately delivers a powerful bite to his own skin. Then, looking at his wounds, he realizes that they are healing at an astonishing speed, since only a few seconds have passed. Jordan muses that with this kind of regeneration, he will be able to stay alive as long as he breathes, and no one will be able to defeat him. A few moments later, he hears another ringing bell and tries to figure out who could have come at such a late hour. Jordan asks Igris if she ordered anything, but she replies that she didn't order anything. Opening the door, they hear the familiar voice of Audrey, who apologizes for the late intrusion. At the same time, she looks quite peaceful, despite the fact that their last meeting was quite tense. Jordan looks at her with some suspicion and then asks, what is the matter and why she came? Audrey explains that she is very curious about how he accomplished the task with Catwoman and asks him to share the details. Jordan replies that he doesn't feel comfortable discussing it, after which Audrey turns around, making it clear that she won't distract him. Igris invites her to come in and have some tea, but Audrey says she has things to do, so she will come another time. After this, Igris notes that Audrey is actually a good person and adds that she called her to warn him of the danger. Meanwhile, Lecter tells Julia that Mads got into a fight with the director who was in charge of the assignment system. They both come to the conclusion that this is quite understandable, since the incorrectly stated rank almost cost his daughter's life. Lecter then asks Jordan how he accomplished the task, to which he replies that he simply happened to be very strong. He also adds that he completed the task alone, which makes them suspect that he is hiding his true strength. Jordan reflects on the fact that over the past few days he has realized that there is no point in hiding his progress from these people, and decides to tell them the truth. He reports that he has actually already reached the 9th rank of the ordinary level, which is why he was able to complete this task. In addition, he adds that he has completed the first stage of body hardening and is currently progressing through the second stage. The lecturer clenches his fists and realizes that before him lies a summit he himself could only dream of. He then declares that heaven has indeed rewarded him for his persistence, as years of persistence have finally borne fruit. He blesses their meeting and adds that only incredible victories await Jordan in the future. The lecturer reflects on how lucky he is and begins to laugh and cry at the same time, much to the surprise of those around him. After this, he launches into another long praise, detailing how Jordan is an extraordinary and unique person. However, from this entire speech, Jordan mainly extracts information about the extraordinary creatures of the Land of Origins. The lecturer explains that in this world, in addition to mutated creatures, there are also truly outstanding beings. At the same time, he clarifies that they live precisely on the Land of Origins, so people cannot encounter them directly. He also adds that these creatures possess a special energy that resembles ki, or the psychic power of humans. Jordan asks what effects this energy has, and Lecter replies that he has only met 2 such creatures in his entire life. After this, Jordan asks if there are biological level requirements to get to the Origin Land. The lecturer explains that he met these creatures not on the Land of Origins, but on ordinary Earth, and this was extremely surprising. He uses Lonnie as his first example, which surprises Jordan greatly, as he had no idea such a thing existed. Lecter then adds that he encountered the second creature in mysterious ancient ruins, where he discovered the blood tempering technique. At the same time, he emphasizes that all the information he just shared is strictly classified. Julia reassures him, declaring that she will not tell anyone about this and will keep everything a secret. The lecturer asks Jordan not to flaunt his power and to continue to hide it so as not to attract unnecessary attention. He also adds that if he wants to take on tasks that correspond to his actual level, he can use Yulia's account. Jordan asks the dean if he has any more information about the Land of Origins, as he wants to know more. The lecturer replies that there is no need to rush, since people below an advanced level do not get in anyway. In addition, he notes that most of the creatures on this earth are enemies to humans. According to him, they are constantly looking for a way to invade Earth to sow chaos and destruction. The lecturer adds that their motives are likely related to the fact that there is something on Earth that they desperately want to obtain. After some time, he receives a call, and a soft female voice calls him her beloved. The lecturer quickly hangs up and explains that he has been invited to dinner by an old friend and needs to take his leave. Yulia reflects on the fact that the dean is indeed working very hard to secure more funding. She then asks Jordan how he manages to hide his power, but he replies that he would prefer to keep it a secret. Julia insists, noting that they shouldn't hide anything from each other because they are friends and can trust each other. In response, Jordan explains that this is not really a topic he can talk about, as it is difficult to understand. Eventually, Yulia calms down and says that she won't insist if he's uncomfortable discussing it. After this, she suggests a friendly sparring session since they are on the same biological level. Jordan immediately agrees, realizing that such a fight will help him better assess his strength and hone his skills. Julia reports that her body tempering has reached the second circle of skin, flesh, and bones, so he can attack her with full force. Jordan gets into a fighting stance and waits for her to move forward. Julia states that he will attack first, and she will focus on defense to assess the strength of his blows. Jordan decides not to hold back and puts maximum force into the punch, carefully preparing it. Julia withstands this blow with great difficulty and understands that it has incredible power. Julia understands that Jordan has only completed the first round of body hardening, but is already capable of inflicting serious damage to her abdomen. At the same time, she reflects on the fact that he will soon surpass her, so she needs to demonstrate her strength while there is still such an opportunity. Julia then tells him that he should strive to deal maximum damage in one hit while he has the chance. She also adds that in a real fight it is necessary to aim for vital organs, since that is where life and death can be decided. Immediately after this, Julia rushes forward, noting that she hopes that he can hold out against her for at least 5 minutes. Jordan accepts her challenge and asks her to be a little more restrained so as not to accidentally kill him. They begin to fight, and Jordan almost immediately gains a clear advantage, not missing a single blow. Julia, giving it her all, realizes that he still shows no signs of fatigue, which means she will ultimately lose. Jordan watches her movements closely and comes to the conclusion that he should give in a little so as not to hurt her pride. In the end, he decides to feign defeat, hoping to strengthen her disposition towards him. After the fight, Julia extends her hand to him and tells him that he truly has an incredible future thanks to his limitless potential. She had to use nearly 90% of her power to barely manage to win, and at this rate he would soon surpass her. She then notes that since he has already completed the first stage of hardening the body, he can move on to trying to open the apertures. She also promises to teach him new techniques of disclosure, after which they immediately assume a meditation pose. Jordan concentrates, but despite his best efforts, he can't hit the right spots. Julia reassures him, saying that there is no need to rush, since perhaps his body is not yet prepared enough. Meanwhile, at the family estate, Lecter reports that he has finally found an unrivaled genius with enormous potential. He adds that very soon Jordan will be able to transfer his life energy to the leader so that they both can achieve success. However, despite his words, no sound comes from the coffin, as if there is no one there. The lecturer understands that the leader has used up all his energy even on a short answer, which means he needs to hurry. As he leaves, he realizes that the leader's condition is getting worse, and he can only hope that he will have time to evolve. Meanwhile, Jordan returns home and says that he bought groceries and will now start cooking. Igris reports that her mentor came this morning and offered to take the merger on an accelerated program. She clarifies that she was advised to merge with the blue jellyfish gene, and Jordan understands that this is a very good option. He then says that sounds great, and Igris adds that it's about the genes of the queen jellyfish. Jordan realizes that even ordinary blue jellyfish genes are expensive, and the queen option is an extremely expensive solution. However, he states that there is no need to worry, as jellyfish have a high compatibility with various mutated creatures. He also warns that she may develop some mutant traits and physical changes. He adds that many of these traits can even enhance one's appearance, and Igris agrees. Igris then begins to think about what changes might occur in her after merging with the queen jellyfish gene. After this, she shows him a picture of this creature and notes that it looks very beautiful. Jordan agrees that the creature is indeed impressive, but adds that it is still inferior to Igris herself. Igris smiles and says that this video was filmed by her mentor without the use of special equipment. Jordan notes that her genetic compatibility is incredibly high, meaning she has a bright future ahead of her. He also adds that she should not worry about resources, as he will try to earn enough. Igris responds that in that case she should please her caring sponsor. She then shows him several types of stockings and asks which he likes best, and Jordan replies that he likes both. After this, Igris takes off one stocking and declares that she will then wear both options at once. The next day, Igris goes to class, but Jordan decides to stay home and practice. However, first he decides to check out the latest news to understand the current situation. He learns that strange plants with unusual shapes have recently appeared in several areas. Jordan notices that they resemble the plants he saw in the background of Lonnie's photograph. He notes that the cult of the rat god was recently destroyed, but now a new cult has emerged. He then orders blood restoration pills to speed up his metabolism. At the same time, he understands that he has already unlocked the mutant blueprint from the forester and can now move on to the next one. His next target is the meat of the polyphagus, which is quite expensive. He also notes that this creature is not poisonous, but has a high resistance to poisons. Jordan understands that unlocking this blueprint will give him a new biological attribute, but he doesn't have enough points yet. In addition, he realizes that he cannot advance further in his hardening, probably due to a lack of physical strength. For more than 2 hours, it continues to harden the skin using internal energy. However, he soon realizes that this is ineffective, as the body's resources are used up too quickly and he needs rest. Opening the refrigerator, he notices that he is hungry and decides to have a snack to restore his energy. After some time, the phone rings and a girl comes to him with 2 parcels. Jordan is too weakened and begins to fall towards her, causing her to throw the packages into the air. However, he reacts quickly, makes a jump, and manages to catch both parcels. First, he decides to test the effect of the blood restoration pill to see if it is worth buying further. Almost immediately, he feels that the dizziness has disappeared and strength has returned to his body. After this, he realizes that the time has come to absorb the life essence of the polyphagous mongoose he has acquired. He reflects on the fact that the pill significantly reduces recovery time. Eventually, he comes to the conclusion that using points to strengthen himself is completely justified and spends the entire day training. Already closer to the evening, he hears Igris joyfully knocking on the door and saying that she has already returned. She also says that they have guests, and Jordan opens the door to find out who exactly has come to see them. Cherie greets the protagonist, adding that they haven't seen each other for quite some time. As she walks inside, she says that they are very lucky to have such a luxurious apartment, while she doesn't even have her own room. Jordan offers to give her his room from the martial arts school, but she refuses. She also says that she came to complain because the senior students are behaving incredibly outrageously. She emphasizes that they are geniuses, and therefore no one dares to intimidate them, while ordinary students are in a terrible position. Cherie says that the day before yesterday, her eldest took her cosmetic bag, noting that she still hasn't gotten it back. Cherie can't believe that at the university, which immediately declared that the strong oppress the weak, everything is actually as stated. Jordan says that if any senior crosses the line, he'll just beat the crap out of them. At this point, the conversation is interrupted by powerful tremors that resemble an earthquake. Jordan begins to feel a strong sense of threat and realizes that he has a very bad feeling about what is to come. Meanwhile, unknown villains approach the Divine Messenger, saying that he will reach an advanced level. The messenger praises the man's performance last year, stating that he will reward him with an enchanted demonic flower. The villain accepts this gift, saying that among the first years there is a monster with absurd physical talent. They tell him that it is not that important, and the representative of the plant cult reflects that this is very offensive to him. Meanwhile, the Divine Messenger is telepathically informed that a communication point has been found and coordinates have been established. The messenger says that he is going there right now, after which he begins to slowly dissolve into thin air. Meanwhile, the head of the plant cult declares that Jordan must be forced to consume the demon seed within 3 days. Jordan and Igris go outside and the girl tells him that she is going to class. Jordan says that he will take her home when suddenly strange voices begin to sound near them, addressed to them. 2 students ask for a little time as there is something they would like to ask his help with. They add that they are being bullied by one of the senior students and ask him to stand up for them. They also claim that they are asking for help for free and offer him spiritual fruits that improve his appearance. Jordan asks how strong the senior is, and they state that he is a rank 6 normal level. Jordan says that there will be no problems with this man and promises that he will deal with him as quickly as possible. These students immediately leave, saying that they will see him at the appointed time and thanking him for his help. Igris asks him to open the bag as quickly as possible, as she has never seen spirit fruits in real life. Jordan hands her one of them, saying that she can eat it on the way since the walk to the office is not that long. Igris looks closely at one of the fruits and says that it has gone bad and looks quite disgusting. Jordan decides to take a closer look at what kind of fruit it is and begins to analyze it with his inquisitive gaze. His threat-sensing skill activates, and he realizes that there is clearly some strange trap hidden here. The system asks him if he wishes to absorb the demon seed, and Jordan realizes that he has been deceived. A few moments later, he catches up with these students and orders them to stop immediately, which greatly frightens them. He turns to his friend, telling her to call the mentor as quickly as possible. Yana materializes out of nowhere and asks what is going on here. Jordan states that the 2 asked for his help and gave him a bag of fruit, but it turned out to contain a demon seed. Yana analyzes this seed and says that it comes from a mutant tree that enslaves people. Jordan understands that these people were under the control of the cult, so they followed its demands without question. Yana says that these 2 need to be sent for examination, and as soon as the results are in, she will inform them about everything. These students try to say something in their defense, but they are unable to do anything because of Yana's overwhelming strength. Yana says that these cults are pervasive, so one must be extremely careful in such matters. Igris says that the mentor's mental power is so great that she can levitate objects and fly on her own. Igris says that these two are terrible people because he wanted to help them and they tried to harm him. Jordan throws out this garbage, rudely saying that in the future we need to be very careful. The next day, the results of the examination come in, and those students are expelled from the university and sent to prison. Jordan and Igris's parents are moving closer to the university and have been settling into their new surroundings for the past few days. With the support of the blood restoration pills, he successfully completes his second round of skin tempering and moves on. Sometime later, the day arrives for Igris to merge with the genes of the queen of the underwater jellyfish, but she is very nervous. Yana says that this monster has aquatic properties, so it's best to drink some water first. Igris continues to drink water, but the mentor gives her more and more glasses to saturate her body. Igris says that she can no longer drink water, and then she is told that in this case she needs to stop and take off her clothes. Yana claims that this essence contains the genes of the blue jellyfish queen, and she injects them directly into her body. Yana notes that, unfortunately, this procedure will not be painless and she will not feel very well. Igris realizes that she is ready to accept such conditions and tenses her muscles so that it will not hurt so much. Jordan reflects that the gene fusion process requires high-precision equipment, but Jana is too experienced. Yana states that the queen jellyfish genes are fully implanted and that she should feel severe pain quite soon. She recommends mental preparation, and Igris sadly reflects on the suffering she will have to endure. However, after a couple of minutes, she says that she doesn't feel anything at all, and Jordan tries to figure out if something has gone wrong. Yana carefully analyzes her student's body and says that something absolutely impossible has happened. She speaks with horror about how this happened and wonders if the influence of genes has failed. She claims the merger failed, but it wasn't a total failure, and that's the surprising part. She says that typically, if there is no rejection after the injection into the heart, the procedure is considered successful. And she notes that the host's own genes begin to quickly merge with the mutant's genes on their own. However, here the introduced genes did not cause any rejection at all, but the fusion process did not begin. Jordan wonders what exactly is going on and how it can be explained scientifically. Yana says that from her point of view, Igris genes seem to have a kind of self-awareness and are trying to protect themselves. She adds that they surrounded the blue jellyfish's genes and completely restricted their movements, preventing fusion. She also notes that during this process, some genes instinctively tried to merge, but they were suppressed by Igris's genes. She notes that currently all remaining genes of the queen blue jellyfish are completely immobilized, and this is a unique situation. Igris and Jordan discover that her hair is starting to change color, which is typical of a fusion, but something doesn't add up. Igris says that she feels like something extra has appeared inside her, and she feels something that she can even control. Yana again carefully analyzes her student, realizing that these sensations are characteristic of the process of gene fusion. After examining her body again, she recommends that she try to control the genes to put them into a dormant state. Igris says that she will actually try to do this, after which her hair returns to normal. Yana watches this closely, after which she asks her to try to express these genes again. Yana understands that even geniuses like Lincoln and Audrey took weeks to master the technique of putting genes into a dormant state. Jordan looks closely at the mentor and asks her about Igris's current condition. Yana says she has two pieces of news, one good and one bad, and Igris asks to start with the bad one. Yana says with a smile that the bad news is that she will never be able to become a gene combiner. Yana notes that the good news is that Igris will become much more talented and advanced than all the gene combiners. They note that her genes can enslave the introduced mutant genes, and she's able to use their abilities without merging with them. She also says that at present no pureblood has been recognized as capable of surpassing himself. Yana claims that she has an extremely high chance of becoming the first person on Earth to reach this level. Yana notes that if any purebred person is destined to break biological boundaries, it will be her. Jordan wonders why she doesn't take him seriously, since he is the strongest pureblood in the world. Yana also says that the secret of her power cannot be told to anyone, and this includes even her parents. She emphasizes that she has a lot of research to do regarding her ability to genetically enslave. 2 weeks later, Igris approaches the protagonist and says that she has good news. Jordan walks into her bathroom and discovers that she can now control water with her mind. Jordan says she just learned how to control water, and already she does it incredibly smoothly. Igris says that she can also remotely manipulate the QI and blood of other people. Jordan says that if she can do things like that, she can strengthen her own body. Igris notes that her mentor told her that her inner strength was too weak to follow the path of a pure-blood human. Jordan says that they are both special creatures and not like everyone else, so there are no limits for them. Igris wonders if this tirade about special creatures is a declaration of love. After this, she says that since he is truly special, she too can temper her body with qi and blood. In the following days, he spends time teaching her how to control her own energy and temper her blood. Igris is happy and says that it worked, and she really mastered the hardening technique. Jordan never expected that she would succeed so quickly, and now she has increased her biological level even more. Igris says that she can enslave the genes of mutants and gain their abilities, and together they will become unrivaled geniuses. In less than half a month, during which she honed the technique, she completed its first stage. Jordan muses that it's time to send her into a real fight to show her blood and build her character. Jordan decides to take on a mission that involves stopping illegal weapons sales. We are transported to the Shanghai Municipal Public Security Headquarters. The police chief says that these two will help them in difficult battles, since they have a real raid ahead of them. The employees look at them attentively and say that they are glad of any help, since they do not have enough free labor. The boss states that he has a godson who is also a first-year student at Shanghai University this year. The boss also advises Jordan to transfer from the pavilions to the College of Evolution to become even stronger. He also states that he invited his godson to this operation and promises that he will help them in absolutely everything. When it comes time to introduce this person, everyone turns to look at him to see who it is. However, this man seems familiar to them, and his real name is Fargo, who participated in the freshman tournament. The police chief says he has heard about his incredible achievements and is impressed by them. After this, he tries to introduce Fargo to our heroes, unaware that they have already known each other for a long time. However, once Fargo sees who he's about to work with, he immediately realizes there's no point in showing off. The thing is, he participated in a tournament for the title of King of Freshmen and was defeated in one blow. The police chief still doesn't understand this and continues to introduce his godson as a real superstar. After that, he notices a strange expression on his face and asks why he looks so unwell. Fargo smiles and says that they already know each other, which is why he acted so strange. He notes that this beautiful girl took first place and is his classmate, and Jordan took second place in the exams. Afterwards, Fargo reveals that Jordan single-handedly defeated the entire genius class and won the title of King of the Freshmen. The police chief watches this with surprise and realizes that in fact they have much stronger guys with them than he thought. Around 11 p.m., they board armored combat vehicles and head to the drug dealer's hideout. The police chief hands them bulletproof vests for protection, and Jordan refuses, saying that the bullets won't affect him. Fargo also declines, musing that he is not as strong as Jordan, but he still has a chance to prove himself. After some time, they reach an abandoned industrial plant where the bandits are hiding. Moments later, the police burst into the building, saying that the operation needs to begin now. The bandits did not hear several trucks drive up here and are very surprised by such an intrusion. They add that if they are captured, it will be the end for them anyway, so they must fight to the death no matter what. Our heroes and police officers take cover behind bulletproof wooden boxes. Jordan rises with incredible grace and a serious look, as he is not afraid of bullets. Fargo tries to follow him, but is hit several times, causing injuries. Jordan rushes forward and the thugs can't believe that this guy is bulletproof and can't be hurt. Immediately after this, he begins to deliver powerful blows in order to disable his opponents one after another. The bandits try to surrender, and some even try to commit suicide with a grenade explosion. There is a powerful explosion and everyone is thrown aside, but there is no doubt that our hero is not injured. Jordan considers leaving the other bandits untouched so Igris can train. Meanwhile, Igris reflects that as long as their blood is under her control, she can make them stop. The bandits stop abruptly against their will and try to understand why they cannot take a single step further. Meanwhile, Igris creates a powerful wave of blood control in order to bring them down to the ground and break their resistance. After some time, they find a box with extremely unusual seeds that need to be examined. Upon further analysis, the police chief reveals that these are the seeds of a demonic tree that is operating throughout China. Jordan says that he and his girlfriend still have things to do at university, so they'll be heading home. He understands that for safety reasons, it is better to avoid any involvement in the activities of these cults at all costs. Suddenly, he discovers a strange phenomenon and notices a rat dragging a demonic tree seed somewhere. He tries to figure out if these are rats from the cult of the rat god and why she is trying to plant seeds in different places. Jordan approaches Igris and asks her to quickly inform her mentor that the rat god cult has colluded with the plant cult. Jordan understands that cult-related issues should be handled by the public safety team. 2 weeks later, Jordan and Igris completed another mission to apprehend armed drug dealers. 3 days later, they, along with Yulia, went on a mission to apprehend an advanced cyborg robber. Before he knew it, the first semester of his freshman year was drawing to a close and it was time to take stock. Jordan reflects on finally completing his second round of full-body conditioning. Igris boasts to him that she too has completed the first round of body conditioning, and Jordan is amazed at her speed. Jordan says that she has only been training this technique for 3 months and is making such great progress, which means she is talented. Igris reminds him that she still hasn't reached the level he was at back then, and Jordan suggests that her physical talent is weak. Igris asks him if she can't catch up with him, and Jordan is mentally glad that he has an unfair advantage. After this, they begin to think together with Julia about how to open the apertures and how strong his body should be. Julia says that it's better to talk about something more pleasant, since she has prepared some good gossip for him. She says she can tell him how chaotic the personal lives of top management are. Jordan asks her how many points he has in his account now, and she tells him that they have earned 2,400 points. Jordan says he wants to buy 45 kilograms of polyphagus mongoose meat and asks her to place the order. Julia asks him why he does this, and Jordan replies that, unfortunately, he cannot explain his motives. The polyphagus mongoose's meat is delivered to the Research Institute's address, and he takes it home. Jordan receives a notification that he has 100% researched the polyphagus mongoose blueprint in just 2 uses. He has now unlocked a biological attribute that allows him to gain immunity to all types of poisons. Jordan decides to test whether this immunity to toxins can still be broken by any effect. After 2 hours, he realizes that there was no effect, and it seems to be completely neutralized by his immune system. Shortly after, he accompanies Igris to a meeting with the director for the second injection of mutant genes. Yana says that before the injection, she needs to check the genes of the queen blue jellyfish to see if they are compatible. Yana asks her in surprise how her biological level jumped from the 2nd rank to the 6th so quickly. Igris says that she mastered the blood-hardening technique and successfully completed the first body circle. Yana asks her how she did it, and Igris states that she manipulated her blood to achieve the result. Yana says that her physical abilities are simply incredible, and in the future she will become one of the best fighters in humanity. She notes that she plans to inject her with 5 different mutant genes to test the limits of her abilities. Each of these genes is an attribute of one of the elements, be it water, fire, earth, metal, or wood. She tries to prepare her for this very painful injection, but Igris feels practically nothing. Yana reflects on the fact that the moment the genes were introduced, they were almost immediately destroyed and absorbed. Yana notes that all other genes without exception were destroyed, and none of them could escape this fate. It becomes clear that only the genes of the undead slug from the last injection survived and were enslaved by Igris's genes. Yana says that for now, only genes with the water attribute can be enslaved, which means that experiments need to continue. Yana finishes mixing the necessary medications and asks her how she feels. Igris says she feels like she has eaten too much and filled her stomach. Yana states that her current physical strength is high, but she is currently limited by the genes of 2 mutants. She claims that when this changes in the future, she will definitely be able to enslave even more genes at once. Yana claims that she can now secrete a special type of mucus that not only has powerful healing properties. She notes that this mucus has an exceptional effect in case she ever needs it. Yana notes that this year's freshman competition was moved up. She emphasizes that she is looking forward to Igris's performance, as she will definitely be able to make it into the top 5 and get a place in the camp. Jordan is surprised why the freshman competition was suddenly postponed so abruptly. After some time, Cherie comes to visit them and immediately apologizes for disturbing them. Igris says that they have no reason to apologize and says that she should come visit more often. Cherie says that a new batch of models arrived in her family's stores a few days ago, and she brought them clothes. She also states that everything has already been washed, so it is better to try it on now and see if this outfit will fit them. Jordan and Igris decide to try dressing up, which is quite comical considering the current weather. The following outfits have a more modern look, and therefore they look much more organic in them. Cherie says the couple sets she brought are absolutely stunning and are sure to sell out. Jordan says that they're done taking photos, so they better get something to eat before it gets cold. Igris says that on the way back, they ran into a terrible senior student who constantly bothers them. Igris says that the senior student, relying on her strength, tried to snatch the bags of clothes from them. Cherie claims that this is the same girl she was talking about, who borrowed the makeup bag and never gave it back. Igris says that this is outrageous and asks Jordan to sort out this misunderstanding. At this time, all second-year students are in the gym practicing martial arts, honing their skills. Jordan walks inside and is immediately recognized as the king of the freshmen, drawing stares from the others. Cherie points to a girl named Liara, saying that she stole her makeup bag and still hasn't returned it. Jordan asks her if it's true, and Liara says that she'll return it as soon as she's finished using it. She also says that she didn't just take the cosmetic bag, but exchanged it for the one she had. Cherie says with resentment that she was given some terrible rags, although in exchange they took the newest cosmetic bag. Liara says that when she returned this cosmetic bag, it was still full of products, and this is some kind of bravado. Cherie tries to dispute this, but Jordan immediately stops her, realizing that this issue will have to be resolved by force. Jordan asks the instructor if it's true that the principle of survival of the fittest applies here, meaning that the strong can suppress the weak. The instructor says that this is not true. Despite the fact that many previously claimed so, the weak can challenge the strong. He also states that when it comes to determining strength, they judge by rank and level of training. The instructor also states that both sides must score an equal number of points to initiate a challenge. Jordan says that in this case he can challenge Liara without any conditions. Liara says that a guy with a huge physical advantage is seriously going to bully a girl. Jordan suddenly decides to stand up for his girlfriend and demands that she challenge Liara. Igris says decisively that she understood his command perfectly and would never let him down. Cherie tries to stop this fight, saying that they are just being provoked, so they need to be careful. She remembers that Igris was always at the bottom of her class in terms of physical fitness, which meant she would definitely get beaten. Igris tries to calm her friend down, saying that there really is nothing to worry about. She says decisively that now she will definitely be able to defeat any opponent who comes before her. Cherie is impressed by her friend's incredible courage and decides not to interfere with her. Igris jumps into the arena and introduces herself, saying that she is a first-year student. After this, she turns to Liara and says that she is challenging her to a duel. Liara wonders in her mind why this girl is so confident that she can defeat her. After that, she accepts her challenge, saying that she needs to bet big and bets 10 points. Igris agrees to this, saying that she is also ready to give an equal number of points. The teacher says that at this point the duel can be considered officially approved and gives the start to the fight. Igris almost instantly rushes forward, activating her mutant genes, which give her an incredible advantage. Liara, in turn, cannot move, since Igris has an unfair ability that blocks the opponent's body. Of course, an opponent who can't move can't even defend himself, so victory here goes to Igris. The blow to the defenseless and immobilized opponent is so powerful that she flies out of the arena. The students watching this wonder when she became so strong and invincible. Liara's friend immediately calls her boyfriend, telling him that a beating had taken place there and asks him to come. After this, she looks up at Igris and Jordan, saying that they are about to get what they deserve. But in the meantime, we move to the laboratory where further improvement of all gene carriers takes place. Lincoln, Audrey, and Fargo have been through intense training and now have some time to rest. The teacher also tells them that the freshman competition has been postponed to January 18th. Lincoln says the sooner it happens, the better, because he can't wait to give Jordan a good beating. People who watch him say that Jordan doesn't have a chance because he's wasting his potential. Audrey says that everyone should have their own path, so there is no need to judge other people so easily. He reflects on the fact that today is their group's first time practicing in the advanced training room. But Igris is absent. Audrey asks her teacher about this, and he says that Igris left on urgent business. Another employee bursts in and says that Igris just beat the crap out of a beautiful senior student. Everyone wants to see this, and they immediately go downstairs, ignoring the fact that the lesson is still in progress. Liara, meanwhile, complains that her face is hurt, and her friend asks why she kicked her in the face so hard. Igris immediately begins to justify herself, saying that she didn't mean to offend so much and that it happened by accident. Cherie says that Liara only lost because she was weaker, so the stronger one shouldn't apologize. Liara's friend immediately grabs Igris by the hand and says that you can't just hurt someone without apologizing. Jordan states that if they continue to pester her, he will have no choice but to fight her himself. However, this girl does not stop and asks him if he will really hit her in the face. Jordan punches her right in the face with all his might and says that he has never heard such a strange request. However, The manager responsible for maintaining order and also Liara's boyfriend comes here. Liara immediately begins to complain, saying that her face was deliberately disfigured. Jordan says he only hit her because she was bullying the freshman. He demands proof, and the genius who arrives at the scene declares that his girlfriend constantly bullies freshmen. Jordan says that the only way to get justice for her is to fight him right now. After this, Liara's boyfriend declares that he is ready to bet as much as 300 points to fight for his girlfriend. Audrey and Fargo are surprised that this fight will actually take place, because everyone knows perfectly well that Jordan cannot be defeated. However, they both enter the arena and prepare to fight each other for real. Liara's boyfriend immediately begins transforming into a giant lion in order to improve his physical performance. People watching him cannot believe the deafening biological pressure emanating from him. This man rushes forward in the hope that he has at least some chance against our protagonist. Jordan doesn't even bother to take his hands out of his pockets, because he knows full well that this fight is not serious for him. Once the hand touches his head, his opponent's bones instantly break, unable to withstand such pressure. His opponent falls to the ground, trying to understand how this is even possible, and cringes in intense pain. Jordan, meanwhile, turns to the side to look even more powerful in front of him. After this, he decides to finish off his wounded opponent with a powerful blow, sending him flying. Fargo says he feels a sense of déjà vu, but Lincoln chooses not to comment on it. Lincoln calls his grandfather and tells him that he wants to merge with the second type of mutant beast genes tomorrow. Jordan announces that from today, he is accepting paid bookings for fights and will act as a local racketeer. Fargo realizes that this is the most pretentious person he has ever seen, and he wants to become his disciple. At the next council meeting, it is discussed that Jordan is behaving too arrogantly and is contrary to the university code. One of them approaches the head of the student council, saying that accepting paid orders is already too much. Javier says that Jordan is just a cocky king who hasn't yet experienced true fear. Thanks to Cherie's recommendation, Jordan got his first job as a mercenary beating people up for money. According to the client, she had been harassed for a long time by a second-year student who also stole a lot of her clothes and bags. Considering that she has an older brother who is on the student council and is very popular, she took on more for this job. He quickly tracked down his target and decided it was time to beat her up and earn his considerable money. The girl immediately became frightened of him and asked him not to hit her, and if he really had to, then at least not in the face. Jordan decided to stop beating his girlfriend so that she could learn how to beat people too. The girl tried to stop him, saying that she shouldn't be beaten because she hadn't done anything to them. She also says that if even one hair falls from her, her brother will never forgive them. The brother immediately comes into the room and asks who dared to touch her sister, because she did nothing to anyone. The girl says that she did nothing to him, but he attacked her without a word and tried to hit her. Jordan is asked if he's going too far, as he can't just go around beating up other people. They say that today they will forgive him, but he should not abuse their patience and do nonsense. Jordan ignores their words and immediately turns to his girlfriend to use her dishonest abilities. Igris immediately rushes into the attack to beat the ordered victim without regret. The girl turns around and asks her brother to save her from this injustice. Igris decides to use his powers to prevent her from escaping her just punishment. She deliberately blocks their ability to move so that they do not resist under any circumstances. Jordan also tries to help his girlfriend so that she doesn't get beaten up, since the rules only work when he wants them to. He releases the biological pressure, and the remaining opponents fall to the ground, unable to cope with him. After some time, they are actually pressed to the ground, and they assume that they have a powerful patron. Meanwhile, Igris continues to test his fighting skills on motionless opponents who are unable to resist. With a sense of accomplishment, she continues to beat the defenseless victim, leaving her no chance. After this, they lie on the ground and wonder what it was all about and how they are supposed to live now. The girl's brother goes to the student council to tell them what's happening and complain about this nightmare. Javier says that they don't yet know who Jordan's patron is, so they need to keep an eye on him. He orders the other members to give him a verbal warning, but a fight must be avoided. Mads is displeased that inside the university they are suddenly organizing contract beatings of anyone. He asks Yana if she approved of this behavior, but she says that this is not the case. However, she says it is a good practice because students here have been suppressed by the student council for too long. She says this needs to be corrected, and in her view, there is nothing better for this than allowing contract beatings. Meanwhile, 20,000 meters below the city of Shanghai, a gathering of monsters is taking place, plotting their own intrigues. The plague doctor says that they can now begin transporting the mutated beasts from the land of origins. He adds that for now, it is only possible to transport those below the advanced level, since this portal is not yet that powerful. He also says that everyone needs to focus and be prepared, because one small mistake and they will be sucked in and torn apart. After explaining all the warnings and precautions, he uses his cane to manipulate space. Having cast the necessary spell, he puts his hands forward and commands the portal to finally open. The singularity begins to pulse aggressively, attracting the attention of all of its other allies. After some time, the mutants begin to break through, and the villains rejoice at the success of their grand plan. Very soon, they take control of more than 300 ordinary mutated animals. The Plague Doctor says that the biological passage is becoming unstable and needs to be closed immediately. He decides to use a spell to temporarily neutralize the singularity, but it doesn't work very well. Gradually, the state of space begins to break apart again, and we see strange claws that belong to another monster. The Divine Messenger is asked what is happening, and he states that they must prepare for a fierce battle. A nine-tailed fox appears from the portal, after which it closes, and this monster looks around. Jordan, meanwhile, was seeing his business flourish as many people hired him to beat up other people. In just 2 weeks, he completed over 200 orders and earned over 3,000 points by beating up other students. Some called him a righteous man because he helped them get rid of competitors, while others thought he was a businessman. Jordan didn't care who he beat up because he was only interested in money and nothing else. After some time, it is time to resume classes, and Igris is the first to enter the office. Fargo also comes in after her and greets the others, showing everyone how badly he was beaten. Audrey claims that the guy tried to replace Jordan as the mediator and ended up getting beaten up by student council members. Fargo says that these people only dare to beat him, but they do not touch Jordan at all. Audrey says that he is the only one who can become stronger, and his talent is not much better than that of an ordinary person. She also states that the freshman competition is starting soon, and he should focus on his recovery. The day of the freshman competition arrived quite quickly, but we all already know the results. Of course, Jordan and Igris defeated one opponent after another and successfully reached the quarterfinals without any tension. Those watching them realized that this man had achieved great heights in just a few months. After some time, the fight between Audrey and Igris began, but even here, it was immediately clear who would win. They both spend time activating their genes, but Igris's power is too great and is like a god's. Audrey has no idea yet what kind of entity she is facing, so she rushes forward in an aggressive manner. Igris immediately decides to use his blood control skill to simply freeze his opponent. Audrey wonders what is happening and why her body won't obey her at all. She looks at her approaching rival in surprise and tries to understand whether she is really capable of such things. Meanwhile, Igris prepares to deliver a precise blow to the target, which is already unable to move. The enemy, who has nothing to counter it with, is left to wonder how this is even possible and what to do. The lecturer wonders why these two are the real geniuses among all the geniuses in this world. For some reason, Igris is surprised that she won so easily, since she can simply stop any opponent. After that, they start fighting against each other, and Jordan says that they need to have a good fight. The referee says that the fight should begin, and they both freeze in place, trying to figure out what to do. Igris attacks him with a powerful kick, and Jordan tells her that she should have punched him instead of kicking him. He criticizes her choice of strategy in every possible way so that she can learn from an expert like him. People watching them are amazed at how amazing the fight is and what beautiful doves they are. After a while, Igris gets tired and then says that she is giving up, thereby giving the victory to the main character. Lincoln says that his current strength is no match for Jordan's, but he still plans to put up a good fight. The judge says that the time for talking is over, and it is time to find out which of them will be stronger. Lincoln instantly activates his demon monkey genes to go into full combat readiness. Jordan almost immediately rushes into attack, realizing that no opponent will be serious for him. He wins with just one punch, and people are amazed at how ridiculously and unbalancedly strong Jordan is. Lincoln nearly passes out and falls out of the arena, and people realize that he really is not to be underestimated. Yana announces that the competition is over, and in addition to the bonus points, there is one more important announcement. She says that the top 5 fighters will take part in a special training camp during the winter holidays. She states that this will be carried out in the military district, in the unit tasked with pressure from Source 36. Addressing those who have been given the honor of going there, she declares that she will personally take them there as quickly as possible. Jordan understands that this is a military district that suppresses the land of origins, which means this is a good chance for him. Meanwhile, The nine-tailed fox says that the reason she came to Earth was to find an earthly slave for her bed. The divine message says that he has found an incredibly beautiful, best, smart, and rich man for him. The nine-tailed fox immediately takes an interest in the man and says that she needs more detailed information. Soon after the start of winter break, the day came when they had to go to the military district for a special exercise. A special training program was prepared for them, but the 5 best students from Kyoto University were also sent with them. They are shown a giant cyborg and told that it was built by people from the God of Mechanisms Corporation. Suddenly, they hear a voice that is already familiar to them and turn around to see who it is. Taking a closer look, they realize that this is the same Charles who previously helped the fighters neutralize criminals. Charles praises him, telling him that he is now in the top 5 freshmen, and also praises Igris's success. Charles says that she has become very formidable, and Igris states that her strength has also increased, and that this represents the God of Machines. Charles says its compatibility with mechanical modifications is exceptionally high. He also says that he still has some business left to do, so he will go and sort it out. Fargo, meanwhile, says that it is already late, and therefore it would be possible to first eat in the cafeteria and then go for a walk. Igris says that the food here is very tasty, and it is much tastier than what is available in the university cafeteria. She hands him a small piece and says that she would like him to try it. Jordan agrees to this and says that it really looks very tasty, while everyone loves them. Lincoln approaches Audrey and asks her to feed him a piece of tofu, but she states that she will not do it. Lincoln looks down sadly, after which he suddenly hears strange voices speaking to him. They say that this is an incredibly unexpected meeting, and he immediately understands that his old acquaintances are addressing him. 2 friends, who are looking at him closely, say that he has not communicated with them for a long time and call him a traitor. Lincoln says that 2 losers who have always been behind him still dare to call him a traitor. They invite him to go out into the street and fight in order to understand whether he is still stronger than them. The rest immediately rush after them, because it is real happiness for them to watch someone beat another. Lincoln says that they can attack together, because it will save him the trouble. It will be faster than one at a time. One of them says that there is no need for this, since the strength of that person will be enough to crush him. Lincoln states that the defeated opponent will take 3rd place, after which he activates his modifications. He remembers that last week he merged with the genes of a Shadow Knight cat, and now his speed has become even stronger. Meanwhile, another opponent also decided to use the gene fusion method to improve his skills. Jordan realizes that this man has the genes of an armored earth dragon and has very strong defense. A serious fight ensues between them, but Lincoln's opponent appears to be successfully defending himself. Lincoln angrily throws punch after punch in an attempt to break through his defense, but to no avail. Lincoln tries to figure out why his opponent is so strong, because no matter how hard he hits him, he can't move him. Igris says that it looks like neither of the 2 can gain an advantage and it will all end in a draw. Jordan says this is not the case, as Lincoln's opponent is holding back and not using the other genes of the mutated beast. After this, he draws a disappointing conclusion that Lincoln has already given it his all and will soon simply run out of steam. Meanwhile, Lincoln's opponent says that he will show him his full power and end this fight as quickly as possible. He carries out his additional evolution in order to manifest the gene of the demonic-eyed monkey. Lincoln asks how, with his level of talent, he was able to successfully fuse with 2 mutant beast genes. His opponent says that his talent is inferior to Lincoln's, but the gene fusion technology in Kyoto is much more modern. He continues to fight him and says that he will prove that betraying Kyoto University was a huge mistake. Everyone understands that with the armored dragon's absolute defense, the guy from Shanghai has no chance of winning. Lincoln's opponent tells him that he is a hopeless and worthless failure, and that is why the family supports his brother. He notes that he didn't even make it as a freshman at university and was completely defeated by a local freshman. Lincoln can do nothing to resist him and tries desperately to come to his senses and get back on his feet. Immediately after this, he turns to the crowd and asks them which one of them is Jordan. Jordan steps forward and immediately challenges him to a sparring match, immediately offering a bet of 10 high-quality items. Jordan says that he is happy with these conditions and will gladly take part in this battle. Fargo stops him and says that this opponent will be difficult to defeat because he has exceptional defense. Jordan calmly jumps into the ring and is told that he is an idiot if he has not tried to merge with any genes. Jordan declares that the time for talking is over and that the fight must begin quickly, as he is already impatient. His opponent approves of such zeal and himself rushes into the attack in order to sweep him away as quickly as possible. Jordan charges forward, taking advantage of his incredible absolute advantage in speed and agility. He is also not at all intimidated by his opponent's improved defense, as his hands can pierce even a 3-meter sheet of metal. This blow is indeed enough to almost instantly neutralize the opponent. The unsuspecting opponent receives a powerful blow right to the face and loses several teeth. After this, he falls to the ground, freeing himself from his transformations, and even the super strong protection did nothing. Fargo says it was just a loss, and Jordan is ridiculously strong and no one will ever beat him. The other fighter realizes that his strength is not much greater than his comrades', so he wouldn't last there either. Meanwhile, another fighter jumps into the arena who says that he hoped to fight cyborgs. He introduces himself as Channing and says that he is representing the Special Training Military District this year. He asks him if he wants to spar, but Jordan says that he only fights for money and profit. Channing offers him a good amount, and Jordan realizes that this is just a weakling of an ordinary 8th level. However, before they are about to attack each other, they are stopped and told that sparring for money is not according to the rules. Jordan immediately stops fighting and says that if there is no reward for him, then he will not do anything. Immediately after this, he approaches the defeated enemy and asks when he will give him the pills. He gradually recovers and says that now he will take the dormitory and give him a reward. That evening he heads to his room, realizing that he cannot let his body lag behind. During the 3rd cycle of hardening his body, he realizes that the process has slowed down somewhat and it has become even more difficult for him. Igris comes into his room and asks him if he can stay here for a while. Jordan helps her dry her hair with his incredible skills and decides to talk to her. He hands her the 10 pills he won, and Igris says they are very valuable, so she is very embarrassed to take them. Jordan states that it is his gift, after which she says that in that case she will take them for herself. The next morning they go out for general training and are immediately greeted by their new comrades. Jordan asks Channing if their younger generation was trained in the land of origins. Channing says that there is a fortified city in this military district, and young soldiers of ordinary level patrol it. He also talks about how Earthlings on the land of origins are fighting mutants that have penetrated underground. Channing also states that mutants experience an even stronger repulsion effect, and their abilities are weakened. After a while, an instructor joins them and asks them if everyone is there. Channing stands at attention and says that everyone is assembled, so the instructor can begin training. The instructor states that he will be assisting them at this special gathering, and they can call him Instructor Lou. Jordan understands that this instructor's biological level has reached the 6th rank of the advanced level. Lou says he will now divide them into 4 temporary teams to move on to the entrance exams. After the assignment, thanks to luck, Jordan and Igris ended up on the same team along with Charles, Channing, and another girl. They were told to navigate a building that had 3 floors, each with checkpoints that they had to pass. He adds that on the 1st floor there is a door in the middle of each of the 4 walls, and each team goes through a different door. Immediately after this, he jumps up a 3-story building and hopes that they will all make it. Jordan walks inside and the system voice says that the test is about to begin. Their team of 5 managed to break through the heavy fire and the impassable walls of the 1st floor, and it was easy. However, the other 3 teams had already reached the 3rd floor, while their team had just entered the 2nd. On the 2nd floor, there is an intellectual test against artificial intelligence with difficult challenges. Jordan realized that the artificial intelligence was playing unfairly, so he also resorted to trickery to achieve victory. However, when they reached the recreation area on the 3rd floor, they discovered something terrible. They learned that all the other teams had been eliminated, meaning that this challenge was incredibly difficult. Jordan understands that this floor was very difficult, and he needs to test all of this with the attribute of feeling a threat. There are only 4 rooms on the 3rd floor, each with an advanced security robot. Judging by the battle scars left by other teams, these robots possess extremely powerful strength and defense. Jordan was not intimidated by these conditions for a second and declared that it was necessary to move forward as quickly as possible. Channing says that it looks like their enemy on the 3rd floor is a robot that they'll have to deal with. He tries to calm his comrades, telling them to remain vigilant and not to panic. It becomes clear that this robot is armed with armor-piercing ammunition, so you need to be careful. Charles hides behind cover, saying that they need to wait until he runs out of ammo and then attack. They tell him that this won't work since this robot has infinite ammo and he needs to think before the shelters are destroyed. The girl begins to panic, saying that it might be better to give up since the others also failed this test. Channing states that this is wrong, even if the chances are slim, since the instructor will simply beat them up. Igris states that they have a very strong fighter like Jordan against them, so they can definitely handle it. She also states that they are in better shape now, so they attack the robot. The others should cover them. Channing supports his ideas and immediately rushes forward with Jordan in order to break the distance. Charles fires thermal smoke grenades to give them some time to get away. He advises them to hide in the purple house, as the robot's heat sensors will not be able to detect their location. Igris says that she will notice this robot with the help of her incredible power, which controls water and blood. It turns out she can also control the robot's internal fluids, causing it to malfunction. The girl, who, thanks to her swiftness, decides to use her power to distract him. Channing realizes this is a great opportunity to show off his gene fusion and improve his striking. He delivers a powerful attack directly to the robot's head, but it does not seem to cause any damage to the latter. Channing, on the other hand, feels as if his bones have cracked with incredible force in response to the blows. Jordan rushes forward, realizing that the opponent in front of him turned out to be quite difficult and required a special approach. Apparently, he is at the peak of this level, since even the attacks of the 8th level gene combiners did nothing to him. Channing says that the robot's defense is too strong and they can't break through it at all, so they need to take a break. After he hides behind the stone barrier, it turns out that it is not as reliable as they thought. The robot grabs the energy sword in order to cut through the surface and everything in front of it. Igris is not quick enough to realize that she is now the robot's new target. Luckily, Jordan comes to her aid and manages to save her from certain death. The girl falls to the ground again and says that they can't handle it, so it's better to give up before it's too late. Jordan starts running in circles away from the robot, still holding his girlfriend in his arms. He muses that everyone is at their limit right now, and perhaps Igris has had enough training. After this, he decides that he shouldn't have held back from the very beginning, but now it's time to go through this floor. People on the roof are trying to recover from their injuries and say that the robot on the top floor was not easy, and they're trying to figure out how the last team is doing, or if they're still not out after the test. A few moments later, they seem to feel powerful tremors and an explosion on the roof. However, after they get to the source of this explosion, they realize that it was not an earthquake at all. The fact is that this explosion was initiated by the destruction of the robot's body, which smashed its head through the roof. Yana and her colleague from the military district discuss the rationale for placing such invincible robots on the 3rd floor. A military district headquarters commander named Yao says that children around 20 years old are characterized by arrogance. After this, she looks closely at Jordan, remembering that this man trains with her ex-husband Lecter. However, what they really didn't expect was that he would be able to defeat this giant robot so easily. Yao wonders how this is possible, and Yana repeats her question word for word, because she doesn't understand it either. They quickly make their way to the testing room to inspect what exactly happened. Yao asks him what kind of power he has, and Jordan immediately reveals that he has a natural gift of immense strength. Yana wonders if Lecter's theories were correct and tries to test his mental strength. Jordan notices this almost immediately and tries to disguise himself in order to test her strength in response. Yana, of course, does not give him such an opportunity, but quickly realizes that he is lying about his real level of strength. However, she decides to keep his secret and says that he really does have increased physical strength. Yao states that this is insane and that purebloods seem nearly invincible when it comes to physical enhancement. After that, they head to the weapons room, saying that everything here is made of an improved alloy. Jordan looks at the weapon and realizes that the alloy is as strong as his body after 3 hardening cycles. Yao asks them if they have chosen their weapons, and they all answer that they have picked out the right equipment for themselves. Jordan says that he will fight with his bare hands, since he has no need for weapons. Yo reflects that this man is too self-confident, but this could serve as a good lesson for him. She states that since everyone has received the weapons they wanted, they should start getting familiar with them right now. Jordan says that if he likes to fight with his bare hands, then he is very interested in showing off his skills. Channing comes out to the ring and says he wants to challenge him first, and Jordan immediately agrees. Channing takes careful aim and then delivers a powerful blow with a special blade that cuts through the hard stone. However, his attack does not cause any damage and is neutralized fairly quickly. Looking closer, the people realize with horror that Jordan has just stopped a sword made of this alloy. Jordan remembers it with his bare hands and says it was an interesting experience, but he wonders who's next. Another girl approaches him and asks him if he is ready to catch an armor-piercing bullet with his body. He is advised not to accept her challenge, as she can easily break through steel plates from 10 meters away. Jordan ignores their advice and says that it will be an interesting experience, so he wants to test it. The girl states that she does not want to aim at vital organs and suggests that he catch the bullet with his palm. Jordan extends his hand forward, and the cyborg waits for him to say that he is fully prepared to test his strength. The girl begins to charge her energy reactors in her hand and prepares to fire. A few moments later, a powerful explosion occurs, which for some reason tears off the cyborg's arm, but does not cause any damage to Jordan. It's unclear why the mechanical arm exploded, as it has nothing to do with the bullet that came out of it, but that's not important. Yo realizes that before her stands an absolute genius who surpasses all other beings on Earth by a huge margin. After this training bout, she stopped interfering with his training processes and let him do what he wanted. The following training sessions focused on ki, blood, and mental training. The difficulty level of this workout was quite high, and Igris barely managed to push her limits. Jordan could handle much more, but to avoid drawing attention, he kept the pressure levels more modest. He walked out of there absolutely calmly, and people looked at him in surprise, trying to understand how he endured it. Jordan knows he's been holding back a lot, but he needs to sneak in here tonight to test his limits. Meanwhile, we are transported to Shanghai University, to the Research Institute of Purebred Humans. Julia is doing research and trying to figure out when Jordan will return here, when suddenly she hears a very strange voice. The nine-tailed fox comes as close as possible to her and asks her if she knows where Jordan is. Julia doesn't have time to react to this capture. She's immediately brought closer to be powered up. Having succumbed to the charm, the girl says that Jordan is at the headquarters of the military district of a distant province. Meanwhile, Igris asks the protagonist if it is possible to enter here without permission at such a time. Jordan says he doesn't care about the rules because no locks can hold him back. He also states that he just wants to test his strength, so if they get caught, it won't be a big deal. Jordan learns that he can withstand half a minute at intensity level 12 in the capsule. This means that he has already reached the second advanced level and will soon be able to break through even higher. Mental strength at his level is of much greater value than physical strength approaching the third rank of the advanced level. Soon it was time for combat training, and they were sent to a special high-risk island. They were tasked with eliminating a branch of the divine cult, and of course, he was appointed captain. After getting out of the armored car, they realize that they have arrived in a strange place that looks too suspicious. The cyborg girl says that it is necessary to conduct unmanned reconnaissance using drones. She discovers a bamboo area of at least 1,000 square meters about 300 meters ahead. Jordan calls Channing and his former partner Choi over, declaring that they will lead the breakout together. He then turns to the cyborgs and states that they are responsible for long-range support. Having given his commands to everyone, he rushes forward to inspire other people by his example. The inspector tells them that there is no need to leave the survivors behind, as their safety comes first. After some time, the first opponents appear in front of them, who are surprised by the sudden appearance of enemies. The cyborgs immediately engage in battle with them and, using their rocket launchers, destroy everything in their path. Jordan breaks into the tower and looks around for any enemies. He discovers a masked man who is dressed exactly the same as the previous ones, but his hairstyle is different. By absorbing their essence, he gains a 1% increase in the power of the all-seeing eye for each one defeated. Jordan is happy that the survival of the fittest attribute is actually incredibly useful and makes him even stronger. After this, he jumps up like Superman in order to break through several more concrete ceilings with his body. The cult members present here cannot believe that such an invincible enemy has come here. However, they have no choice but to fight for their lives and the life of their master. Jordan decides to put his new increased pressure skills to use. With one powerful attack, he reduces an entire squad of opponents to nothing but a wet spot and pitiful shreds. As he reflects on how he is almost done dealing with his opponents, he wonders how the others are doing. His comrades encounter 8th rank biological levels that pose a serious threat to them. Jordan also begins to experience powerful feelings of threat, realizing that these are far from the only opponents here. Together, the comrades unite to finish off the great giant and raze him to the ground. The cyborg squad is also effective in destroying opponents, but they are just cannon fodder. Jordan says they have the advantage now, but the branch leader, whose biological value is at the peak of rank 9, is nowhere to be seen. He quickly realizes that the entire bamboo building is starting to shake because an earthquake has occurred. Igris wonders what's going on, and the other fighters realize they need to get out of here quickly. They also realize that the tree vines tore the cage apart and simply dragged them here to detain them. Jordan, realizing that the tree cage has also trapped members of the divine cult, decides that they must be destroyed. He deals with them with incredible ease and puts an end to their pathetic attempts to do anything. He promises to spare one of them and says that he must tell them what is happening here. The man agrees, but almost immediately the tree brutally kills him with its roots. Jordan understands how a divine plant cult controls and disposes of its followers. All this time, they are being watched by the head of this cult, whose biological level is the 6th advanced rank, and his assistant. Jordan realizes that they are the ones responsible for the traps and are now targeting him exclusively. Lou looks at this masked guy and realizes that he is incredibly strong, so he needs to knock him out of the game quickly. He says that the situation is extremely dangerous, so they must leave here, and he will detain these two. Jordan decides to follow his advice, after which he turns his comrades around and orders them to retreat. However, the head of this cult looks at them and asks if they really think he will let them escape. Immediately after this, giant vines, shaped like rose stems and surrounded by thorns, rush forward. They grab ordinary students and try to trap them so that they cannot move and lose strength. No one manages to get out, and they complain to the instructor that they too have fallen into traps. Lou says that this cannot continue and that she must save the children for whom she is responsible at any cost. Transforming into a giant tiger, he rushes forward to challenge the villain. The head of the demon tree cult fights him with the help of the additional shoots that he has acquired. He asks him if this is all he is capable of, and adds that he can easily deal with them on his own territory. Lou loudly says that he will fight the villains until the death, and nothing scares him. After this, he decides to activate the genes of the mutated beast, and his physical strength increases many times over. With his razor-sharp claws, he is able to tear apart these traps and leap forward. At this point, he buys some time for his comrades and recommends that they retreat immediately. Igris says that if this continues, they will not be able to free themselves from all the shoots. Jordan also helps them because for him, such traps are not something serious, and he destroys them. Audrey is also in a serious trap and asks that at least someone could save her. Charles grabs a special bat with nails and says that he will deal with this problem, in the hope that the nails will penetrate the vines. However, he is unsuccessful, as these vines turned out to be much harder than he initially assumed. Jordan also comes to his aid and delivers a powerful blow with his palm, cutting them down with incredible ease. Thus, he independently manages to free all the hostages and recommends that they escape quickly. After that, he rushes forward, smelling strange floral aromas, trying to understand what it all means. The system tells him that he has been exposed to the flower poison, and his resistance increases again. Looking around, he realizes that it is the head of the branch of the divine plant cult that has been drugging everyone else. She says that she has such amazing power that it is not surprising that they decided to take control of him. Jordan immediately rushes into attack, deciding not to waste time on useless talk. The girl looks at him in fear and cannot believe that he is so fast that she does not have time to do anything. Jordan quickly hits her on the head to incapacitate her, then brutally finishes her off by absorbing the essence. He absorbed a large amount of Ghost Shark and Shadow Knight Cat essence, increasing his progress by 20%. Meanwhile, the instructor says that the forearms and demonic monkey genes should have been activated 100%. This gives him a slight advantage in striking power, and he attacks his opponent. It even breaks through all of his vines, stripping away his defenses and pierces his body with a powerful blow. It also creates a powerful energy blast that knocks the enemy aside and cuts through trees. The head of the plant cult is happy that he has merged with the immortal slime gene. Otherwise, he would have been killed already. Immediately after, he takes out a small demon tree seed, stating that he was forced to use the final move. After this, he quickly recovers and gains new strength, thanks to which he creates hundreds of vines. Lou doesn't have time to cope with all the obstacles flying towards him and is unable to dodge them. He sustained multiple injuries and now requires at least hospitalization and a long recovery. Jordan is pleased that the trainees from the military district brought here antidotes for recovery from the poison. However, he immediately senses the approach of a powerful aura and realizes that this is a person of advanced 6th rank. The cult leader immediately lunges forward, using vines like he's a spider hybrid. Jordan says he feels the masked man is following them, but they need to get away quickly. He also says that the masked man's target is him, so he will distract him and give them a chance to escape. Igris hopes that he will return, and Jordan turns around and draws his pursuer towards himself. He also promises them that he will definitely return, since such opponents do not pose a threat to him. Igris realizes that her level is too low to help him, and she has to stay away. Jordan quickly takes the man away and wonders why he is following him. However, he continues to observe him to understand what tactics are best to use. He guesses that this man is only one rank higher than him and is seriously wounded. He decides to use disguise to hide his true power, and the cult leader draws the wrong conclusions. He assumes Jordan is out of breath and rushes towards him with a powerful attack of vines. Jordan quickly dodges, realizing that the enemy does not have high attack power and that they want to take him alive. Jordan decides to play along a little and lets him take the shot. After this, he falls down theatrically, pretending to have broken several ribs and cannot move. The cult leader says that if he hadn't slowed down, he wouldn't have been able to catch up with him. He also claims to have developed a speed far beyond his biological level. He also accuses him of being the only subordinate who was one step away from reaching an advanced level. He notes that she carelessly underestimated him, and he used the reagent's power and caught her off guard. Jordan continues to pretend to be unconscious and tries to figure out who exactly they are talking about. The cult leader, meanwhile, declares that the girl with purple hair is much more attractive than movie actresses. He promises that after the victory, he will take her as his new student. Jordan realizes that now is the time to open his eyes sharply and attack with a serious face. Taking advantage of the situation, he delivers a sneaky blow to the enemy's weakest spot. This blow is enough to disable the villain and disrupt his fighting abilities. He jumps back and asks in shock if the damn dog was really pretending the whole time. Jordan immediately rushes forward, putting out his fist, counting on the weak defense of his opponent. At a certain moment, he breaks through the defense and delivers a powerful kick. The head of the cult tries to understand how this is possible and why his power is so great. Jordan attacks him with countless blows as the cult leader tries to hold on. After some time, he realizes that the situation is wrong. His body is not weakening, but on the contrary, becoming stronger. He reminds that he is not yet 20 and does not understand how he has reached such heights. Jordan ignores him and continues to throw punches to finish off his opponent. The fight gradually turns into a beating, and the enemy can no longer withstand the onslaught. Jordan realizes this is the perfect moment to unleash a powerful punch to send his opponent flying. The young man falls to the ground and his mask flies off, breaking into pieces. Jordan comes closer and realizes that his opponent can no longer do anything against him. After this, he continues to beat him, saying that if he misses his assistant, he will send him to her. Jordan finishes him off, after which the system asks if he wants to absorb the target. Jordan absorbs the essence and gains the biological attribute of the Lord of the Forest. Jordan speculates that both attributes are based on mental power, and the man was a mage. Suddenly, he hears an unknown voice that says that there really is a real genius on Earth. The Dark Doctor claps his hands and says that their plan was truly worth the effort. Immediately after this, he entangles him in vines, from which it is almost impossible to escape. Jordan tries to figure out what to do, but thanks to great luck, a powerful ally comes to his aid. Yana arrived here along with the big waves that swirl around this island. Yana says that she knew right away that their divine plant cult would not be able to sit still. She challenges her opponent, saying that everything will not be the same as before and that she is now much stronger than him. The leader of the Heavenly Tree Cult says that they will now test this and calls the vines to his side. This battle will be truly legendary. But right now, our hero has no place on this battlefield. Jordan contemplates that he needs to run before he gets caught in the crossfire of a battle between two powerful fighters. However, after a while, he realizes that it is still too early for him to run, since he has completely forgotten about someone. The person he forgot about is the instructor, who was alive all this time and needs quick help. Jordan decides that this is the perfect time to test out his new biological attributes. Jordan frees him and tells him that he killed the Overlord, so his skill was activated somewhere. Lou says that in this case there is no time to waste and we need to find the others and evacuate from here. Reunited with their comrades, they approach the armored vehicles in order to leave. Igris joyfully runs towards him and excitedly says that he has finally returned. She also says that she was very scared, but Jordan says that they will definitely not be separated again. Audrey looks at him carefully and asks him if he is injured, hoping that he is not seriously injured. She hands him a restorative medicine, but he refuses, saying that he has no injuries. Audrey insists that he take it anyway, saying that he might need it later. Jordan accepts this gift and says that they need to leave here right now and get in the car. Meanwhile, the soldiers are wondering why the military district hasn't sent anyone yet. As they drive further, they suddenly come across an unknown figure falling through the air. They understand that there is someone ahead, but they do not yet realize how powerful an opponent they have encountered. The instructor says that if someone can enter this place unnoticed, then he is certainly dangerous. After passing through this veil, they try to understand what happened, but their consciousness has definitely been changed. Everyone is telling each other that they saw some strange fox that disappeared into nowhere. Jordan realizes that the presence of this fighter is completely invisible, and even the instructor cannot sense it. Suddenly, a girl appears in the car and asks them if they are looking for her. The instructor immediately attacks her and tells her that she must explain who she is. However, she only lets her gaze fall on him, and he immediately calms down and loses his orientation and shape. The fox orders him to get out of the car, and he immediately does as she commands. After this, she asks everyone except Jordan to get out of the car, as she only came here to talk to him. Jordan tells them to follow her instructions as she only came here for him. The fighters get out of the car and advise him to take care of himself, as he is an amazing fighter. Igris digs her heels in and says that she won't let him face danger alone again. The fox angrily lifts her into the air with her power and tells her that she is annoying. Immediately after this, she throws it into the glass window, causing it to break the barrier with its body. Jordan looks at the results and realizes that only her clothes were damaged, and she herself remained unharmed. The fox, meanwhile, says that it is time for the two of them to talk and calls him a little slave. She says that his powerful body and handsome appearance suit her requirements perfectly, so she takes him for herself. In response to the question of who she is, the girl says that she is from the land of origins, and her mother is a monster and her father is a man. She also states that men are only fit to become slaves and suggests that he accept this fate. Jordan says he can refuse, but she states that she doesn't have the time or the right to do so. She also asks him if he has any idea how many males on Earth want to possess her. After this, she looks at him closely and assumes that he is hesitating because of this very girl. Suddenly, materializing out of thin air, she says that in that case, she will simply finish her off. Jordan immediately jumps out of the car and rushes forward to show the fox who's boss. However, it suddenly turns out that brute force doesn't solve everything here, and he simply hits the fox's body with his hand. However, this body immediately dissolves into thin air, and Igris asks him what he is doing, trying to understand why he did this. Everyone present said that he jumped out of the car and punched the air again near Igris's head. Jordan realizes he's been tricked, while the fox grins and says it was cruel. Looking out the window, she states that her physical body is only at the 9th rank of the ordinary level, and that she was already dead. Jordan reflects on the fact that he just hit not a fake body, but an illusion she constantly creates. The fox says that she was just playing with him, but now she will behave absolutely seriously. Creating many copies, she says that now she will definitely hit him and his pretty lover to teach him a lesson. Jordan muses that if his mental power is stronger than hers, then any action he takes will be like trying to stick a needle into rubber. He decides to use his skill to figure out which of them is real and which is an illusion. He rejoices in his deductive abilities, because he initially assumed that all of this was an illusion. Looking at the fox sitting in place, he assumes that this is her real body. Determined not to waste a second, he leaps forward to deliver a powerful blow and put an end to this nonsense. However, it turns out that now he is not the smartest person on Earth, and he can also be easily deceived. Jordan immediately jumps to the side, realizing that he must protect Igris at any cost. However, suddenly he hears the voice of the fox behind him, who declares that she is very proud of her illusion technique. Turning around, he sees that the fox is standing in Igris's place, and all this time he was again under the influence of illusions. Jordan is trying to figure out what it all means, as he still can't figure out the secret. Igris grabs him by the clothes, trying to understand why he is acting so strangely and where he is even looking. Jordan realizes that there is heat radiating from her body, which means it is definitely her, and he needs to hold on to her as tightly as possible. Jordan speculates that with the blessing, he can significantly shorten the duration of her control. After this, he realizes that escape is the best strategy in this situation, because he will not be able to cope with it. However, the sky begins to turn red, and he hears the voice of the fox who says that he cannot escape. She also states that she will be very interested to see how he can now destroy her illusions. Meanwhile, we are transported to the battlefield between Yana and her opponent, which is becoming more and more destroyed. Mentor Igris uses all her professional techniques to deal with him as quickly as possible. However, the Lord of the Tree Field is not so simple either and can easily dodge these attacks. He adds that once the water source dries up, her powers will be greatly reduced, making resistance pointless. Yana objects, stating that this is her territory so she can definitely defeat him. The cult master says that behind him stands a divine essence in the form of the enormous power of the earth and the source. He also says that with such talent, if she agrees to join the cult, she will have access to resources. Yana declares that, unlike the soulless traitor to humanity, she will never join a cult that persecutes people. Her opponent says that if a person does not act for himself, then heaven and earth will punish him. And this is the only truth. Yana claims that such nonsense has never worked on her, so she is unlikely to fall for these tricks. Her opponent knows she won't stop until she's dead, so he'll just have to grant her death. He adds that her vines will absorb every drop of water she uses to defend herself so she won't survive. He temporarily immobilizes her and says that he will now take this genius with him and re-educate him. Yana declares that even through these mutations, she will not allow him to take the great genius. The rest of the people wonder what kind of attack this is and why he doesn't sense the giant water approaching. The cult leader realizes that this is a real tsunami caused by the surge of Yana's power. Yana herself says that the forest is her territory, but this does not mean that there will be someone stronger than her here. By creating a giant water dragon, she declares that she will turn this territory into a sea and claim it for herself.